welcome. Today we have 10 more cars. Hope you're all excited. There is a lot of people in the chat today. And I'm guessing that most of that excitement and why everyone is joining is because of this weird one right here. But I am excited for a few others that we have in the mix today. One of which is a very fast-looking F1 sort of car in the back there. Then we've got a Sabre Turbo, which is hopefully moderately slow, but lots of torque and very drift happy, much like it is in the actual Grand Theft Auto game. Then we got this little cool one, which was reminding me a lot of the AC concept car that came out in the early 2000s. Then we got this one, which also looks like a GTA car, but also looks like a real Camaro. Then we've got one that has really high detail to make a normal sort of road day car, which is really hard to do, by the way. Then we've got this one, which I had to salvage the mod because they broke it. Great. What, that grey sports car? This one on the back, the hatchback, or this little one down here? Don't know much about it, but it would be cool to see. Oh, GTA lore, nice. Well, here's hoping. So, let's get to and say hello to everybody in the chat today. We got Not a Thing, welcome back. The Midger, welcome back. Well soon Mayhem Entertainment. You have to get a shorter name, bro. Javier Perez, welcome back to the stream. Frembus, welcome back. Iron 3 Firebird, Donkey Killer, Ed, Broken Ursa, Shivi, Krysic, Ben. Oh my god, there's a lot of you today. And King Cobra, welcome. There's a lot of people here today. I mean, from the outset, that is. Usually you guys trickle in over time, but today you guys flooded in super early. That blue car, though, it's basic. We'll be going over that car in a minute. I'm sad I don't have a computer. That's unfortunate. Welcome, John287, back to the stream. How's it going? Lots of people, very few likes, yeah. Lots of watches, yeah, a lot of people. Welcome, Crownless. I think I also saw Broken Ursa at some point, so if I didn't say hello, welcome, Broken Ursa. Said that the yellow became too bright. It's probably mostly the room that we're shooting in that is probably causing that sort of problem. A Firebird getting told off by Ed, apparently. Not a Thing is saying that they have a computer. Good for you. Well, I suppose let's just jump right into having a look at these cars. Is that... There we go. Now the camera's set, right? GB, is that meant to be Great Britain? I don't know. I know that the AC Cobra, I believe, was meant to be based off of a British car. So we'll have a look at that one a little bit closer in a minute. But first, we start with this one. And if I show just this car, my frames per second go from 20 to 28 FPS, which is almost usable. My god, how does this game still struggle that bad? I know that it's a little bit more complicated than most games, but they're all turned off. They're all stationary. Welcome, Bedini, back to the stream. We do have a lot of cars that are either old or designed to look old. Older cars are easier to make in automation, in my honest opinion, but also beamng does much better with older, more torquey sort of cars. Why is my FPS so low? Because beamng is not optimized. Also, neither are the automation exports. They work, but you're probably not meant to have 10 of them all spawned in one go. Nice Camaro. It does look a lot like a Camaro. It also looks a lot like the GTA car as well that looks similar to this. The only thing I'm having a bit of a problem with is it is a bit high riding, but also I want to point out that this body line here is quite low and doesn't match the front or the rear. Now, I know that usually the front and the rear are a little bit higher, but that seems excessively like they've got a lot more vertical offset for the front and rear underbody areas. Who is going to buy it for me? Mom, what are you talking? Oh, you're talking about computers? Gazillion fixtures? Yes, Zen. I very much agree. I can play with Ultra Traffic and Reflections and still get 60 FPS on Utah with my GPU. It's named... Yeah, but are these automation cards? Automation cards are a little less optimized. So, beamng's optimization a little bit worse. Also, I only have a 1080, and I'm running on, like, medium graphics. Well, it is still in early access 10 years. Yeah, they are quite old games, especially beamng. It has a lot longer history than automation. It reminds me specifically of the Camaro IROC Z. Sure, okay. Yeah, I believe the beamng is a lot more CPU heavy than GPU bound. SSD or hard drive? SSD. I know the Camaro has become an SUV. That sounds like the sort of thing that modern car manufacturers would do, and then make it electric, and then say, oh, look how amazing we are. Kind of like with Ford, with the Mustang SUV Marquee. Like, oh my god, why? Like, call it the Marquee, sure, that's fine. It does sound like an outdoor kind of tent, which is what a Marquee is. Hold on, actually. I don't know how to spell it. But whenever I hear Marquee... Is that right? Yeah. Whenever I hear the Ford Marquee, I think of this. This is a Marquee. Spelled differently? Sure. But every time whenever I read it, I don't imagine this, but every time I hear it audibly, my first thing that comes to mind is like something like this. One day all the SUVs will be gone and I'll be happy. We'll wait for the next fad to come along. Yes, hopefully they will disappear. Did you see the new Mustang S650 or something? What? Let's Google whatever that is. What do we got? It kind of looks like a Ford Falcon from the early 2010s. I don't know if I like this. I don't think I do. It looks a bit generic. The headlights, at least. The rest of it, I do like this sort of extra design down here now, but it does look a little bit generic in my opinion. That rendition looks a little bit better in my opinion than what Ford is showing by the looks of it. I don't know if this is real stuff, so we'll have to wait and see. It looks like they've kept the rear end the same, so at least the rear end looks good. Official fan render? I am unclear. It feels like hybrid between an European... Yeah, I know. But then again, Ford, now that they're not competing with GM... Let's skip that one. Now that GM is gone, Ford is phoning it in a lot more around the world and giving them just more easy to sell American vehicles, I suppose, is the way to put it. Also, welcome RevHang to the channel. I forgot to say that. Adrian Vanis, welcome. Long time no see. Okay. I don't remember. A lot of people come through here, so I don't really remember. I understand SUVs in the American market, but how are they popular in Europe? Those gigantic cars won't even fit in the roads. Yes, I very much agree. You call me silly when you are just... What? What's happening in the chat right now? My rear end looks good, but I'm not a Mustang? Sure. Welcome, Thumper. You're not that late, bro. Let's go in and see what we have under here on this vehicle. I'm expecting still drum brakes on the rear, but we shall see. Smaller disc brakes on the front. I do like that. Not every vehicle has the biggest maximum size disc brakes. 2-piston and McPherson strut. Which... that would imply that this thing is running a monocoque chassis. I don't know if the iRock Z would have... What is it not running this music? That was unpleasant music. Also unpleasant? Yeah, that's alright. Alright. Camaro iRock Z. Let's have a look at... Okay. Camaro... Let's just go 1989? Is that the generation? Yes. Okay. Let's have a look at front suspension. That looks like double wishbone. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of double wishbone here and not McPherson strut. Wait, no, that is McPherson strut. McPherson. Okay. But for some reason, they've separated the spring and the shock. What the hell? Are they trying to reduce unsprung weight? That's a weird way of doing it. So, does it run then on a monocoque? I would have assumed just ladder chassis. I think the RS is concept car to the corresponding... Yeah. This doesn't look like a... Okay. So they weren't running ladder chassis at this time. Interesting. And it's also got a, I'm assuming, a transaxle because it's got shifter linkages that run the length down with the drive shaft. Which is funny. What is this meant to be? Oh, they're stiffening the monocoque. Okay. Because I'm assuming what they're trying to do now is run a behemoth amount of power through it. And monocoques aren't really, like the early ones, known for that. Let's go back. I bought an RX-7 for 15k at the junkyard. Oh my god, that's pretty cool. If it's a more modern one. If it's an early one, I'm not that big of a fan. No American cars had mostly switched to unibodies in the mid-80s. Okay then. Then we've got a big lumpy, multi-point injection. Let's go back to the iRock Z Engine. Oops, I spelled that wrong. What do we got here? This does look... Yeah, that is multi-point injection. So that is correct. And we've also got a very long and narrow-looking runner. So that's either variable or it is a low RPM manifold. Here they've just gone for compact, which is not the iRock Z sort of manifold. My sister almost bought one of these last week. The iRock Zs or a Gen 3? Okay. Yeah, the engine looks a little bit small in this engine bay, but that's the way automation does it, I suppose. We got a very bog standard sort of American engine. Very early multi-point. A lot of vehicles around this sort of generation still probably would have been running single point. I know that a lot of Yep, no, I got the mosquito. Gen Z. Car slog exhaust though. I mean, maybe not for an iRock Z, but a car slog could still exist. I know that a lot of European cars were using short cast at the time. We shall see how the car goes though. I'm guessing it has a lot of torque more than power. Now she's looking at a seat. Okay. Anyway. Looking rather cool. Let's head back to the rear. And we have a solid axle, about right, on coil spring. Nice. The rear brakes are... I'm guessing that's disc brake, but without the caliper showing again. Once again, we have this issue. Clapper mosquito, probably the most satisfying thing ever. I caught it just on the edge of my hand though. So I got the dirt, but not all of it. I'm not sure what happened. Better than tubular? What is? The log exhaust? Oh, man, that. But better than everybody just going tubular exhaust, yeah. Looks like large drums. No, I think it's mostly the color and the thickness that give it away. That it's meant to be a disc brake, but automation still struggles to export calipers for some reason. It's disc without the... No, it's not disc without the disc. It's disc without the caliper. Anyway, the back looks fairly good. They've done a decent job at wrapping this around. So what you can do in automation to get a better wraparound, if this is what you're going for, if you have this sort of thing on the side here, you set it to 3D, you drag it back so then it won't place over the back end of the car. So like, you'll drag it back so it's hanging over this way. Then what you'll do is along this axis, you'll rotate it however much you need to. 45 degrees works quite well. And then you hit 2D place, and then it'll apply in that direction, giving it a wrap around the edge of the car. That will give you a really good result a lot of the time. Not all of the time, but a lot of the time that will give you the result that you're probably more trying to get here. I do like it. It is a fairly simplistic back, but it does look like you've done a fairly good job of it. Rear brake should be jump. I'm not sure. If this is the IROC Z, it might be a little bit more high-tech. IRL layer drums? Okay. Doctor, which knee hurts? Disney fans. Disney. Haha. Funny. Welcome Cool Boss back. Welcome Doom Plays back to the stream. Good to know, didn't know that... Oh, sorry. Good to know, didn't know that part of the wraparound tricks. Yes. There's a lot you can do. Look up the Mosevich 400. I doubt that this looks anything like the Mosevich 400, and I'm only looking up things that are mostly related to what we're talking about. Body looks more like an Oldsmobile than a Camaro. I don't really know Oldsmobile, but I kind of somehow doubt that. Anyway, we got fairly wide tires on there, though. BeamNG in the camera. Got medium compound tires, so not sports, which is fine. Sports didn't really become a thing until more the 90s sort of time period. There was basically people that were stupid and ran slicks. Then there was just like... It was more the economy of tires than the performance of tires back in those days. Like, people in a lot of the world, except Europe, I suppose, were really struggling with the concept of switching from crossplies to radials still. Like, not the majority, but a lot of people were. They were like, but the crossplies are cheaper. So, yeah. You're very tired already? Do I have that effect in you? I'm sorry. Fill in his videos. Train noise. Don't mind me, I'm just... That's a fairly old video, but okay. Wheels look very modern. Let's go back and have a look at the IROC Z and remove engine. No? Those look very similar. Except these do have a color inset and they are a more sharper edge. So... If you had been able to do a color inset, that would have been great. And I know in automation, these have a much softer edge, but here it looks actually quite sharp. So if you had done the color inset, that would have been great. It's not too hard to do in Blender either. No, it's not a Camaro, it's a 40s Soviet car, sure. Anyway, about as close as you can get in automation. Yeah. Compared to the old Mustang, they look so connected? I don't know what you mean by that. Anyway, moving to the interior. I feel that the seats are just a smidge too low. So, a rule of thumb is the shoulder part of the seat, not the shoulder part of the driver, I'm just using my shoulder as an example. That will just be peeking over the sill line of the doors, windows. Tried to make a... Welcome, Mr. Santeres. Tried to make a third-gen Camaro, and there are no good bodies on automation. This looks very close to the third-gen body. I don't... Like, it's not 100%, but it's still pretty good. Welcome, Fried Gatorade back. Yeah. Only 30 minutes. We're still on the first car. Anyway... Let's have a look at the interior. You got the lovely little aerial there. Not too basic. Steering wheel is probably way too horizontal and maybe a little bit too high. So maybe if you had kept it at that height but tilted it a little bit, that might have helped. Dash seems fine enough. I don't know why you've done this layering sort of thing. You probably could have gotten away with just fitting a single dash filler in there if you had done it right. Yeah, you've got multiple... I'm assuming you're struggling with knowing how to use dash fillers, and maybe I'll go into that one day. Every 80s GM car looks the same pretty much. Okay. I mean, that might just be called uniformity in design. Ford does it a lot. They call it a world language when they do it, I believe. By the way, I'm FU Goog 13. Okay. Don't really remember that. My V6, okay. Can you do a campaign let's play? That is a goal eventually, yes. I have a big plan for that. Anyway, interior looks fine. Otherwise, got a bit too small. So you could have moved this all the way to the engine. Unfortunately, it looks like you got low legroom, but I suppose it's really dark, so you can't really see it. So at least you've tried to cover your issues in design. These seats are way too inboard, and I see why you've kind of done that. You know what? These are very inboard as well. Okay. I see why they've done that now. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen a company do that before. That is incredibly strange. Are they... And I think they saved money by using the same seat base on the front and rear. Which leads me to question, why didn't they just use also the same back, front and rear? Why not just put the same seats in the same... Weird choices. No keyhole and no... Okay, keyhole I am a bit thing about. There are sun visors, though. Let's have a look. No, there is a keyhole. No, we're fine. The guy who made this car was pretty accurate so far. They've done a pretty good work here. Welcome that dude Darren back to the stream. Anyway, moving on from that car, which is shaping up to be pretty darn cool. Whether the tires are actually that wide or not, let's have a look. They do look fairly wide. There they look a little bit narrower. I would say they're probably 245s. But there is actually something I learned recently about automation, something that I didn't know previously. Automation doesn't measure tires correctly. So when automation gives you a tire width, what it's actually giving you is a rim width, which is very similar most of the time to the tread width, which is not how they actually measure tires in real life. What they measure is section width, which comes basically, I think, around this line here. So when you go to put in a tire width, it ends up being wider than the real tire in real life. So I hope that they do get around to fixing that at some point. Wait to see the blue car? Okay, we'll get around to it. Moving on to the next car now. AC 2004 concept? Is it 2004? Yeah. So, it doesn't look exactly like this. I will admit that right out of the gate. But like the bulbousy kind of smooth, round sort of design with the straight body lines, the color, and this kind of retro-esque kind of front end that comes around in quite a bulbous way. It's not a one-to-one. I admit that, but it gives me a lot of that sort of feeling, in my personal opinion. Midget Man, this is your car? Cool. I talked to the automation dev and he said that MP is gonna be re-enabled soon. I didn't know it was disabled. What? This looks like a BMW convertible. Yeah, I kind of get a little bit of Z8 from it. Yeah, sure. Mostly the round headlights, though, I think. Am I right in that? No, I'm probably thinking wrong. The BMW Z8. Mostly the color. I don't know. Me kind of looks like a Porsche from the 60s. I think I know what you're going for, but no, I don't think so. It has the M5 V8 powertrain. We shall see what is in this car now. Where's my mouse? There it is. Weird. Moving in here, we have very high-tech brakes, 2-piston, and a flat engine. Okay. Unlikely. Is there actually, apart from the FT86 Subaru BRZ car, any other major, more modern-ish... Actually, are there really many cars that are front-engine flat boxer or anything like that sort of engine, apart from, yeah, the Subaru BRZ and whatnot, that goes only rear-wheel drive, not all-wheel drive, only all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive? I'm doing great today, Fire. Good to hear. What are we talking about? Also, welcome Space Warrior to the stream. I've never seen a 2004 Cobra concept. I love weirdly... Oh, yeah. It was actually quite a cool... When it announced, people were losing their mind about how cool this vehicle is. And do you know what they did? They didn't release the car, which was a huge mistake. Now, I know that sports cars in the time were taking a bit of a hit. There was a little bit of an economic downturn in the year 2000. But I think that they could have actually sold some pretty cool, like, smaller number cars still. You don't like the BMW powertrain? I mean, I don't like the newer ones, because they're, like, more shitty to work on as years go by, as they try to scrape more money from their customers. The GT80... I know. I said anything other than those. Wait, the GT86. That's the same as the FT86, right? GT86? Yeah. GT86, FT86, and BRZ. All the same car. Different badges, different front end. Ferrari 512 Testarossa has 180... That's mid-engine. Bruh. What is this 60 song? I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird. I just got a playlist going from automation... from YouTube's audio library, and that's what we listen to, bro. Just some cool tunes to have it on the background. Thumper, please stop talking about things that are not related to what is happening in the stream. Anyway, this is also probably a more expensive engine than most. It has individual throttle bodies. It has a high-performance intake manifold. Not good for fuel efficiency, which is a problem in modern day. So this is probably more like a late 2000s, early 2010 sort of car. Double overhead cam flat boxer 4. Flat or boxer 4, I should say. Probably a boxer, because it is a 4-cylinder. Only 4 valves per cylinder, at least there's that. No turbo, so quite a rare one. We got 2-piston brakes in the front. Let's see what we have in the rear. We have a single-piston double wishbone suspension in the rear. So, fairly bog standard. We do have... That's semi-slick tires, right? To my knowledge, only a few companies have ever done a semi-slicks, one of which was a BMW. So the use of semi-slicks, whenever you see most build challenges, you will most of the time not see people doing... You'll see the competitions usually don't allow semi-slicks, because semi-slicks are not very common. One, a lot of regulators will say no to it. Two, they make a lot of road noise, which could also make it go over noise problems and not be allowed on the road, which is what is happening, I believe, to the Nissan Skyline R35 in Europe. With them getting rid of the Skyline over there. Very old car by now. What is it, like 15 years old? No, 14 years old? My God. The engine is a flat 6, which... What engine? There's a lot happening in the chat right now that I can't follow. You think the new GT... Yeah, there's very few cars, as I said. So they're putting themselves in a very small bracket of cars. So we shall see how the car goes. If it is actually like a really high-performance car, I will give them a break. But if this is just kind of like a moderately fun sports car, kind of like a Mazda or the Fiat-based Mazda or things like that, I'm going to call no on the semi-slicks. To go with semi-slicks, you really want to be able to push that car really hard with performance. Otherwise, it's just not worth it because the economy of tires is absolutely horrendous. Because semi-slick tires, I have looked into myself, are very expensive compared to normal tires and do not last. Like, basically, you run them around for a couple of weeks, and in some cases, in some states or countries where regulations are held, they become illegal immediately. It's like, oh my god. Welcome, Sean Edwards. Have you got the fastback? Are you the one that submitted this car that was a broken mod? Yeah, I salvaged that mod from not working, as opposed to skipping it. Which I probably should have just skipped it because it was such a pain in the butt for me to figure out what you'd done and how to fix it. It looks nice, the convertible version, but I would like to see it in Target Top. This car, I mean, I don't mind it in convertible. I do like convertibles. Of course you can't follow this isn't Twitch. Fair enough. The logo looks like Porsche. I was actually going to say that the logo looks a little bit more like Koenigsegg. Okay. Call Koenigsegg. I don't know how to spell Koenigsegg. There we go. Fuck me. There we go. Koenigsegg badge. Yeah. It kind of reminded me a little bit more of that. I suppose somewhere in between with something else. I do like it. It is a cool badge, though. I think you sent it... No. The person that sent this car sent it packed with other mods, which meant that I had to unpack it and then repack it and remake the folder structure inside as well. Like, it was really annoying. No. Yes, yeah. I kind of had to do, like, a lot of shenanigans. The modern hatchback looks cool in the background. Yeah, we will be getting to that. Anyway, let's quickly move on. Let's check out the interior and move on. So this is a modern car because they've got the indicators on the mirrors, which is something that was only allowed again after kind of the early 2000s, I believe, is when they made that regulation change at the behest of a company, and I believe that company was Mercedes, but I could be wrong. Not sure. I think the regulators were willing to allow indicators to be on movable panels because they weren't as important as headlights. Also, does this have front headlights? Yes, it does. Good. Okay, let's move to the interior. Very modern, cool-looking interior. We've got a coffee mug in there. Coffee cup, I should say. Cool-looking dash stuff, though that... Now I know that that exports. I didn't think that would export to BeamNG, but now that we know it does, I don't know what this is meant to be. But I suppose, once again, we shall see. Little dash things there. Not a modern steering wheel, but I suppose if they cheaped out on that, that would be fine. Mercedes was the one, yes, fair enough. Koenigsegg? Yeah, Koenigsegg is... Like, there's a reason why they made a joke about it. It's also not a word, Ed, it's a name. So, that makes it even worse. What I would have liked to have seen is potentially a, some sort of hood vent or some sort of venting around here anywhere. Also, what I'd like to point out is if you're using body fixtures that are by default mirrored and you put them on the center line where they do the mirror, the center snapping, they don't unmirror. So if we move around, you'll see that this is Z fighting. It's a little bit hard to see, but if I move the camera around a little bit, you can see that that is bugging out there. All you have to do is just hit the little mirror thing, and that'll unmirror it, and that'll stop this jankiness from happening. I do like the interior, though. Nice work. Nice choice of color as well. I very much approve. I'm fully aware that I don't know how to spell Koenigsegg. What was it, the the Top Gear one where they went like Koenigsegg, like made a joke about how stupid the name was. I mean, I wouldn't say stupid. I'd say really only easy to be done maybe from that one place where they are from, and the rest of the world looks at it and goes, what? SEO, guys. I suppose Koenigsegg probably came out before SEO existed. So, if you don't know what SEO is, it's search engine optimization. If people can't spell it, they're probably not going to be Googling for it that often. Brown beige interiors. I think on leather or suede, it looks pretty nice. The Doppel gearbox? Anyway, moving on to this. Now, I believe this is probably submitted by somebody who's a little bit more of a beginner, though I am not entirely sure. The one thing that really gives it away is there is a lack of detail, but not a huge lack of detail. The other thing is they've gone with insets of extra painted stuff on the sides, which is usually not how they do it. When doing this sort of stuff, the name of the game is to be cheap. Very, very cheap. And I don't, on a hatchback like this especially, I don't think that having a body colored there works. If you want to do it, maybe make it a different material so it looks a little bit shittier, because it is also painted on plastic, maybe. Welcome casual gamer. Not gonna lie, Koenigsegg is kind of a weird, but I can speak Swedish. Okay. There is, yes, a few Welsh names that are exceptional. Is the way I'll probably put that. Looks like a Peugeot. I don't know about that. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a huge Peugeot French car buff, so the Z8 with Koenigsegg touches, if you say so. Also, no, I'm thinking of something else. Anyway, it's a trim model I've made on a base model too. Even still, they generally will keep it as cheap as possible. Look at the logo. For what? This car? It's blank. Sure. Isn't this meant to be a Daewoo? Hold on. Yeah, Daewoo. Love it. Though Daewoo, notoriously very cheap. Also, that weird body line there. I don't know why automation has done that. I think the easiest go-to is the Toyota Starlet. It's the exact body too. What? What are we talking about? Welcome, Tasig, back to the stream. How's it going? Anyway, let's move in. At least you've chosen some cheap wheels and the right cheap wheels as well. Well done. So we got cheap punch steel wheels, which is quite important. And we have 4-stud, which is also very, very cheap. Now, if you're going super duper cheap, we're talking like the cheapest K-car sort of thing, you might even get 3-stud, but I am happy with a 4-stud. This vehicle looks too heavy for probably 3-stud. You like the Daewoo? I'd say this body is more of an E90. Yes, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, like, I can't think of exactly what it is. Phil's thinking, tire squealing. Nice. Anyway, moving into these perfectly chosen sorts of wheels. I mean, if this is a top trim level, you might get a hubcap on there. And there are actually hubcapped wheels in automation. There's a whole section for it in the base game. I would suggest maybe having a look at those, but I do appreciate that. Looking in here, we have single piston solid disc brakes on double wishbone. That's fairly expensive sort of stuff, so maybe this is meant to be a ladder chassis, which I probably wouldn't see on a vehicle like this. So probably in the 80s would be monocoque. Then we've got a single overhead cam. Is that a carburetor? Yeah, that is not single point injection. So this must be early 80s, because I believe in 1986 is when the government started forcing, not exactly forcing, but like getting pretty hard on like forcing companies to almost to switch over to different things. 1989 Range Rover like headlights, if you say so. Also using default steel fixture for wheels is... I mean, I don't care. Yeah, I get the idea. It would have been looked better if you had used a different material, yes. It's a 1980? Sure. Alright. Alright, I need to go to the loo and then go to bed. Hope the stream goes well. That's fine, Ed. You can watch it while you're in bed. That's fine. We also have a log exhaust and no catalytic... Is that a catalytic converter? Yeah, I believe that is not a muffler and that is it. So... I don't know whether this actually would have come with a catalytic converter at this point in time. Not sure. Anyway, front-wheel drive coming down to the rear. We don't know what sort of chassis it is because they obviously had to turn it invisible, which is fair enough. We have double wishbone. I don't know about having double wishbone in the back of a hatchback. Let's have a look. 1980 Daewoo. List of Daewoo models? Yeah, let's have a look here. And then find what we want to look at here. This isn't really helping me. Is there a list of things by year? No, that is unfortunate. Anyway, let's go rear suspension. Is that just a Holden Commodore? I believe it is. There was a weird time in the thing. So what do we got here? This is... What is that? Is that McPherson strut? McPherson strut? That is weird. That is very strange. I can't actually tell what that suspension is meant to be. This is not a great picture. That looks like maybe torsion beam? What the... We got some pictures here. We've got a... That looks like torsion beam. That's a solid axle. That doesn't really help us because I doubt that's what they were running. 2010 GM Daewoo running torsion beam, so that's much newer. But yeah, what I'm getting at is these sorts of suspensions take up a lot of boot area that could be used otherwise. So going a more compact sort of suspension is probably going to benefit you a lot more, considering you will be able to get larger cargo space in the rear. Daewoo make bus? I don't know. Looks like a weird McPherson stripe. Yeah, a little bit. McPherson, sorry. Is it McPherson? No, I believe it's McPherson stripe. And I keep confusing it with McPherson, the actress. Oh, sorry, the supermodel. It's a McPherson rear suspension. I believe I have somewhat the same setup on my Celica. It's a McPherson strut rear suspension. You want to have a look at weird rear suspension? Let me just show you quickly. Volvo 360 rear suspension. Not the greatest picture. I was hoping it would load in a little bit better. Okay. Not the greatest pictures. Maybe this one? No. Anyway, I'll explain it to you. This is a thing called Didion tube, which is not a very common sort of suspension. It was used in early race cars. Like, I think they started dying out in about the 50s. And it was weird that they brought it back. There's only been a few companies that have ever really used it in its whole thing. What it is leaf spring independent rear suspension, but with a solid connector in between the ends of the axle, which basically makes it into a solid axle. Now, I believe the reason why they did it for this particular car is for some reason they wanted to have a transaxle. I mean, a transaxle is good, but this is like the budget line made by DAF, or DAF, depending how you want to pronounce it, which is a truck division for Volvo. It's so weird. I didn't think so. One of the DAF built Volvos? Yeah. Oh, the DD on axle? It is so weird, because it is the only way you can have leaf spring independent rear suspension. It's so strange. Anyway, let's get back to this car. Let's have a look at the interior. The back end is not contiguous in its design. We're getting a little bit softer, rounder sort of edges, though probably being a 1980s model would have been a little bit sharper edges and whatnot. This rear taillight does not match at all. It would have been a square shape, like almost guaranteed to be square. The exhaust, sure, fine, fair enough. No reverse light, no extra details on the back end. Maybe a little bit of a lip. Lips were becoming a little bit more popular on the back ends of cars around this sort of time period, so you might have snuck one on there as well. Same division that built the very cool... Yes, I believe so, yeah. That's quite daft. Yeah, I know, right? Do you know DAF used to make cars? Yeah, but they mostly did trucks until Volvo bought them and made them make trucks and cars for Volvo. Center exhaust will not do well with the Caravana crowd? Oh. You think you're pulling a caravan with a little car like this? You would have to go incredibly slow. It would move your car around so much. Also, these are city cars. They are not road cruisers, which is the sort of thing that you want, so then you can have like a high gear, so you're not revving at like 3,000 RPM or for hours on end going to your campsite. Or if you're going interstate, which is more likely what you're going to be using a caravan for because you're going for really long journeys, we're talking a day or two or more of driving around at 3,000 RPM. One, not particularly healthy for the engine. Two, doesn't become very fuel economical and whatnot. But yeah, you are right. It is a bit of a problem to have a centralized exhaust because people sometimes like the option to be able to do that. So I kind of agree. Rear reminds me of a Volkswagen Brasilia, if you say so. I know nothing about that. I pulled a caravan with my Citroen VS with 34... Yeah, I know it's possible, but it's not the sort of thing that you would normally do. Thing is that's... what? Welcome, DK Gaming. Oh, you're talking about your car. Okay, then. 10 mile an hour at most? What? Anyway. I see this car pulling a caravan. If you say so. I mean, it is possible. As I said, what I'm saying is the sort of people that can afford a caravan are generally not the sort of people that will be buying city cars. Though nowadays it's a little bit different. I've already said hello to you, Tasek. You don't need to say it over and over again. Have you seen that video of a mobility schooler pulling a boat? Oh dear. Your phone is dying? Alright, that dude, Darren. Catch you later. Let's have a look at the interior of said car now. And... very monochromatic. Let's have a look at the material on the seats. Ooh. This is a 70 sort of 80 time period. There would have been lots of velour. Or just a normal sort of cloth material. Leather, not very popular in this time period. Rear engine, rear wheel drive. Oh dear. Rear engine towing a caravan? That just sounds like you're asking for issues. I'm sorry. What? I made a race peel? Okay, then. Let's have a bit more of a look around. Very chunky sort of center console. That probably would have joined up to the middle hump sort of area. I like the fact that you've got like a bolted down sort of thing, which seems sort of right, except it probably would have been black or plasticky sort of thing. Got all of the pedals you need. It is an Econo manual box. Very European or Asia. You know what? Very anywhere except America. So pretty good around here. They haven't done any of the interior lining, but sure, why not? Is that meant to be an aerial? Yeah, that's an aerial. Alright. No windshield wipers as well. They do at least have side indicators, so that works. They do have a fuel cap. I don't know if that really fits the time period, but okay. Sure. Yeah. Possible. But the design is lacking detail in general. If you want to have a look at like massive detail, we will be getting over to this one very soon. Yeah, it has, I should say very soon. I'm very slow at this point. But yeah. ID had been hacked. It's not me saying. Okay. I saw a weirder thing than a small hatchback pulling a trailer like a homemade old motorbike and wooden hay bale trailer hybrid that pulled 4 or more motorbikes on the top of a trailer. Weird. That is weird. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens in India as well. Very strange things. I'm not saying that you're from India. What I'm saying is, like, I have seen some weird things happen there, like motorbikes carrying lots of stuff on the back and stuff like that. Welcome, Ryuko. How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. We got a cool little bit of a wraparound of the bumpers. Seems that they could have also learned from that other trick I told the other person, where you 3D it, bring it out, rotate it, and then put it back to 2D. That would have done a much better job. I think they've got like 50 bazillion bumpers. Yeah. Look at the amount of like bumper fixtures they've got here. There's a lot of bumper fixtures here. Looks like they did that a little bit and they just maybe didn't give them the design they wanted. I don't know. But at least they've got like the writing on the side. I know that they were talking about like, oh, I'm just going to skip that part. And we were like, nah, bro, you have to do that. So this is the Sabre Turbo from Grand Theft Auto. I'm trying to remember how many Grand Theft Autos it came from. Or was it just the latest one? I don't really remember. But it is pretty cool in this format. This car dropped my FPS from 50 down to 20 upon spawning. I'm getting about 23 FPS right now. Is there a car behind it? No, there is not. So this one is doing worse than the other car. I didn't know that the car also had these wires going around it, but I'm guessing that's also individual parts, or did they modify a 3D model? No, they modified a 3D model to get that. Nicely done. So there has been extra work done to this car. It was in a few... Okay, fair enough. Even Grand Theft Auto Vice City? Okay. The first Sabre Turbo comes in GTA San Andreas. Okay, cool. There's a car behind it, Philip, just very small. Oh, there is! Oh my god. Oh dear. Alright, how do I don't think there's a way just to get this car in frame. Alright. I completely missed that. Well spotted. Oh dear. It's in all 3D GTA games. Oh, so it's even in Grand Theft Auto 3. Okay. The motorbike hybrid was... Okay, cool. That is a modified variant for my own liking. Okay, cool. I was about to say, I didn't know that they had that. Also, I didn't know that it had those sorts of vents up there. But it is looking very, very cool. Let's see what we've got in here. I'm hoping drum brakes all round. No, it looks like we have disc brakes. Sure. Those disc brakes are very big in that wheel. They fill out so much space. Dumb Phil? What? Why me do be dumb? Bit harsh. Welcome GP8. How's it going? When I first saw this one, I thought Doc has just imported the car model G. That would have been cool. F1 car playing hide and seek with Phil. A little bit. Let's go and have a look what we got. That looks to be just solid, so not vented. Good, so fairly cheap. And 2 piston on double wishbone. Fairly standard so far. The engine is ginormous. It's also overhead valve, overhead cam, which I disagree with. Now, GTA may say that it has that, but I disagree. I doubt that this would have come with that. Hello, Pippa. How you doing? You wanted attention, did you? Do you want to go out? Is that what it is? Or you just want attention? Sometimes she just wants attention. How you doing? Nah, looks like you just want attention, don't you? That's fine. You can have attention. A little bit of attention? All right. She's a very affectionate dog. Oh, no! You can't jump up here, Pippa. No, no. You can't fit up here. Anyway, she tried to jump up on my lap and, like, there's the table, so she, like, whacked her head. I think she does this so then, like, we'll pick her up and it's just not going to happen. Also says the Ocelot F620 has a straight 4. Sounds like a V12. There's a lot of inaccuracies, like independent rear suspension on vehicles. I very much disagree. Doggo moment? GTA has questionable design choices. Yeah, it's almost as if they don't entirely know cars 100%, which is fine. They don't need to. Or they're just going for, like, the simplest, easy sort of stuff. It also has a turbo in GT. It actually has a turbo? Weird. This car is by Doomplay's I just assisted. Okay, fair enough. The fish is jumping? What the fuck are you talking about? So this is actually meant to have a turbo in GTA, is it? That is weird. What the heck? There's a single exhaust on this side. And a double exhaust on this side? Oh, no, no. I was just inside the starter motor at that time, so it looked like... Anyway, got short cast exhaust, which seems quite normal. Then on top, we have dual 4-barrel carburetors. Oh, goodness gracious. This thing probably has a behemoth amount of torque. Let's hope that this has more torque than power, though, because that is very important. And let's hope that this thing will top out at about 200 kilometers an hour, approximately, with the massive amount of drag this body has. Rockstar logic? Yeah, Rockstar logic. Isn't it called the Sabre Turbo? I just assumed it was just called the Sabre Turbo, but not actually a turbocharged engine. I just thought it was like a marketing sort of ploy that they were going with. 550 Ci V8? Yeah. So putting a turbo on this thing just always seemed superfluous, and it just never seemed like the sort of car that came with it. I'm pretty sure I had one in GTA for a while as well. Anyway, there's no front drive, good, so it's not all-wheel drive. We have lots of shit back here. Leaf spring suspension on the back, I love it, and I think that is meant to be a drum brake. Yes, very good, sir. Well done. Back end, oh, looking very, very fitting. Lots of Z fighting as well, which is just a problem with the way in which we have to make automation cars. That's unfortunate. Those are drums? Yeah, yeah. I don't know about the Sabre Turbo's rear wing. Actually, let's have a look, because I just want to compare it to an Australian car. Sabre Turbo. Rear wing. Can we get like a good picture of the rear wing? Oh, that's the Sabre GT. Okay. Oh, it's 2 words. So here, very shitty pictures. Why can we not get a good picture of this? What is happening? One good picture, please, of the rear wing. Anyway, I just want to compare that to an actual car from this sort of time period. So let's go the Ford XC rear wing. Is that the right? No, not the XC. Yeah. What's that, an XB? XA? Oh, yeah, here we go. All right. This is actually how the wings ran in the day. They were actually in line with the bodywork. They weren't actually tilted down at all for most cars. This one has been modified. But yeah, that's just kind of what I wanted to get at. Here we go. Here's another picture of it. The tilted back wing. I don't understand. Why did they do that? And this was actually fairly common. Welcome, Flip Metlin. How's it going? So, it having a wing that is horizontal or actually angled the normal way is unlikely. Let's get rid of the GT because it's clearly not working for search. Saber Turbo. Give me a good picture, please. Just 3 pictures. Yeah, I can't really tell. That one just looks flat. Wings were also fairly superfluous back in this day as well. This would not have added really any downforce on the rear at all. It might have reduced a little bit of left. At most. The Sabre was intended to be an Oldsmobile Classic 442. Okay. I don't know anything about it though. Reverse downforce was the play. It seems like it. They looked at their cars and asked, need a lift? Haha, love it. Downloading the Minecraft migration now? I don't know what that means. Wouldn't a wing placed like that make the car worse? Seemingly. Phil, go to the GTA wiki, man. It's too much effort. It's a spoiler to aid the air to flow in the low pressure area with less drag. I'm guessing so. But like, it becomes so inefficient at that point. I suppose it's not really creating much drag, so that's really helpful, but like, it just seems like such a waste. Like, if you really want to have a good wing, what you gotta do is the, what is it? The Chrysler Daytona? No, Superbird. Or is it the Roadrunner? Yeah, there we go. This is the sort of wing you should have, right? If you don't have this, then your car ain't fast. Anyway. Cool. Let's move on. Seems that we have... Are those working mirrors? Maybe I've got the graphics turned down too low, because that doesn't actually look like it's got working mirrors. What the hell is that? Is that actually... That's intended. Okay. Your front seats seem way too far back. For my opinion, like... You're going to struggle to reach those pedals. And then the rear seats don't have the room. And getting into the back is also going to be problematic. I feel that your front seats probably should have been a little bit further forwards. And... Whoa, okay, thanks BeamNG. Stupid camera controls. I feel your seats are a little bit high. I also noticed that you've like cut out the body line and you've put in your own window and body line and you've done all of this work around here. Mwah, well done. Automation doesn't do it for you. You gotta do it yourself. Good work. Big wing? Yeah. Yeah, the era of the 60s were pretty whack. Yeah, they weren't great. Same inside as every GTA car, really? Just to not question 70s aerodynamics. Sure. I mean, I was talking about 70s aerodynamics. Ferrari rear seats? Sure, okay. Hello, little bit. Welcome, sneaky Mr. Wiggles. Yeah, some questionable choices have been made here. A gated shifter. Now, I know that Grand Theft Auto, for some reason, puts lots of gated shifters around. But no. Nah. I doubt that this would come with a gated shifter. There is too much of an issue there. So the problem with gated shifters, as I've always said, is that they generally have to be bolted to the bodywork. But that is going to create a lot of vibration going through the car, which is not something that American car manufacturers were about because that reduces your comfort, which is why they always had the sock over it. And I don't get why Grand Theft Auto puts so many gated shifters in goddamn everything. This car was from the 70s, thought so. It does come with gated shifter in GTA. Yeah, I know. Rockstar logic. I don't get it. It's very much replicated GTA. I appreciate that you've done that. Also, is that steering wheel meant to be so horizontal? I feel that that's not how that would be in real life either. If it's meant to be like that in GTA, sure, okay. But my god, everything here is just a little bit off. In my personal opinion, that is. I don't know why this is red, but okay. Sure. A choice. Why is this here? Why is... What? There's red in here, but I'm not sure why. Is that how the engine bay looks? It's so hard to see inside of here. But if you say that's how it looks, then I suppose I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But it improves your shift time. Sure. Welcome, Joe Billy Bob, to the stream. It does come with a gated shifter in GTA, yeah. Rockstar put either in... Wait, put... yeah. In the inside? Sure. Everything about this car is Rockstar logic. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't go independent rear suspension, because I believe they make every car independent rear suspension, right? I doubt that the 60s, 70s muscle cars ever came with a 5-speed manual. I could be wrong. I don't know. Probably a 4-speed, though you are probably right. Or probably a 3-speed automatic, being an American muscle car. You can figure out the material in Blender and change its appearance, no problem. I don't know, man. I don't know what actually the thing is meant to be. I really hope this has the GTA sounds. I suppose that is possible to do. Anyway, why is this one rolling backwards? What's happening? Why is my... Oh, there we go. Now my camera's moving a little bit faster. Yeah, now we've got this F1 car. I get the feeling that is an early 2010s F1 car. Let's just go 2021 F1 cars. I don't know when the ridge on the nose happened, like that sort of thing. But what is the wheelbase? I feel that the wheelbases of these cars was actually quite long. Nope, that's the wrong way. Wheelbase, all. F1 car tech analysis. Also, the longer wheelbase helps. A long wheelbase. Great for actually telling me what the wheelbase is. Doesn't increase wheelbase. Shorter wheelbase. Come on, bro. Just tell me what the wheelbases are. Packed wheelbase. Oh, God. All right. Can we have 2021 Ferrari F1 wheelbase? Wheelbase. What are these? Okay. 2.6 meters long. That's what I was kind of getting at. I feel that this is much shorter than 2.6 meters. Also, what the hell is happening here? Is this thing crashing in on itself? What the hell? F1 cars are massive nowadays? Yes, they are. Let's... Which car are we on? Now we're on this one. Let's reset. And no, it's crumpled by default. Let's go J. Hit home. Oh no! No, it is meant to be flatter. I thought so. I've got the game paused right now. But I unpause and boop! I don't know what wheelbase this vehicle is meant to have. Yeah, I just felt that that was not accurate. I didn't know until you sent the original to me. What? About 3 meters and something, just guesstimating? Yeah. I feel that this is way too short. Botched collision mesh, I think? Yeah. Obviously. It's always automations struggle with open wheelers. They don't do a great job, which is fair. It's not what they're meant to do. I wish they did, but they don't. I'd love to be able to, like, have maybe a bit of a checkbox. Since they got a few checkboxes now already. Just a checkbox that says, like, F1... sorry, not F1. Open wheeler. And then it would wrap maybe a little bit more... Something that would work for open wheelers instead. Cargo snapped a little bit. The car comes pre-crashed to save you the grief. I suppose if it is a Ferrari and we are going to Monaco, that makes sense. It's crinkling as snow, probably because it's smelling the exhaust gases from the Sabre. Sounds about right. It smells that lead. Oh dear. Actually, if this is mid-70s, it would probably be running unleaded at this point, I believe? Not entirely sure. Anyway, going in here, we have push rod suspension, though this probably would have had torsion beam, but can't really do that. 6-piston vented brakes on the front. Hopefully they're balanced. Coming down to the rear, we have a big engine in here that is really hard to see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have a V10 era engine. Okay. How many valves per cylinder? We have only 4. Okay, not 5 valves per cylinder. Maybe they wanted that variable valve left. Individual throttle body, multi-point injection. I don't know if this would have had direct injection at this point. I don't know. Going to Monaco, does it have a monocoque chassis? I don't know, bro. It's B-lettered astray. What? A B-lettered? Okay. Lots of puns. You can't get what? In F1 open lobby multiplayer if the car is already pre-crashed. What? Oh, you can't get torpedoed. I am so bad at reading. Dear God. Alright. The car's sucking in its gut. Yeah, I like that one. Welcome back, Cheeky. I am back and I have sent the 1971 on your Discord. Sure, that's not going to help me. V10 F1 cars were direct injection. I thought so. Yeah. Anyway, I'm assuming that probably gave them too much power and the vehicles became uncontrollable. In the rear... Oh, there we go. We have... 6-piston, vented disc brakes as well. Okay. And lots of aero on the rear compared to the front. I don't know if they're using the wing trick or not, but we shall see. Phil, you should play Roblox. I really shouldn't. Moving to the... Yeah, alright. They don't quite have the... Oh, no. Just from back here, it looks like there's actually no cockpit here. I didn't realize when you get closer, there is actually a cockpit here. Do we have pedals in there? No, we don't. Fair enough. That's fine. I probably wouldn't have done that either. Headrest, yeah, sure. And this is meant to be a proper working steering wheel gauge cluster setup as well. All right. It probably would have been better if you had fixed the nodes as well, because this is going to probably jiggle way too much and have way too much body flex. Even if you did put in a rigider fix. Yeah, I don't see that you put in rigider fix, so it's probably going to be problematic. And it's also 800 kilos. I feel that F1 was probably lighter than that, right? Let's have a quick look. kgs. No, what? Oh, that's not an F1 car. Were we looking at the wrong stats? F10. Do we have a wheelbase in here? No. Alright, do we have kg? 620 kilos. Okay. Let's go back here and see if we can find from the F10 car, not some F1 California weird thing. Database. Database. Long wheelbase. Longer wheelbase. Thanks. Yeah, that is super helpful. And then database. Great, thanks. Engine specifications. What a useless website. There is nothing else here. Great, thanks. F1 fandom. F10, F1. Let's hope this has some information in here. Oh. Damn it. Where is that? Oh, here we go. No, okay. Oh my god. What the... Does nobody know the wheelbase of this car? The California? Yeah, I love that. Oh my god. It seems that it is entirely impossible to ever, in the existence of humanity, know the wheelbase of the fucking F1 car from this time period. Alright, let's go. Mercedes F1 wheelbase. AMG F1. Oh, don't. Good. Okay. A wheelbase of 3.7 meters long. Oh, this is in 2018. Oh my god. Show me 2010. Predecessor. The 08. This is 2017. Let's keep going back in the predecessors until we hit that sort of time period. Yeah, let's go here. Base. God damn it. No. God damn it. It's 2.14 meters? Okay, if you say so, I give up. What a goddamn nightmare. 2.14 meters, though, is very short. That almost doesn't seem right. Because cars have gotten really long due to regulations. FIA website? Oh god, I don't want to look up regulations. They become so annoying, and there's like 15 different versions of it, and only one of them will have the right information if it has it at all. (2013) Red Bull ran a 3.1 meter long wheelbase. That sounds about right. 2012 cars are like 5 meters long in total. I don't know, bro. It sounds excessive, but it's all, I also wouldn't put it past them. Anywho, now we've got this car. Really, really detailed. Lots of small detail without making it look unrealistically over-detailed. I really do appreciate this. This car snorted 2 lines of crack at its nose is stinging now? Okay. The FIA site was a good idea, just an idea. Oh, sorry. The F1 site was a good... What? What is happening in chat right now? You gotta go now, enjoy... Okay, see you later, fried Gatorade. I timed this perfectly, was interested in this one. Alright. Oh dear. So, you may not realize how much detail is in here. The first thing that gives it away is this telltale line here. I know this body line from somewhere. I just can't remember where. Hold on. It's not a BeamNG car, is it? No, it's not. Okay. Can anybody tell me what this body line is? Is it a Hyundai i30 body line? i30. No. What is this body? I know this body line from somewhere. Peugeot 308? Probably not. .308? Oh, no, didn't mean to go GTI. Nope, not even close. The body line reminds me of a Mazda for some reason. Maybe a Mazda. No. Nah. No. The best also details are ones that made you didn't notice. Yeah, but also ones that do add still to the design. Now, can't put my finger on it though. Yeah, there is something, and I know it. Opel? I don't think so. Stop saying Peugeot. I will ban you. Stop saying French cars. Nissan Leaf? Let's have a look. I hate French cars. No. What is wrong with you people? Oh my god. No, there is actually a body line that looks very much like that. We'll give up on that now because you guys are just trolling the fucking shit out of me. The next thing that gives it away is there's this body line here, which works so close to being really good. Like at a distance, at the 5 meter roll, looks really good. Opel Corsa Astra 2022. No! Corolla hatch? I don't think so. No. No! How do you guys not get it? This swooping up line in this exact position. Oh my god! Dacia, I will slap the shit out of you. The France will not abide by your displeasure with their cars. No, the France will be like, we don't care about cars either. Like, that's the whole thing, isn't it? No, I meant it's really Peugeot I own one. I've already looked at a Peugeot. It gave you the motivational quotes, girls are designed to create flesh. What? Ford Fiesta. Oh, actually. No. God damn it! The Corsa has a long on. Bugatti EB110. Perfect. Yep, that's what it is. Okay. Tonight on chat trying to name every single hatchback in existence. Thank you, Crownless. Very much so. Anyway, yeah, there's lots of cool detailed lines around here, and they weren't happy with regular sort of headlights design, so they made their own headlights. Lots of cool details in around here. It looks a little bit sloppy when you get closer to it, but that is entirely Automation's fault with its being dated in its design. Obviously the P45, oh yeah, the P45D, totally. Anyway, let's go in and see what we got here for brakes and move on from this and hope that you people stop trolling me. We have 3 piston vented disc brakes. This has to be a sports model. There is no other reason why this would have so many pistons. Even still, it probably wouldn't have so many pistons. Anyway, we have big fierce and strut suspension. We have front drive. We have a turbo 4-cylinder engine on 4 valves per cylinder. Decent. Very, very usable. A low power band intake manifold to get that turbo spooled nice and early. Welcome, Pro Gamer, to the stream. My god. No, it's a Heisler. Isn't this a Nissan of some sort? Oh god. Bro, that's a Corolla. Just look at the C-pillar. That's not what I'm talking about. I meant the body line. From the toilet bowl? Sure, okay. BMW hatchback? Forgot the name? Maybe. I mean, they don't really do a hatchback properly. They do like... Yeah, a little bit, but I still don't think that's the body line I'm talking about. Also, I would... Like, I'm not a big BMW fan, but I would love to have this car in the 2-door form. I just like it. The shooting brake sort of thing, I just like it. Maybe not that one. That one looks weird. This one, though. I know it's not a very popular design, but what the hell? This. I just like that look. To me, I just like that. It's a cool-looking car. And I would take it and I would track it. Yeah, rear-wheel drive, yeah. Which is why I don't really call it like a real hatchback. Anyway, moving back to the rear, we don't have rear drive, so this is just front-wheel drive. Interesting. We have single piston, solid disc brakes on double wishbone. Once again, I don't know if this would have double wishbone. It would probably have something a little bit more compact, since it doesn't need double wishbone. On the rear, the taillights, they're questionable. I'm not a big fan, but then again, I am not a fan of most modern-day car rear taillights, so I don't mind it. Evolved clown shoe? Sure. I mean, I like the clown shoe. Hey Phil, it's and thunder for me right now. Okay. Have some kind of door-conforming body line on the door on the upcoming modern Wildcat. which I gave a sneak peek. What are you talking about? Anyway, lots of effort was put in here. Not like over detailed as well. Things are working around here. I see that they've also tried to cover up the seam line of the fixtures. Fair enough. And I like this. I only just saw this. Now, this is actually a thing that a lot of these sort of cars are doing now, where it looks like it's meant to be a vent, but they're actually using it to house the rear reflectors, which are required on cars, and to be lower than what they normally want for headlights. Nice design work on this, yeah. They've also done a very good job of, like, making this actually work here. Is that a... Yep, they've got a fixture over top, which just adds to the shape of it. That is really, really good. They've done a lot of really high effort work here. If in the future, this person wants to do this sort of stuff, but at a higher level again, what you can do is cut out a little bit more than what you need, then use the default fixture now that was previously patchwork, which is inset conforming, no cutout. And then use that to give a better defined line. That is just a little thing that you could do, a little bit of a tip. I really like how this looks. Yeah, a lot of detail here. Look at that logo. To go? If you do say so. Anyway, cool details on here. Not a fan of the exhaust, but it works. Also, like the not real diffuser sort of thing. I like that sort of design. Nicely done. Yeah, a lot to appreciate here. The also inline sort of rear spoiler that splits the air, so then the air doesn't wrap over the rear, which creates drag a little bit. This also creates drag, but less drag by creating lift on the rear. Very nice little attention to detail there. And the separate colored roof. Now, they apparently weren't able to get a separate colored roof, so they've just used a lot of patchwork on the pillars to make that how they wanted to have that work. I don't know about the pillars ending there. They probably would have made it come down to this body line. That's maybe just my personal opinion on that. DGO short for doggo? Wouldn't that be Diogeo? I don't know. The logo has a dragon in it. Yeah, that's also another thing. Welcome. Hi, Simon. How's it going? Okay, now I actually am heading off. No, just leave my voice on in the background to help you sleep over time, Ed. It's fine. Background noise to sleep. Look at Ann Cessna 172 car. I know that car. I'm pretty sure that's a three-wheeler, right? I thought it looked cool. The sideline is a modern Yaris. I don't think it was. No. Not even close. Anyway, moving to here. Oh, wait, hold on. That was another thing I was going to say about this Sabre Turbo that I forgot to say. You've put the windshield wiper on the windshield. There are ways to bring this to actually have it down here and be like a semi-correct sort of angle by like 2D placing it, angling it. Looks a little bit weird, but I don't like it when things go through the window. Corsa E, I don't know what that even is. Anyway, moving to the interior. It's fairly basic in here. Monochromatic. Okay. Sure, I see what they've tried to go for here. I suppose it works. I doubt this works, but it's still cool. I like that you've done it. A special sort of like automatic sort of shifter thing. I like it. Legroom. Very, very cramped looking. Yeah, this could have gone much further. I suppose only a little bit further forward because you are hitting the wheel well. Fair enough. The rear legroom. Decent. Usable. It is a 4-door though, so that's acceptable. Phil, I'm playing Minecraft and watching your stream at the same time. Good for you, I suppose? I did not realize that, Lamau. What? French car is like it's... You hates it. I don't hate French cars. I think they're ugly. Most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. And when it's not all of the time, it's generally from certain angles they don't look ugly, but as a general, they don't look great. It's only sometimes have they made cars that don't look ugly all around. But also, I see them as like underpowered and underwhelming. And by what I have seen personally, and Top Gear, they have a thing against the French, but still, they at least have given me a large impression as well on top of my personal experiences, that their reliability is not great, especially here in Australia, they're not great. They don't last very long. Their parts just tend to break a lot. They like not usually big expensive things, but just lots of little things just break a lot. Like interior bits, exterior bits, lights don't tend to last on their like early 2000s sorts of cars. And they are not cheap here in Australia. European cars, very expensive here compared to what they should be. Stream doesn't activate. Weird. French car I like is okay. No legroom, it's quite accurate for city hatchbacks. I don't know about that. This is a little bit small. Do you think old Citroens are ugly? Yeah. I've yet to see a French car, apart from the old 205 GTI, I believe it was, like the original one, or GT, whatever, I don't know. That one I didn't mind. Pretty much everything else, I don't think I've ever seen a French car that I've wholeheartedly liked. Don't worry, they're also breakdown in France. Okay, then. What are you even talking about? It was confusing. I remember once my uncle wants to change the battery in his Peugeot and needed to take out the whole engine for it. What? That is excessive. All right, programmer. Look at the Cessna. I already talked about it. Anyway. Yeah, I admit my Peugeot 208 has 4 cylinders, but sometimes it runs on 3. Oh dear. That's not usually what I experience. Usually just lots of little things. Sometimes the transmission will go. By my experience. See the latest Peugeot 508? No. Then you haven't seen the glorious Alpine GTA. I don't like Alpine. Wait, am I thinking of the right cars? The one that James May likes. I don't like it. Older Citroen CX, DS, and the likes are cool. Also huge rest. I mean, I think that they're actually very ugly cars. I think they're interesting, but ugly. French cars only working in France? Sure. The Lincoln CO2 is the closest I could... To what? Welcome, Fubar Motor Coach. Wow, Fubar is not a word you hear very much anymore. That was very much an 80s sort of thing. Now, this one is also very basic like this car, but at least has some more unique sort of features and is more fitting of the era. As you can see, this is all monochromatic on the bumper here. There is no extra color accents. That was fairly common. If there were color accents on bumpers, it was usually a sticker. And it would be, most of the time in this sort of time period, just a little bit of red, for the most part. Very rarely was it anything else. Maybe a pinstripe down the side as well. Very 80s sort of design, but we don't have that. We just have a regular sort of body molding along the edge there. Might have been a little bit of chrome there, depending on how luxurious the car is. This is a small little hatchback. I doubt it would have had chrome on it. They doesn't work, okay. No matter where you are, they can even sometimes melt if you leave them under the sun. Australia is very bad with its sun, especially South Australia. Your paint struggles here. Trying to emulate what? Oh, ice cream. Okay, yeah, the cars. Early 2000s plastics, black bumpers. What? No, this is 80s. What are you talking about? Non-uniform colors on cars went away in the 90s for the most part. It started in the 80s, and in the 90s, I'm pretty sure there were no longer... I mean, for the most... occasionally. Bumpers were all just the same color as the body. Anyway, let's go in and have a little bit of a closer look. I like the little bit of a grille there. And then the extra ventilation down low. Pretty cool. Very sort of time accurate. Interesting headlights. Not square, which is unusual. In the 80s, they did like square headlights. Like, even if the headlight itself is a little bit squarish, the light itself in there is not square, which is... I'm having a little bit of an issue with. The car looked very early 90s, kind of like the first gen Clio. Okay. You should go to the Middle East. What? I think you're underestimating Australia, bro. Like, the Middle East can be hot, yes, but Australia can be pretty unforgiving in its weather. What are we, like, the driest continent in the world as well? And out of the driest continent in the world, I'm from South Australia, which is the driest state in Australia. So we are basically the driest place in the world, for the most part. It rains a lot around Adelaide around this time of year, but not huge amounts. Flooding is incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. I think in my lifetime, there's been flooding like 3 times, ever. And they were usually not that bad. Like, they weren't great. But houses weren't washed away or anything. Like, ankle deep is the normal sort of height. So hot I'm sweating in the room with the fan running max speed and the window open. Depends what sort of heat you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a dry heat, a fan is not going to help you. Dealing with humid heat, I mean, it can help, but you're still going to sweat. Isn't Antarctica the... I suppose... Actually, you know what? I'm not sure about that. You might actually be right. Yeah, I think Antarctica is the driest. I think it's the driest inhabited. Like, properly inhabited thing then. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the driest country? Not sure. 50 degrees, I mean, it does reach that, but it is rare. I mean, the highest I've ever been was 60. But that was aided by a track. Speak German, Phil? 9. Okay, we've expended all of the German I know. XR3 vibes? I mean, doesn't it have to have, like, the color goes all the way around and then just the headlight cutouts? Humid heat and a fan, death to your joints. If you say so, I don't know what you mean by that, though. You're exchanging momentary pain to a lot more constant pain later on. If you say so, I've never heard of that being an issue. Welcome, Mr. Very Smart, to the stream, by the way. I don't think I said that. Yeah, Australia is the driest inhabited one. Okay, then. The country looks like those generic NPC cars from open world games. A little bit, but I think that's a testament to how good of a job they've done. It actually looks like a real sort of vehicle. Also, welcome, Octane. You're panicking? Thunder really doesn't like windows? I love thunder, and especially when it shakes windows. I just love the power of nature in that regard. I find it cool whenever there's like massive thunder. I think it's cool. We're back in the middle of it, boys. Okay, then. And the energy almost went out once. That's annoying. Ah, look at that. We do have 4-spoke. We're also on alloy wheels for a small budget-esque hatchback. I don't know. This is not the right sort of song. That'll do. Okay. It's pretty much 30s with mostly above 80% humidity here all year long, so don't complain about hot and humid. Yeah, if you're in the northern parts of Australia, especially on the eastern coast, that is the very common sort of temperature. And here in South Australia, it is either under 10 degrees for winter, very short, very small periods of like good weather in the middle of like the transition sort of temperatures, and then it's generally always above 30, and it's not uncommon to be above 40. But when it gets cold, it's humid, and when it gets hot, it's dry. So that's how we deal. That's how we have our weather. We're going to Bulgaria, I think, next month. So it's pretty good. All right, if you say so. I don't know much about it. Let's go in and see what we've got. We have hard long life tires. They seem a little wide. Wait, no, they're not hard long life. They're all-terrains. But yeah, they seem a little bit wide for this sort of price range. Once again, that could just be the automation thing. 4 studs. Good. Very small brakes. And then 2 piston. That seems like an odd choice. Anyway, double wishbone. Nice, cheap sort of suspension. Short cast push rod. Interesting. Is that single point injection? Yes, that is single point injection. So this would have been like mid-80s sort of time period car. All right. 30C is nothing even for the top of North America, if you say so. But like, What I'm saying is it generally doesn't go below 30 degrees during summer here. Like 30 degrees is a cold day. Well, not a cold day, but like, you know what I mean. Like it's the coldest the days get for the most part. Sometimes you'll have a nice like 27, but that's rare. Interesting engine. So we have a push rod making it into the era of injection and not using a log exhaust manifold. Very, very interesting. I would have expected it to be a little bit more contiguous in its like timeline, but this also does make a lot of sense. But I'm also now going to say that with that sort of cruddy engine, that the wheels are even more not correct for its time period. I'm going to even poo-poo on those wheels, that wheel choice, even more. The banging has stopped. It has seen everything it's going to leave now. Okay. So this is 3-piston brakes and 2-piston rear. No, it's 2-piston front brakes. I feel that this one probably would have had single pistons on the front and just a regular disc brake. Probably not a drum. No rear drive, but we have... Hey, there we go. Semi-trailing arm suspension, acceptable enough. And... drum brakes. Okay, sure. Not a sports car. Fair enough. Oh, we do have a little bit of a lip up here. I feel that there would have been maybe a little bit more of a defining edge down here as well, or instead. In fact, let's go have a look at like a Peugeot 205. I suck at spelling. I was looking at that going, that doesn't look right. Is that saying Pidgeotto? No, that one is higher. Okay, I understand that. But there is not a hard defining line, but there is a defining body design change. So that's the sort of thing that you would see from this sort of time period. You do have a little bit of that, but I feel as if this probably would have been wanting to be a little bit higher. Just a little bit, to like give a real change between the two. Hey Phil, read this in your language. What? Justus my W Pikenedge Bursey I Swait C Swayze. Okay. Yeah, I hope that gave you what you wanted. Peugeot? What? The headlights remind me of the Holden Vectra, but more stretched. Yeah, I can kind of see that a little bit. Welcome, TJW. It looks like a Yugo. It does actually look a little bit like a Yugo, but the Yugo never came with a sports model. So let's have a look at the I think mostly the Yugo is the color that you imagined. This one does have a defining body line though, very sharp. Also, this is 70, so it's a little bit different. There's not really an 80s version of it. That looks cool. That I would love to own. Is this actually a thing, or is this like a concept that they made? Because my god, that looks really cool, and I want that car. Even if it's really shit, I know that they're meant to be really bad cars, but that I want. Thank you, Google Translate, if you say so. We are in a beautiful storm, and the world is shining, okay? You'd love to have a sports car? Yeah, cool. What an odd car. I think this looks fantastic. Anyway, it's not like the worst thing that you didn't do a defining line there, but I felt in the 80s it would have had it. Also, the bumper is a little bit long. Like, you see that this is very three-dimensional, but still ends up very high. Yours feels very low. Let's go back to the 205. Yeah, you see that this is not a very long, tall rear bumper. This looks very tall and also very flat. You'll notice that a lot of bumpers, a lot of the times, but not all of the times, stick out a lot more than yours. Though I am looking at one that is very tucked in and very tight. So, you can listen to me or not. I suppose it's up to you. Let's swap the Yugo Cabrio. Read this, Phil? Oh my god, nah, can't do that. Those aren't English letters. They're not, romance-based. It looks like a tiny 05 Mustang. Sure, a little bit. Hey, Phil, do you know Polish? I know that some of my family is, historically from Poland. We had some generals in armies, back in the 1700s or something like that. So they would have been, like, in part of the royal thing. I'm not sure if it's actually called generals back then, but it was something like that. I can't remember. We had knights on both sides. 2J, swap the Yugo? Oh dear. It'd have to be a rear-wheel drive, by the way. Front-wheel drive, that would suck. Phil, by any chance, can I ask you to give my car an interior cam? No, I've already gone over that. Look up my video on the complexities of making an F1 car. That one will give you all you need to know. And working gauges, there's one for that one, which is like making steering wheels. I have lots of tutorials, look them up. My brother is British because he was born there, but when I was born, they came to Poland. Okay. Anyway, let's have a look at the interior here. Seats seem to be maybe a smidgen too high, but I suppose that's acceptable. Seats look very weird, but okay. Interior seems pretty good. Is that meant to be an ashtray? If so, mwah, well done. A weird bar that is going to reduce your comfort for the passenger seat. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of weird things that companies have done over the years, so not going to question that one too much. Steering wheel looks fine. Everything looks good there. Hajek, if you say so. Rear seats look okay. A little bit tight and whatnot. You got the oh my god handles, all of that, all of the interior. God damn it, beamng, please be better with your camera. God damn it, it's been years. Let's have a look. Oh my god. To get the interior lighting that they wanted, they've used a lot of fixtures. Almost seems like an inefficient amount of fixtures, but okay. Yeah, alright. That exhaust does not go back far enough. So, I believe what the wording generally is in most cases is the exhaust has to exit rearwards of the passenger compartment. So the hatchback in this would be a part of the passenger compartment. Is that... Yeah, so the body compartment will probably end about here, which means that this is ending too far forward. Also, your exhaust tip is way bigger than the exhaust pipe. What you could have done is had it further down and further back. Maybe have a little bit of a cutout there. Who knows? Up to you. Vital ensure broken kneecaps in a crash. Yeah, pretty much. That sounds right. Crownless. It might have been like Post Fiat Munich What? What are you talking about? Also, welcome Locomotives. Welcome EU Creamy YouTube. Odd. The square headrests. I mean, they existed in this sort of time period. I'm not gonna poo-poo that at all. They've done so much, but they missed the seatbelts. Ooh, tisk tisk. I need to take a drink of water. What I will say, however, about the headrest, though, is they don't match the body, the seat design. So there's a bit of a contradiction in design. Well, I think the bar is a rail for ashtray. Yeah, but it doesn't need to go all the way across the passenger compartment. Lukamukas is talking about the Polish Fiat 126, also known as the small. What's that got to do with what we're talking about, though? I like those rests on square seats. Yes, I agree. Safety mod? Seems like an unsafety mod. I even think my name is weird, but I CBA to change it. Okay. It's a Chinese ripoff. It doesn't need seatbelts. If you say so. Anyway, moving on to the next car. We have this one. Now, I saw the other two variants, and they looked a little too bland, unfortunately. This one I like the look of, so this is the one I picked, which I had to salvage because they did a weird thing with their mod, which was never going to work, and I don't know why they did it. Also, Phil, can you play Roblox in the future? Probably not. Welcome, Sinlad, back to the stream. Who needs seatbelts anyways? Just tank the crash like a man. Sure. Nisab? I'm trying to think of what it looks like, but I can't really put my finger on it. I'm only going to say one little thing, though. This front lip is completely and utterly wrong. It would have had probably nothing. Or, if you're going like full hardcore, Peugeot Pikes Peak 405, was it? Yeah. If you're going full hardcore, you have not only the big, thick front splitter. This is not a thin splitter. This is actually very thick with the side end plates on it. That's what you would have. Not this piddly little thing. That wouldn't do much for rallying, and it would break off at the earliest possible time. Look, that's the logo. What is with you at looking at logos today? Sure, it's a, what's that, the lambda symbol? Lambda symbol. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not quite, but it's pretty close. Anyway. We're missing a bit of extra detail in here, so most of this is okay. The indicator, or if there's meant to be an indicator, which it probably would be, even if you do have one here, would wrap around the side a little bit. Once again, you can try doing that like a 3D place it, drag it out, rotate it a little bit, and hit 2D again, and it'll wrap around a little bit if that's what you're trying to go for. Down here, you would probably have extra ventilation or an extra light down here. If you're going for rallying, this would probably not be up here. It might be down here. I don't... Maybe it would be up there. But, there would at least be something here. Some sort of extra slat or whatever. Let's actually... This is looking a lot like, Lancia Delta race car. No, that's not... Oh my god! Is that real? That is hideous! Like lots of extra little ventilation down there because these cars are revving really hard, really slow speeds. Not the Lancia Delta. Maybe the S1 rally car. I think that's closer. Yeah, except this one is like really hardcore. And you do have extra vents down here and stuff. Whereas what you've got is just like a small vent there and a big vent there. Clearly, they didn't think that that was going to be enough. Phil, I got a challenge for you. Watch the Sebe video without... fully without stopping it on a stream. I don't know, I like to analyze things. Also, I don't know what the Sebe video is. Looks like a goofy Porsche 911 Dakar thing? No. Nah, I don't think so. Why do you keep saying they're fog lights? I don't know what's not fog. Well, spotlights, sure. We just call them fog lights here in Australia. I don't know why. Ford Sierra! That's what it looks like. Yes! Ford Sierra Cosworth. There we go. That's more what it looks like. Was there a Ford Sierra rally car? There was. Okay. Once again, little extra vents down there. Though very small center one. Probably not a very successful rally car, I don't think. But yeah, you get the idea. Usually, this is not a blank area. And this was also indicative of body kits of the day. Though, this is not a body kit, this is standard on the car. It bulges out around the wheels to do away with the old style mud flap design. Though it did go away and mud flaps did come back. This is the sort of thing they did. And then it kind of like eased back in around there. That was very indicative of this sort of time period. Similar things traveled into the 90s and a little bit into the early 2000s. And this has influenced, at least in part, modern day design as well. Sebe is a YouTuber who does videos a lot. Also, you spell his name as CB. You didn't say his name? Alright, let's have a look at Sebe. Sebe, what sort of, Oh, this is meant to be a cringe thing? Nah, I'm not a Roblox fan. Not my crowd. You'd probably be one of the only people here that is really into Roblox. Maybe a bit more Cosworth? I don't know. Sierra Cosworth was the best runaway car. You mean getaway car, and it did a very good job. No, the Lotus Omega was? What? What's with the people on Roblox today? I think it's just the one person. Anyway, let's have a look at the wheels. Very indicative sort of wheels. The bolt pattern is very small. I feel like that's an automation oversight. Anyway, moving in. Nice sort of accurate wheels. Very high-tech brakes, but okay. 2-piston. Double wishbone. Hopes and dreams is what it runs on. Look at the Lotus Omega. All right, let's have a quick look. That's the one that is basically just whatchamacallit, like the Lotus Carlton or whatever. Yeah, basically the Lotus Carlton or whatever. Yeah, the Lotus Carlton sort of design. Anyway, moving down to the back, I saw a gated shifter. We have, oh, okay. They've got a rear engine car, except they've moved the engine to be mid-engine. Here's the problem. Automation doesn't move the nodes for you, so this thing is still very much a rear engine weighted car. And I'm assuming probably doesn't handle particularly great. If this is meant to be a Group B car, it probably would have been all-wheel drive. Enginant? Yeah. I like the feeling all too well. Bluetooth engine? Oh, never mind. Yeah. I was confused because this is not the body of a mid-engine car. Hey, Phil. Do you play Euro Truck Sim too? I used to. Now I'm more of an American truck kind of person, but I still don't play it that much. Though I did just get Track IR, so I can like play it without having to be in VR. I do think that the game is impossible to play without VR, but we're going to see what Track IR is like and see how that game is. I hate any of the truck sim games without VR. So we'll try this one out. We'll do a stream of it one day. What is the engine size? Yeah, it is a very big engine. That is a big V8. There is a reason why it is very common for rear-engine cars to be flat engines and not big, heavy V engines. And that's to get that center of gravity low, because running a rear-engine car is very problematic and not optimum. So the only way to do it is to run an engine which would be good in a rear engine and any other car as well. Like, if Porsche was just to run a mid-engine, their cars would probably be a whole lot more better sort of cars. But they like the idea of rear engine. Fans like it. It's kind of a cool quirk. It's a design thing that they do. But because of that, there's a reason why they've never really run bigger than a flat 6 in the back of their cars in their rear engine ones. Track IR work in Beam? I don't know. I mean, I can't even change the default audio device in-game, so I doubt that they have much support for anything. Also, their force feedback sucks shit. Also, rumble support for controllers sucks shit. They are so bad at it. Are you going to do GT7 race event, or do you even have a place? I do have a PlayStation 4, but I'm not going to run Gran Turismo 7 because it is so scummy business practice. Sorry, they have really scummy business practices right now, and I am just going to say no to ever playing their games. Lowe's Carlton is good at getaway cars. Yep. How old are they? Okay. All right. Let's have a look at what we have for rear suspension. We have double wishbone, 2-piston vented disc brakes. Okay. A big lumpy V8 turbo. Single turbo from back in the day. Okay. Please don't be 5-valve. Please don't be 5-valve. Please no. Please don't be a 5-valve. God damn it. So this person, I'm guessing, has no idea how to build a car. Also, individual throttle bodies from back in the 80s, or maybe 90s actually, I'm sorry. On a turbo engine like this, very unlikely, even as a rally car. There's a lot here that is just very much not right. It would also be very much a mid-engine, an all-wheel drive car. You need straight 8 and straight 16. Love that old stuff. Straight 8, sure. Straight 16 is so incredibly rare. Only used, the amount of times it was used I can count on one hand. Whereas straight 8s were a lot more common, but not really after the after World War II, which is what they're aiming at. Only a few cars after then had it, and most of them were race cars. Don't worry, it's not an M1213. Is that Noble you're talking about? What happened to the front cover? The front cover? What? The Daewoo has superior engine? If you say. Says no. Sorry, the Daewoo. Not a big fan of the rear end design. The front looks basic, but usable. The rear end... There's a lot to not be happy about here. Just not great design. Let's have a look at the Sarah Cosworth. No, okay, we're not going to come around to that, are we? Oh, no, here we go. Rear end design. Not a good looking rear end, I will admit that, straight off the bat. But here, we have... Wait for it to load in. Body line here. Extra little boot lock sort of thing. I suppose you have something in the way there. Body line here. Extra little detail here. Body detail in here in between the lights, which is very common for the time period and still kind of common. Body line here, trim line, body line a little bit down there, and then a big single exhaust. But not to forget the big F-off rear wing, which is actually more of a spoiler, didn't really help very much. Here, you're kind of lacking a lot of detail and a lot of three-dimensionality, which is a bit disappointing. Also, for the side, this is the one I picked because it had at least something happening on the side here. Other ones that you submitted didn't have much going on, which is disappointing, unfortunately. Opens the FA Group B regs. Let's see how many rules this car breaks. I don't know, bro. Could just be in the top tier. Who knows? I'm pretending the Corvette is a VW Golf rally car, and I am absolutely rocking the rally stages, if you say so. Welcome Border 140 team to the stream. How's it going? Also, I don't know if I said hello to Beambreaker. But yeah, welcome. They probably painted it transparent. What? Anyway. The interior of the car. Seats are probably a little bit too low. They are for rally, that's fine. If you could have had if you had a hung headphones in here, I would have loved it. Like 2 headphones right there would have been fantastic. You don't need to do the cable. That would have been really complicated work, but that would have been great. Gated shifter. No. Oh, the one thing is your transmission is all the way back here. For it to reach all the way down here, it would have to be like a Lamborghini sort of thing. No. Interior, basic, but passable, sure. Alright, let's move on to the next car. You sound like Trevor from GTA 5 when you say, if you say so. I don't know. Do I? Anyway, sure. Let's just agree. Anyway, on to the star of the show. It's come out a little bit blocky. Oh, I think Pippa wants to go out. You want to go out? You want to go out? Yeah. Oh, you didn't want to go out. Okay, you thought I wanted to go out. Okay. Fair enough. Now she's going to jump up. Yep, there she is. Anytime I give her attention, she's like, oh, but I want more of that attention, please. All right, Peppa. Give you a little bit more attention, but then I got to get back to stream. Sorry. Phil chasing his dog moment. Phil is gone. It's a 7-speed manual, Phil. What are we talking about? This car? This is, I believe, meant to be a car from an anime movie? I don't exactly remember. Like, really high detail sort of thing. And it's based on a cross between a Camaro and a Jaguar XJS. Is that white one in the back a Monza? I don't know. I don't know what that car is meant to look like. Redline? Okay then, yeah. Redline is the name of the anime. Cool wheels, bro. Did you make them custom? I hope they work. We have semi-slicks, even though I believe that was an off-road race. Oh, weird. That's over top of... Those are actually functional. Okay, sure. They must have done some some Blender work to make that work. Weirdness is happening right here. We have 6-piston carbon ceramic brakes. Okay, I would have guessed that this thing would have been like super heavy, super really shit at slowing down, but super powerful, personally. Also, I haven't watched it. I've seen clips of it, and I'm like, that's not my sort of thing. I'm not a big fan. Because apparently they're not like very accurate on how cars work. That is really cool looking. Is that overhead cam? That's a dual overhead cam. Interesting. Huh. Wait, is it? No, that is a single overhead cam. I don't think I've seen that valve cover before. And the fact that they've got the valve cover working. Interesting. Anime seems very sick. Yeah, I mean, there's some cool moments, but it doesn't seem like my sort of thing. This car does have about 700 to 1,000 horsepower in the movie film. Cool. One in the back with the purple roof looks like a strong has strong Manta vibes, if you say so. We'll have a look at that when we get to it, though. Cool sort of stuff on here. Big, beefy supercharger. I see that they've tried to make a belt fit on there. Nice work. Is that my fender flare? I think that's my fender flare. Interesting. Big, beefy manifold on here. Multi-point injection. Oh, bro. I hope that they got the supercharger mod on here and they've made that work properly as well. That's cool looking. Do we have front drive? No. Okay, so it's not front drive. They seem to have tried custom suspension, but didn't get rid of the old suspension. Okay. Big, massive turbo. I don't know if the original car had a turbo, but sure, okay. Massive chassis reinforcement. Almost no interior, that's a disappointment. Anyway, moving down to the rear, we have multi-link. I thought this would have been double wishbone. The fake suspension they put in is double wishbone. Why did they go multi-link? It goes 700 to 1,000 miles per hour? I didn't know that. I think there was a tubular header on a normal car this time. What? I don't think that... Yeah, I believe so. It's all-wheel drive? Oh, it is all-wheel drive. Okay. I can't wait until the supercharger update. That will be interesting when that happens, yes. Cool looking car, but imagine going through all the effort to make the car out of 3D entirely and then skipping the interior with the same vigor. Yeah, it's a bit of a disappointment. What have we got? Is that something in the trunk here? No, that's just a bit of a noops. Then the back end looking very cool. Lots of 3D fixtures here. Lots of getting it to look the way that they wanted it to look. Let's have a look at the interior again. Just to double check. Single seat. Yeah, nothing really in there. That is actually disappointing. Gone to so much effort. You didn't do the interior. You put so much effort in. It's a 2070 for that car? Oh, I didn't know. Ah, yes, twin charged. It became an orange mess like the Camaro. What? Also, this isn't really a 70s car or anything, even though the movie is called Trans Am. It's deep into the future. All right, welcome, Jumbo Jacob. No steering wheel? Yeah, no, nothing. All right, you just can't be stuffed doing more? All right. This isn't my car, though. I really like the movie. Okay. Bluetooth steering. Trans Am Mark 40 or something? Fair enough. Then we've got this one. So somebody said it looks like a what? Eiffel, you know that is an England... What? Anyway. Hey Phil, my inline 3 Gavril truck in beamng couldn't go up the hill, okay? Let's, so what is it? Somebody said it was like a Manta? Opel Manta. Opel Manta. I'm assuming this is more what you're talking about. This is the Isuzu Holden Gemini sort of body. Hello, Pippa. Yes, I'll give you attention. The front is not really similar, no. I mean, it's close, but I think most of that is the body shape. Is there a more normal version? No, this has more of a trunk than that one. No. I mean, this body actually exists in automation, basically. So they could have just used the right body if that's what you're getting at. You mean this? A little bit. Kind of see it. Maybe like a lazy version of it? Who knows? Looks like a Droop Snoot Vauxhall Firesner? Don't know what that is. Where is that? Oh, roofline proportions, okay. The front was based on the Chevy Monza. Okay, let's have a look at the Chevy Monza. Yeah, I kind of see that a little bit. The rest of the car, not quite so much. It looks like they're really cashing on the Camaro with the back end lip like that. The middle dip area, sure, I see that. It does have this line, very distinctive, running underneath the headlights, which you don't have. There's also basically no ventilation down here, which this does have ventilation. Let's have a look and see if there's a different version. No, they all have ventilation on lights down here, which you don't seem to have very much. Inspired by, sure. Replica, no. Look at the logo. There is no logo. I miss my neighbor's Ferrari leaving the driveway. Okay, cool. Also, the Gavril, okay. Vibrant, sure. I do like the fact that they've got a colored rim on the tire. That is pretty cool. I like that. Well done. Moving in here, we have alloy wheels going onto 4-piston brakes. I'm going to say no on that one, most likely. Vented, also probably a no, but it's hard to tell. Also, this is all-wheel drive, if you say so. Big hard box in the middle there. What is this meant to be? Is that meant to be an electric motor? Like, what the hell? I'm just confused. Anyway, moving down to the back, we have... Is that double wishbone? Okay. Would have thought that this thing would have been solid rear axle, but okay. Single piston vented disc brakes in the rear. Okay. Some questionable choices have been made. The back end... I don't know about it being rounded like that. The rest of this, I'm okay with. I like also the fact that you get this like a black color. Plasticky color contrast was very common. When my car is electric, it doesn't need that much ventilation, okay? It has an engine box in the front capot, if you say so. Nice back end. Yeah, apart from that thing that I just mentioned, I do think that it looks like a fairly good back end. Got little extra details. What are those? Are those just... they're just kind of errors. But still, I think that looks kind of good. If you had to turn those into bolts or something, I think that would have looked pretty nice. This isn't a 70s car. It's modern, but supposed to look 70s. Oh, you mean a retro recreation? Then, no. This is a complete failure in so many different ways. I saw the old hatchback Fiat 500 yesterday. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm saying it's a big no-go is, for one, the pillars are not nearly beefy enough on this thing. Dangerous headroom sort of area in the back. Your crash is probably all fine. You're probably generating a lot of drag and a lot of lift on the rear, which will hurt your fuel economy, which means that it probably... oh, wait, no, it's electric. So it's a little bit different there. So, yeah, I suppose they could get away with that. Thumbs up for the Monza, even though it isn't a spec. Sure, I saw an old pink. I also feel those headlights don't look great with the green on them. I'm just going to say, personal opinion. Some people like the dressed up sneaker sort of look. I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A resto mod would probably be more likely. Electric economy car? Sure. It's an early 70s design around the 1974 where they were still design carryovers from the 60s. Sure, okay. No mud flaps as well, which is also against government regulations, but if this is meant to be a concept car, that is absolutely fine. I see a little bit of body molding on there. It works. Mirrors, sure. I believe the indicators do have to be rearwards of the front fenders, but if this is a resto mod, not a retro recreation, that is possible. This looks more like a bad taste pimp my ride than a resto mod a little bit. I do see that just a smidge. Like, I'm not a big fan of the colors. Welcome, Fuchsia Azul, to the stream. How's it going? We have a big Digi-Dash. I feel it's maybe just a little too big. Details in the... Is that a low-range selector? Also, you probably wouldn't have a gearbox at all. Nice retro race seats. Ah! Your rear seats are way too big. They would probably be like more half-seat sort of thing. I don't know. Comfortable in the back looking, though, except very little leg room. Is that a ladder chassis? Yeah, this is a ladder chassis, I believe. So this is meant to be a resto mod, not a retro recreation. Fair enough. If it's a retro a resto mod, absolutely fine. It's not a production car. It's supposed to be a garage built custom car. Okay, if it's garage built, then it's probably a resto mod. I kind of like the interior. Yes, the interior is kind of nice. It's okay. Probably should have just turned the chassis off entirely though. Oh god, the seats are low. Yeah, they're a bit low. Not a fan of the color choice, but the rest is good. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Know that beam is the basic chassis. Oh, okay. Simple chassis, originally space frame. Weird. Anyway, interesting car. Let's try out the first one, which is going to be this car. Let's start by closing off BeamNG because I changed audio devices, and that means I have to restart the game. Good for you. And we're going to see if there's any sort of information with this car that'll dictate where we take it to. This one. The IROC Z Camaro. They actually called it the IROC Z. Okay, fair enough. What do they wanted? Note the interior wasn't made to be exact replica, but everything else is similar. Yes, the rear disc brakes are bigger than the front ones, done on purpose. Why? Bro on the back seat with his knees to his chin, a little bit. Always turning off the chassis first thing when starting a... Yeah. When I start doing the interior, usually if I haven't made the chassis invisible by that point, I have now. 27,000, sure. If it's a torque monster as a... Wait. It is a torque monster as you can get it rolling on a keyboard in third, 5-speed with the G92 rear. That was an LSD. Okay. Lots of technical details. Gear ratios from the T5 transmission. Cool. Nicely done. Automation, you can't really get entirely accurate gears. And the G29. Okay. And the cockpit camera. Interesting. Where do we take this? We could go to West Coast. I feel like driving it in Utah and like, Thelma and Louising it off a cliff, maybe. But I think we'll go to West Coast. We'll do a little bit of city driving, and then we'll take it to a track, which is very close by. Welcome, Brian Greer. How's it going? Agreed. Everything else is just way too constricting. What? Turning off chassis is a good start. Yeah. When the chassis tunnel is bigger than the entire center console, yeah, it should be off. Let's bring up our car. There. East Coast? Yeah, but I like having a usable track. And West Coast is really hard to drive on. Let's start that again. I was distracted. Also, I want to change my audio, maybe. Yep. There we go. All right. Hopefully that's not too loud. Is this custom sounds? You've done like Twin Turbo says? Unfortunately, Twin Turbo's the sound come up like duplicated in a weird way. Absolutely beastly on torque. It's a bit hard to control. Oh dear. Oh my god. Nice, nice. You know what? A little bit understeery, which feels about right. Ooh. Oh dear. What do we got for suspension? That's right, it is still solid axle. And let's get onto the track now. Whee! Make it! No! Oh, so close. Getting out of here is going to be a bit tricky because it doesn't like to turn. Doesn't have the greatest turning circle. Why your game too bright? Oh, I was wondering about that. You're right, I have the gamma set up because we did that race the other day. There we go, gamma. Let's revert that back to default. Thank you for pointing that out. How did you make automation bodies? I mean, I did a stream on it recently. You could watch that. If you want a little bit more detail, go to Hard Rooster Labs on YouTube. They go a lot more in depth on everything. I just kind of gave them more succinct, the way that I do it, sort of dealio. Doesn't seem very fast for it being a muscle car. I know it seems pretty fast for an 80s muscle car for me. 80s muscle cars not being particularly fast. Oh, okay. It rev limits out at 170 kilometers an hour, which is kind of what you would expect from a car of this sort of body design. Lots of drag. Oh, it feels nice on a racetrack, though. It's just me, the car looks very top-heavy. Nah, it's got about the right sort of body roll. Maybe I feel that this thing would even have a little bit more body roll. Explode.exe? What? Doesn't seem very fast for it being very short gears. Yeah, very short gears. But it's also got a very small rev range. So I think that's exacerbating it a bit. Like it tops out before, in gear shifting terms, before 5,000 RPM. Also, I feel that this thing would probably have been an automatic. We're being entirely honest with ourselves. It's an American car. I doubt it would have been manual. You made a remastered version of the supercar body? What? What supercar body? Sorry for not talking. GI was just playing with beam. That's fine, bro. You can do whatever you want to do, bro. This is rather nice. I don't know why the rear brakes were made bigger. He said it was like deliberate. I don't understand why. It actually just feels like a nice car to drive. I would totally rock this. I would totally IROC-Z this. Bottom gear, do you like this show? What? No, I'm not a zoomer. I don't like bottom gear. I don't know the name, but you made it? Are you talking about the bolide body? Come on, stay sideways. Damn, it didn't really work. Wait, American cars always came with manual options, didn't they? I mean, they may have. I wouldn't have assumed all of them would have come with it. But, the overwhelming majority of them would have been automatics. Like, there's the whole joke about, like, the best anti-theft device you can have is a manual in America. Which goes to show just how incredibly rare they are, that even, like, thieves will just look at it and go, nah. It's not like most thieves will run. It's like all thieves will run from a manual. Anyway. I do like it. It's pretty cool. There's nothing really to complain about. It's just a nice, solid car. Gear ratios feel a little bit short, but it is of that time period. Also, I'm guessing that this thing, that fifth gear is really short. What are we doing for 100 kilometers an hour cruise? Wow, this thing is nearly doing 3,000 RPM just to go 100 kilometers an hour, which is about 62 miles per hour. That is very high revving for an engine which probably doesn't want to rev too much. No, it was a supercar, but automation made one but you. Oh, that one! Yeah, I did the remaster of the body. What about it? Is a submission video lineup hard to reach? What? Is a submission video lineup hard to reach? What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the stream that we're doing right now. Phil, have you heard of a game called My Psychotic Car? Yes, I have played it a lot and I hate it. I mean, I haven't played it a lot. I've played it enough to know that I hate it. It's so frustrating. Sometimes you can reach it with 3 votes. Yeah, it also, it depends on a lot of different things. Depends how good of a job you've done on your vehicle and on your thumbnails. Oh, sorry, not thumbnail. On your post, which does include the thumbnail, yes. Most people in the US can't drive manual. They call it driving a stick. Yeah, I have heard of it called stick. Manual is overrating? You mean manual is overrated? I wouldn't say that manual is overrated. What I would say is that automatics are not fun. Like, if you have a fairly responsive control over your gears, other transmissions work, like DCTs that don't take forever to respond, any sort of automatically controlled manual that doesn't take forever to respond, automatics that have manual shifters that aren't really slow and don't disconnect the driveline with a slushbox torque converter. Yeah, those are also quite good as well. Just like having proper control and then having liftoff and not have the driveline disconnect is really key for a good feeling vehicle. If you're driving a sports car and you've got an automatic, like a slushbox automatic with a torque converter, you're not really experiencing the car to its fullest. I mean, you may be experiencing the car, you may enjoy it, and it may be good for you, and it may actually be a good car and a good experience. But if you had a real transmission that actually had like a full mechanical connection from the front to the rear that is not done by fluid, then you're going to actually have a much more visceral experience with that car. Anyway, let's move on. I don't feel like giving it a fill score is really going to work because it's a real car. Is the creator of the car in the chat? Who made it? Toilet Man. I don't think I've seen Toilet Man in the chat. You have issues with the body I made? Like what? Auto's overrated. I don't like to see good engine braking with autos. What? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you late? Yeah, you are pretty late, Bastion Lover. It's a real car, so should give it a Doug score? Yeah, I won't be doing that. Remember, why are you cursing in my name? Okay. Let's move on to... Also, English on this stream, please, and please keep the profanity to a minimum. Styling. It's not like a cool Mustang or a Corvette. It's a little bit more bland, but still I do like the look of it quite a lot, and it is starting to come back into fashion, these sorts of era of car. I'll give it like... I don't know, I kind of want to give it an 8 out of 10. Perfect score. Channel members, you know what to do. Car seemed like an off-roader, but it was hyper? What are you talking about? Anyway, acceleration. We'll give that like a 6. It's okay. It doesn't keep going. Whoops, not 60. 6, please. Handling. You know what? It's actually pretty good. We'll give that like an 8. You know what? Maybe give that a 7. Give the fun factor an 8. It is pretty fun, though the gears are maybe a little too short. Cool factor. It is very cool. You park this next to a Ferrari that's like that a lot of people like, or a McLaren F1. Not so cool, so it's not like top end, but it is pretty cool. We'll give that like an 8 out of 10, I reckon. It is quite cool. Trackability. Seemed pretty good. We'll give that an 8. I don't know if there's any niggling factors. It's also like short gear ratios. So it'd have to be a short track. Any sort of long track, it's going to suffer. Like, even this track, it's suffering on, and this is not a very long track. Anyway. Nope, this has lyrics in it. Let's change that song. I mean, the people driving manuals? What? You've now given me a disconnected comment. Not all manual drivers? What are you talking about? Was there ever a car that had a score over 8 in any category? Yeah. It's just like, that's kind of like the tipping point. You're pretty good up to that point, but then beyond that, you have to be exceptional. Like, not just good, exceptional. Those are reserved for, like, really top-tier things. A dub song moment, if you say so. Full driving the car is the best part, if you say so. Let's move on to features. This is a 1980 sort of car. Let's have a double check on that. 1990, okay, fair enough. See what we've got, yeah, inside of here. God damn it, camera's way too fast. God damn it. We have a cassette player and probably AC being an American car. So we'll give it like a 2. Comfort. I mean, it did look like it rode fairly hard. The seats look okay. Don't look like the best sort of seats. It's a manual, so it does hurt a little bit of the comfort there. Having an automatic is more comfortable, especially considering you can drink at the same time. Not alcohol, but I mean like a normal soft drink. Trying to drive with an indicator on the left side and then doing like manual shifts and all that sort of stuff does get really annoying at some points. Oh, sorry, no. Indicator on the inside. I suppose it'd actually be a little bit different being natively on the right side. I have a European car, which is a Fiesta. But right-hand drive. So my indicator stalk is on the inside, which means that when I'm normally driving, if I have to do changing gears whilst changing the indicator position, I have to move my hand to the other side of the steering wheel and flick the lever. At that point, I cannot be holding a drink, which means that I have to have a cup holder. Cars in the 90s and before, generally that's like 90s is when they started to get cup holders. This wouldn't have come with cup holders, and I see no cup holders. So yeah, that is a bit of a problem. We'll go like a 5 on that one, maybe. It is also quite loud compared to more quiet cars. Drive a plane? Alright. Alright, see you later, Wilson. Next one is quality. It's an American car, so it's not going to be particularly great. It is under here. A fairly generic sort of engine. These early electronic injections were not great, but they were at least moderately reliable. Engine itself was probably fairly reliable. Let's go with a 5 or a 6. Like, build quality will be okay. Plastics will be degrading, and it won't feel luxurious, especially at only, what was it, 27,000? Yeah, 27,000 automation dollars. Practicality for this sort of car. Your back seats are usable. It is a lift back, so you can fit a little smidgen bit more in there, but not a huge amount. Or is that actually a boot? I can't really tell. Where does this end? Alright, well that wasn't thought through by the automation devs. Okay. Not the biggest vehicle. It looks like it'll fit in many car parks. We'll go like a 5 on that one. It'll fit 4 people. Little bit of extra boot space. Only a smidge though, because it's taken up a little bit by seats. Not really a family car. Not really good for off-road. All that sort of stuff. It's just mediocre there. Value. They're probably good value, so we'll get that like a 7. They're not going to go down in price. Ongoing cost, it's an American V8. It's not going to be good on fuel, so we'll go like a 5 on that one. The repair prices are not going to be particularly bad, even if it is a more rare version of the car. Have a good one and enjoy the stream. Oh, okay, you're heading off as well, Firebird? Okay, catch you later, Firebird. Have a good rest afterwards. Have you, in Twin Turbo's Discord, BC, that's where my hypercar should be. I'll probably figure out on later the issues. What are you talking about? Okay, good. I am on Twin Turbos, but I'm also on my own Discord. I'm currently about to drive a car to good luck to me. Are you having a stroke? Like, I swear there's something wrong with you. J-Beam editing, what did they say? Gear ratios, not the hardest to change. Cockpit camera? Sure. Steering wheel? No. Gauges? No. Alright. So, we'll give them like a 2. They've done more than one thing, but they are fairly basic sorts of things. Would I buy this car? Yeah, actually I probably would, but it'll probably also be well out of my price range. The je ne sais quoi factor. I would say there's a high je ne sais quoi factor here, with the fact that they've done a very good job of replicating this. Not 100%, but still very good. Let's give this a, 7. Because I feel a lot of it is already represented. I've done fairly good. And then the realism and commonality, it feels pretty good. We'll give that like... I feel you kind of gave yourself away with a break, so we'll give it a 9 out of 10. And that gives us a score of 98, which is actually phenomenally high, especially for an old car. He says I'm currently about to drive a car to good luck to me. Yeah. How to make cockpit camera? Watch my video on the complexities of making an F1 car. It goes into a lot of detail there. Are we done with songs? Oh. We've already gone through 100 songs, guys. Let's go to the next queue. This one's called Sour Apples. No. Phil, are you okay? You haven't used any silly stream filters yet. I don't actually have that one set up. I have this one. I have this one set up. The old Nail video? Yeah. It's got a lot of information in there. That's an amazing score. It is very high for an older car. But then again, we're doing automation and beamng where it's kind of like their sweet spot. Both games. Anyway, let's move on to the next car, which is the Chicago GT. Chicago being a big city, it's a big city map, or at least the biggest city map that's in the default game. We'll probably bring it here for a bit of a track day sort of thing. Phil, drink oil? No, I'm good. The eyes? What? Wait, have I gone back to the normal? Yeah, I have. Also, does this distort my voice? It should be distorting my voice right now. Loving the bow tie? Oh, thank you very much. My dreams will be ruined after that, if you say so. Alright. Let's have a look at the description of this car quickly. Is it near somewhere? Ah, here we go. Superlight sports car, 800 kilos. Best fun you can have for only $39,000. So this must be a high production car. High volume production car. 1.6 litre 4-cylinder boxer. Gives a unique sound while also keeping extremely low center of gravity. It's only creating 170 horsepower, so they are going to severely be hurt on their realism score with their tires. So let's see. I suppose a boxer engine revving this high, I kind of also doubt that. Let's turn off ESC entirely. I feel that you've also done your audio the way that Twin Turbos did it, which is good. You can create your own custom sounds. Great. Unfortunately, it gets like that weird echoey sort of sound. Rear of the car looks like an SLR Sterling Moss. Little bit. Yeah, I see that. It didn't distort your voice? Damn it. Alright. Fair enough. Ah! Oh, understeer at high speeds. Ah! Okay. Let's try that again. Actually, you know what? I think I know what might be the issue there. No, that is correct. Oh, weird. It should have. No animated steering wheel or anything. That's unfortunate. That would have been cool, especially for a convertible, where you could see the interior moving. I like the little center brake light and everything that you've got fitted on there. Nice. I probably would have forgotten that. What year was this meant to be? 2017. Okay. I think I actually really like this car, except for the fact that it's got the wrong engine. Phil, I think I might have found your base in Minecraft server. It matches up. Okay. If you're doing the other trolling thing, sure, whatever. Apparently, I made a whoopsie as well. Ooh, very high speed. What is even the point of having a 6th gear in this thing? What the hell? Brakes are very powerful. I'm also going to say, yeah, note of the semi-slicks, probably didn't need the engine. That engine is a lot more hassle and a lot of swerve. Yeah, there's a lot to like here, but also I just don't agree with the toys. Toys? It's so realistic. I don't know about the tires being realistic. It's also a little bit tail-happy, which is probably why they made it understeer so much. I'm just joking. I mean, it's somewhere 5,000 blocks away, but yeah, sure, okay. This car seems like a death trap, if you say so. Not a thing. I'm not going to drink oil. Can you stop that? I really like the box of flat sounds in Beam, to be honest. I mean, because I'm Australian, Subarus are incredibly common here. They're like one of the most common cars on sale. And they're almost always driven exclusively by Bogans. So they're just not interesting to me. I like this car, and I like that it has the characteristic of like snap oversteer sometimes. I just think it adds a little bit of characteristic to the car. It'll add to its realism, but hurt its handling. I think part of the reason why it has a snap oversteer is because it has such a short wheelbase, and that is a real-life problem. I like that you've gone for a realistic amount of power, but that also means that you didn't need such wide and whatnot tires. Like, these tires look like 205s. We're not going by automation tire sizes anymore, because automation tires we found out are wrong. Let's go Mazda MX-5 tires. Tire power. Let's just go 2017. That was the same year. What is the difference here? Oh, the GT. You know what? We'll go the higher level GT, maybe? Is the RF GT higher tier? I don't know. Yeah, these are 205s. Okay. Actually, those look narrower than what's on here, even. Alright, I forgive it. But still, these are mostly all-terrains. There is a Pilot Sports Cup, but that is a very different sort of tire. These are like all-weather tires. Maybe sports compound on some of them. So the fact that this thing with 170 horsepower has semi-slicks doesn't seem quite right. It doesn't pass the smell test. 2-meter wheelbase, so oversteer isn't fixable. Fair enough. How do you fix step oversteer on short wheelbases? Toe in, which is something you can do in beamng, but not in automation. It's actually a thing you can just go in and easily tune in beamng, but you could have J-beamed that yourself, which would have been quite easy. What are the other ways of doing it on a short wheelbase? Less power? Front-wheel drive is another way of doing it. I wouldn't have put it past to make this car a front-wheel drive, to be honest. I feel that the transmission is not right. Being 6-speed. Alright, let's go back here. And we're going to get this thing up to 100 kilometers an hour. And even with 6 gears, cruising at 100 kilometers an hour is 3,500 RPM. Almost. Yeah. That's probably like 3,300 or 3,400 RPM. That is way too high for cruising at 100 kilometers an hour. Now, 110 is also another common sort of speed limit. And if you're doing 110, you're getting fairly close to 4,000 RPM. Not a good gearbox. Maybe for a race car, but that's about it. Can you drop it from a small ledge or a really small ramp? That suspension looks amazing. It does? It does lunge quite a lot, actually. You're right. Side to side seems about right for body roll for a sports car. I don't know if there's like a small jump or a ledge. I don't think anything like that really exists. No, that's got a lip all the way around it, unfortunately. That's dirt. I know there's dirt ledges. There's this. Alright, cool, let's do this. I suppose I just could have done that. Front is a lot bouncier than the rear. That is very short, yeah, a big nosedive. Car doesn't seem to be a car to cruise, to be honest. There's the thing of it. It is a convertible. And you don't want convertibles in city traffic, per se, because it's a lot less pleasant. What you want is the wind in your hair, which is the reason why you have a convertible. Like that whole open world sort of thing. And generally, you're going to be only doing that when going at higher speeds or at cruising sort of speeds. There's a reason why they were called GT cars, stuff like that. You do want a decent cruising gear. Blocks? What are we talking about? Phil becomes villager? How do I get into Minecraft server? You have to request on my Discord in the Minecraft section. But I don't think we're adding any more people. I think we're done adding people for now. It doesn't need to be a big one. It's not lasting very long anyway. I like most about this car. I like a lot of it. How do you fix the 100 kilometer an hour issue? A much longer final gear ratio, but then shorten the gear changes up. So then you'll basically have longer last gears, but shorter first gears, which will match what you would normally have. That sort of thing. What's first gear do? Your first gear is also probably too short for 170 horsepower? I don't know, it might be a little fine. You probably just got to go on a longer gear ratio with this. Someone make a 90s sports car from Thailand? Okay. It's like an E-Type mixed with a 959? No, not even close. I mean, the bulbousy grey sort of look? Sure. I would have said the AC Cobra, Mazda MX-5, and a little bit of Z8 on the rear. But not a Porsche. Anyway, let's give this thing a score. Styling. I mean, it's probably going to be a little bit divisive, its style, but I, for the most part, like it. It's got a lot of details on there, even the reverse sensors and everything, which you would have in a 2017 car. Hope you guys like the design. Yeah, I like it pretty much. I think I'm going to give it around an 8 out of 10 again. I do like it, so let's go an 8 out of 10 on that one. Acceleration. It's fairly good. Hold on, what is 0 to 100? This is downhill, I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 7 seconds to 100. It feels sporty at that sort of speed, so that'll be okay. We'll give that like a 6 out of 10. Did I press the wrong? There we go. 6 out of 10. Handling, we'll give it a 7 out of 10. It's got its problems. It's got understeer, but that's only to cope with the oversteer. Actually, you know what? I want to check to see what the wheelbase of the MX-5 is. Why are you giving it to me in inches? Nobody uses inches. Inches is a stupid measurement. Okay. 2.3 meters long. So, it would have a 30% longer wheelbase than this. And they've got that car pretty stripped down to be as small and as cheap as possible. And even they're like, no, this vehicle needs to be a little bit longer. That's probably also for safety as well, but still, you get the idea. I don't mind the short wheelbase, though. Fun factor. It's pretty fun to zip around in. Drifting is hard because there's like a very narrow line between oversteer and spinning. Also, you can't get massive angle because that line is very close to being straight. So fun factor, we'll go like a 7. It's kind of like a front-wheel drive car that you would have fun zipping around, except with a little bit of danger, so it's not hugely fun. Cool factor? I mean, a lot of people are going to think this are cool. You're probably going to get a lot of cutes from girls for this sort of thing. The Porsche 60... I think I've gone... I'm not looking up anything you say. Nothing cool. Welcome, Von, to the stream. It's like a Cobra and the Miata. Yeah, that's what I said. The early 2000s Cobra. Cool factor. We'll go with a 9 on that one. It's fairly cool. Trackability. 8. It's good, but not great. Features. 2017 is not going to be terrible. It's got reverse sensors. It probably has a reversing camera. This thing sounds like garbage at idle. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Music back on? Anyway, moving on. It's probably not got like all of the top tier things like the highest level safety. It won't have curtain airbags. It probably what was the price of this? 39,000. So it's not a cheap car. It's got a CD player. That is not a good sign. Doesn't look to have like all of the controls like all over the steering wheel and all that sort of stuff, which everybody wants to have nowadays. I find that almost less convenient than having it just in the center console. Let's say the features are probably somewhere around a 6. Sports car, but not luxury or high-end tech car. Comfort. It looked a little bit wallowy, a little bit soft, but also hard. Kind of like in the middle sort of sport area, except the front lunge was horrible. Probably a 6. What's the legroom like? Actually, you know what? You've done a good job with the legroom. I'll give you a bonus point for that. Quality. Does it say what sort of country it is? No. So I'm going to guess, by the looks of it... You know what, actually, I can't pin it. It could be German. It could be Japanese. It could be American. Not likely to be American, but it could be, considering it looks a little bit like the old Cobra. Sounds like a diesel? A little bit, yes, I agree. I think it leans to a fun car, if you say so. I mean, to each their own. I can't really give a definitive answer on everything. Looks German. Germanese? Sure. It could be like a Japanese, but German-inspired. If it's German, the quality will probably be somewhere around like oh, you know what? It's a flat engine as well. So we'll go a 4 on that one. It's probably not a particularly reliable car. A little bit shit. Practicality? I mean, it's a 2-door, 2-seat. Probably not a great boot space because of the fact that the roof would have to fit in there somewhere. Though this doesn't look like it has a folding roof because it's got like this old stuff here. I don't think this has a fold-away roof. Yeah, okay. Which means that the roof, probably, considering how small the boot is, needs to be left behind. So I'm going to give this one a really low score. At least it can park easily. Give it a 1 out of 10. It is not a practical car. Like, it's got 2 seats, sure, but the removable roof, not a practical design. Value, it is quite expensive, and you're not getting... Like, unless you're single without kids or anything like that, which you're not really looking for a practical car anyway. This is not a practical vehicle. It is, for most people, at most going to be a second vehicle. It is very expensive, so it's probably going to be for like the early 20s sort of people that don't have a family or a wife yet, and they're trying to like be a peacock sort of person. Especially being such a small car. Maybe a female at the Honda S2000 CR Club thingy? Sure. Like a Mazda MX-5 hardtop. That's also another example. There's lots of examples of removable tops. There's even soft top removables, which is just a stupid idea. Value. Bitcoin investors? Sure. Except those guys are usually in like their 30s or 40s, incels, that sort of thing. Unless they're like venture capitalists, the people that actually make money from it. It's a lot of price. If it's German, it's going to plummet in value. If it's Japanese, it's going to do okay in value. I would give that like a 5. You get what you pay for, I suppose. Ongoing costs. Fuel is probably going to be particularly cheap, but these sorts of engines need to be serviced every 5,000 kilometers. Sorry, 5,000 miles sort of a thing. Probably less. Being a boxer and probably German, it's also probably exorbitantly expensive to have any sort of repair done to any cheap thing. So we'll give that like a 3 out of 10. There's lots of other cars that are really fuel efficient. This one having 170 horsepower, being small, probably not the best. But that moment you have a repair, you are going to shit your dacks. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to quickly turn that font size to 9. 8? There we go. JBeam editing, I don't believe there was any. Oops. Yeah, I don't think so. Did they say anything? No. So nothing there. Would I buy it? I would be very inclined to buy this car. Even with its, like, deathly oversteer. This car isn't getting that bad of a score, thankfully. Yeah, it's not doing too bad. But this is not a representation of how I feel about the cars most of the time. Now, the je ne sais quoi factor. I feel that most of it is represented, but they've done a good job of having a basic design but make it look okay. Which does take a little bit of finesse and experience and practice. So we'll give them like a 2. There's a little bit there that I don't feel is represented. Most of it is fairly represented, because the styling is quite nice. Realism and commonality, we'll give it also a 2. It's not really realistic. There's only the one company that makes a flat Boxer 4. I mean, it's sold by 2 different companies, but it's made by the one company that has rear-wheel drive front engine layout. And also being like an incredibly short wheelbase, but still cost that much? Very unrealistic. What is Mazda MX-5 RRP? Because this is your biggest competitor. $37,000, but this is probably, arguably, a better car. Probably not as cool, but a better car. What was this again? $39,000. So it costs more. Goodness gracious. Mazda MX-5 HP. 135 kilowatts. The one time I wanted it in horsepower. 129 horsepower, so it has less power. Fair enough. So, I think the 0 to 100, though. I know this is a modern... What just happened? What was that? Okay. Convertible ground clearance? Okay, I don't know why it's telling me that. Let's go 2017. Really? No. No. Oh, wait, hold on. Mazda MX-5 speed, 0 to 100. God damn it. 0 to liters per 100. What a shit website. Fuck you. Faster slaps? No. Usually it just shows up in Google. Here we go. What? Estimated 0 to 100 miles per hour? You're an idiot game. Oh, sorry, website. 6... What? Can I just have an answer, please? 0 to 60 miles per hour. 5.7 seconds. So this one is less power, but faster 0 to 100, I believe. I am... a little bit toasty right now. Daily score, sadly, is awful. That's not an awful score. It's not a great score. F7. Let's bring up performance timers. Oh. Okay, a little bit of wheel spin there. That really helped. Okay, it is actually faster. 5.3 seconds? This one is 5.7 seconds, so it is actually a little bit faster. But is it like... What's the, what was the price again? 39,000 compared to 37,000? Yeah, is it really $2,000 better? I don't think so. Considering that the MX-5 is considered the best handling car for its price bracket by a long shot, apparently. Full brain can't compute. Yeah, I'm struggling a bit. It's not a game? What? Anyway, that is a final fill score. You know what? We'll give this maybe a little bit more. 3. A score of 84. Not great, not bad. It is not a particularly great daily sort of car, so that's probably where it's hurting a lot as well. Anyway, let's go ahead and clear that out and try the next one, which is the Daewoo. Let's probably take this one to the automation test track, because I want to be brutal on this one, because it's also brutally ugly. Makes the Yugo look good. Okay. That's all the description we get. It's $14,500. God damn it. So these sorts of cars, they go to make sure that they're safe on a track. That would be about it. Hey Phil, how do you feel about super wagons? I mean, I like them. They're very rare because they do not sell. Oh, that is slow. I feel that the tires probably could have been narrower then. Like, really narrow tires. If you want to know the sorts of widths that these have, look at the wheel widths, not the tire widths, and do that in automation instead. Because that's actually what you're getting. I know I said uwu. I've been saying it all this stream. This is the day uwu. My god, this thing is so slow. Oh god. Also, the rear tail lights still are just completely wrong. And then breaking down into Hammerhead. Lockups on the front, that is a sign of imbalanced brakes. That is unfortunate. I think we'll give this thing a simplified fill score. I've gone over a lot of the details already as to why I don't entirely agree with this car. On what I don't agree with this car. And I don't think it's going to score better in any other sort of way because it is really slow. Alright, it actually handles okay, except for the fact that, did you see that? The front tires were locked up the entire time just then, but not the rear tires. That is a massive imbalance in your braking power. So you'll see, yep, really bad brakes. Let's see what it does downhill. It's going to suck in the snowy parts because it doesn't have great tires. But that is acceptable. I'm not going to put it down here because it'll probably even struggle to get up. Let's put it here. What tread does this have? Ah, all-terrain. Good. Fair enough. Very acceptable. Yep, there we go. The icy road of the automation test track. I wonder... Oh, the understeer. Oh, the understeer! Oh, dear. If this is actually based on a real place. I heard something about that, but I'm not entirely sure. It's not terrible in icy conditions, but I also wouldn't say it's good in icy conditions. Oh, dear. And then... start braking early because the black ice. Not great. Oh, really not great. Okay, that's not how you meant to gut a ride, but okay. Now, I tried to gut a ride just then, and that ended badly for me. Damn it. Iceland is Greenland. Greenland is cold. Yeah, I know. There's that weird, like, they kind of picked the wrong names for themselves. Where, like, Greenland looks icy, but Iceland looks green. It's so slow compared to my hill climb monster. Well, this is not a hill climb, this is a hill descent monster. There's a reason why most places around the world do not do hill descents, because hill descents are incredibly more dangerous than a hill climb. The only place I believe that really does it is like Japan with togeis, but they're not generally official races. Oh god. This is so slow. I think we're basically done with the fill score for this one. The design, not great. Realism, mediocre. Like, the design is not right, but the feel is good. Maybe a little too slow. Maybe your gearing's a bit wrong. No, actually, that's about right, maybe. I don't know what your top gear is. I can't be bothered testing that out, because it's just not fun to get up to 100 kilometers an hour. I've talked about everything else. 5.5 out of 10, because it's really not fun to drive. This is not a fun vehicle. It's not a fun V. Let's go on to the next one, the Declasse Sabre GT. Let's probably take that one back to West Coast. Yeah, this is probably a much better place to take a muscle car, although I probably should have taken it to, like, the industrial section. We'll see. There's 75 kilometers of roads and 375 kilometer markings. What? I've never read that on beamng. That's a weird thing I don't fully understand. I think it lagged out too. Okay. It's got ESC. Please don't tell me this thing has ABS. No, it doesn't. Okay, so I'm assuming this thing has an automatic locker or some sort of special differential then? POVU in LS. Los Santos? Yeah, this is probably like the closest thing to Los Santos. Oh dear. Oh dear. The wheel spin is insane! Probably not as much straight line grip as what you get at GTA, but GTA is also not the most realistic litmus test of cars. I'm trying to drift you, bro. Ah! Damn it. This thing drifts so easily. I wish there was a beam map of the whole GTA map. I have tried to do it. There's many problems with trying to do it, though. There we go. We did a little bit of that Tokyo drift up the circular up ramp. Except it's very tight and narrow there, so it's a little bit hard to do. Alright, do we have a GTA style jump off of here? No, we don't. So we're just gonna have to go back down. You know, it handles like a garbage rail car. Now we need a Nazi mod? What? Oh, a Newsy mod, sorry. I misread that. Beam shows the ESC button on all automation cars. Nope, that is wrong. No matter what parts and assist they have. Nope, that is incorrect. Would it be possible to import Euro Truck Simulator 2 map? Probably not. Also, the steering wheel moves and just everything else. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot to check the interior. Yeah, see? Not that. So, there are certain things which do it, and I believe LSDs have a little bit to do with it. ABS definitely has something to do with it. Automatic lockers, I know for certain are a one, because that was one I actually noticed myself. It comes down to whether there needs to be any sort of control over the vehicle that you are not giving, as to whether there will be the ESC button there. It's just the way that automation exports the things. I removed the wrong vehicle. Whoops. Is this a custom sound? Let's have a look. Where are we? Here we are. File... JBeam editing, steering wheel, gauges, shifter, pedals, and mirrors. So it seems that this thing has default sounds. And it does kind of sound a little bit default. So I'm not upset with it. Automation's V8s sound actually okay, in my opinion. The only ones that don't sound good are boxer engines and V12s don't sound great. V10s are a little bit generic, in my opinion. God damn it, go in a straight line. It's like I'm driving an American car, not a GTA car, because GTA cars are like uncharacteristically easy to handle. Kind of like the Ford Mavic. I don't know what that means. Love this car so much. Oh my god. Its point from going from oversteer to snap oversteer is very small. And because of that, you have to be going incredibly slow. Like, look how much speed I have to scrub off. And, oh, that was right on the edge of going into snap oversteer. It is hard to drive. Fun to drive, but hard to drive. Now we're not going to go over the bridge. I'm going to keep it in the city for now. And then understeer. Great. V12 sound awful? Yeah, currently V12 sound really bad. But they've never really sounded great. They've always sounded a little bit cheese gratery. Like, I don't want to listen to it. And they're a little bit bland and flat. They don't scream like a real V12 should, really, I suppose. Maybe there is V12s that sound like that, I don't know. They just sound very unsatisfying. But, oh dear. That was a lot of wheel spin. Yep, then it went around. Love driving it, it's so boaty. It does feel relatively boaty, but not hugely. Most car is a V12 and I hate it. Yeah, that's why I like V6s sound pretty good. V8s sound pretty good. There is no traction whatsoever. I hope they get a decent 3D modeler. What are you talking about? What? Damn it, this thing goes around just a smidgen too easy. It's like you got an automatic locker, which is not really great. Does this thing... It does do a standing burnout. Nice. BeamNG does not usually let automation cars do that. That must mean that this thing has a lot of low-end torque. Cross-ply moment? Oh, they're cross-plies. I feel they're a little too wide for cross-plies. Automation Dev should make another V12 sound to replace the old one. There is actually a dev that is solely on doing audio, I believe, for the most part. I mean, I could try asking them what their plans are. But there is a lot of sound issues from automation right now. I was in a mine in my server. Okay, good. 420 horsepower and 520 foot-pounds, I think. Wait, doesn't this thing have a turbo? Am I thinking of a different car? No, and no. Good, okay. At least they fixed that GTA 5 logic issue. Why is there a video thumbnail of JP's Trans Am 20,000 on this? Did someone make that car? Yes, Jack Magnum, and that will be coming, but that is a bit later. Right now, we're testing out, somebody has made the Sabre Turbo from GTA. We're giving that one a bit of a drive. This thing is a real dog to drive in this map. Let's take it to some flat ground, see if that does any better. No traction! Oh god. This thing just doesn't have the amount of traction that you really want from this car. It had a turbo, but it's gone now? Okay. No! Well then. Didn't automation fix the whole, like, easy to fall off wheels thing? Let's go to an interior camera here. We got a moving steering wheel, we got moving gauges. Let's experience it. Okay. It's still really hard to drive. And the power really comes on after just before 3,000 RPM. Where are we? Here we go. This is where I want to go. Come on, drift, you pig. Nah, this thing, it doesn't have the traction, and it goes around to maybe a smidgen too easily. Oh my god, bro, this thing is hard to drive in first person, so let's get out of first person. Trying to get it to spin around, but it won't. Civic owner stole the turbo. Nah, Civic owner probably would add a little bit of a bigger turbo than what you would find on a diesel truck. God damn it! Stroker Olds 444 V8. I'm America, so I know these cars like the back of my hand. Yeah, if you say so. This is meant to be a 550, and it's a Sabre Turbo from GTA. I'm a keyboard driver, so I just blip the throttle? Sure. Welcome, catch you later, nothing cool. Also, welcome, C, or SE. Damn it! The thing just glides over bitumen as if there's no traction. Which means no speed drifts. Had to straighten up so I didn't hit the curb sideways. Oh my god, look how slow you have to go to drift this thing. Ah! I didn't want to go in there. Let's try going back the other way. God, this thing is so hard to drive. If I wasn't trying to drift it, it would still probably be a little bit of a pig. You know, let's drive it normally. You know what, it understeers too much, and then it kicks out oversteers because you're going so slow and the gear ratio is short. I love this car, but I don't think I'm going to give it a full fill score. I think I'm just going to give this thing like a 9 out of 10 on the simplified fill score. Because this thing is not going to do well. It is a pig to drive. It takes a lot to get used to. And it hates the handbrake. That's what it is. You have to power oversteer. You can't handbrake oversteer. No ripping on that e-brake, as they would say in Tokyo Drift. I think GTA 4 handling is the best out of all games. I love it when people troll. All GTA games, at least? What? Okay. If anybody hasn't actually played GTA 4, the joke is that it is universally known as being one of the least fun games to drive in. So that's kind of the joke that they're going for there. Please stick to the joke and actually pretend that you do actually like it. That'll be fun. Oh, god damn it. Alright, you know what? We're done. 9 out of 10. There is so much about this thing to love. I don't think there is much more you could have done to make this thing perfect. Except maybe slightly better tires. Maybe a, if they are crosswise, maybe switch them over to radials, because that's the right sort of time period. And that's a sports compound or a medium? I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway. I just drank some Pepsi. What do you think, Phil? Drink. Water. What I don't like about soft drink is it's always been this way, is whenever I drink soft drink, I have to pee it out in excessive amounts very shortly afterwards. Usually in the middle of the night. So I generally don't drink soft drink. I love it when my car leans 90 degrees each time I turn. Okay. Carbonated water? Ugh, I hate that stuff. If this Serbian man steal this car... What? Mineral water? My bad. I don't like mineral water either. Sports compound, if I remember correctly. Oh, okay. Weird. Crossflies... What year is this car? Let's have a quick look. 1969. Oh, you know what? Actually, it might still be crosswise, but it probably would have had a radial option. F1 car now. Let's go unlock Monaco. Monaco GP. Where are they? There we are. And then we'll spawn in the new car. Philmon, what's your opinion on the Opel Vectra C1.8 16 valve 2003? I have no idea what that is. I will give you one try to make something related to the stream. If it's not... Oh, it's just a regular Astra Vectra sort of thing? Nah. I mean, I don't mind them. They look okay. But, I don't know. The Holden's just never really tickled my fancy. Alright, there we go. Carbonated mineral water is the best. Basically, cola without the cola. If you say so. Alright. Do they have... Nope, they have not J-beamed anything. Which should explain why the, This thing is very twitchy on the steering. Very twitchy on the steering. The ESC is not kicking in. Weird. This is twitchy. Very stable under braking. Doesn't sound like a F1 V8, which is... sorry, V10, which is disappointing. Because this thing does have a V10, as we remember. We saw that earlier. Alright. Sabre on Monaco? No thanks. Yeah, the Opel Vectra, the Holden Vectra. I know it's not made by Holden's, but that's what they got marketed as here. So if there's anything Holden, I just wasn't really interested. Because the cars were not quite as good as Ford, I didn't really care for Ford either. Until Volvo got shit on by Ford. I was like, oh, Volvos are no longer good. Welcome, I play everything to the stream. This is sometimes really tricky to handle. I feel that this thing wants more of a wheelbase. Good brakes. Oh, that gearbox is brutal. I think Holden and Opel are almost identical, although I have no idea if they're... Yeah, they used to be GM. Only recently, when GM pulled out of all left-hand drive markets because they wanted to... Like... They said it was like a cost-cutting measure, but they were still making money from it. So what they wanted to do is cut the less profit-making area. It's such a weird cluster. GM is probably one of the worst managed major car companies in the world. And that includes Ferrari. This thing has too much of a tendency to oversteer. It has a lot of downforce. I'm surprised this thing is not jiggling more as well. So that's a good job they've done. I think a longer wheelbase would not have gone amiss on this. What was it, like 3 meters somebody said that the wheelbase was? Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, come on. This thing is too twitchy. It's fun to drive for the most part. I think it would be a little bit more fun with a cockpit, maybe. But, yeah. Is that... Oh, it's not an animated cockpit wheel. Okay. Brakes are exceptional. I feel that they've modified the, friction values on the tires, but they did it wrong. As in, they gave it forward friction, but not slide friction, which is actually a lot more complicated to do. Damn it. Well, what's your opinion on BMA cars? I don't know what that is. This thing is really made, well made. Yeah, it's pretty well made, though it should have been a longer wheelbase. I've been wanting to put about 1,000 horsepower in an F1 like that. Good luck. beamng with automation cars does not usually handle mid or rear engine cars with a lot of power that well. This is mostly okay, but it really should be a longer wheelbase. Having a longer wheelbase does help. Phil, you should try Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels. Nah. But a Ferrari, but is Ferrari a company? A car company? They're more like a racing company with cars as... Yeah. So their car end gets really mishandled, and that's why, until recently, they were always running in the red. No F1 V10 screen though. Yeah, it's disappointing. That probably shouldn't be happening. I did a Porsche 804 with 1200. I just didn't like it. That's also a very short wheelbase. Come on. Go. There we go. Oh, no. The more I'm driving this thing, the more confident I'm getting in driving it faster. The problem is it has more oversteer the harder you push it, which is not great. I mean, I'm driving like a Ferrari around Monaco, just crashing it everywhere. Phil, do and joke about GTA 5 cars. I know, I think they're a bit of a joke on their own sometimes, aren't they? RPM sounds horrible in this. Yeah, it's not great. It's not terrible, though. Automation default sounds are horrible. I mean, I don't agree. The car needs so much more downforce. No. What it needs is a longer wheelbase. This thing has butt tons of downforce. You know, actually, let's rewind. Go back to the beginning of the straight. In a bit of a flat area. Okay. We have about 250 kilograms on each rear wheel. Now, let's take this thing up to full speed. Oh, you know what? It doesn't have a lot of downforce. You're right. So they've just adjusted the friction values. They've cheated. I am very disappointed. Yeah, then maybe a little bit more rear downforce would help. I'm surprised that it's not better than this. Let's actually do a quick check of this thing. What was it? I can't remember. Control E. This is W2004. Not in here. Control E. What have we got? The Gabriel? Do we have Gabriel written down at all? O4BWG? Yep, here we go. Okay. Let's go into tires rear and see what we got here. Welcome, SBR. Friction values at the bottom. Yeah. So they've changed this value up to 2. The Strybeck has not been increased. Either Strybecks. Which has to do with traction fall off as you go sideways. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... Actually, I don't actually know what this is meant to be. Was there another car that had... Yeah, here we go. We've got the Chicago GT. What is theirs? Here we go. Give this thing a quick once over on the tires and compare the two. Because I only know the main ones, what they're meant to be. I don't really pay attention to the secondary values because that changes a lot. Yeah, 1.8. So, I mean, it might be within legit limits, but I doubt that this thing has that much traction with that low amount of a downforce. Anyway, race car gets simplified fill score. You've not done enough J-beaming, so the body has that weird deformation. Changing your nodes up is not a hard thing to do, it's just a time-consuming thing to do. I feel that your tire dimensions are also wrong, the wheelbase is wrong. But at least it drives fairly nice, as long as you're not, being fast. If you are, you have to be really on your game. I'm gonna give it like a 7 out of 10. I would have given it higher, but there's enough wrong with just the mesh on its own. Front wing isn't adjusting right, I don't think. Isn't adjusted right. I mean, it might have a little bit too much front downforce, who knows? I think that might have to do with the fact that the front tires might be a little bit too wide, in my opinion. To make rear-engine cars predictable IRL, you have to nail suspension geometry and setup. Geometry is very important. Automation uses unified geometry for the most part, yes. For exports and doesn't allow you to tweak outside of beam. Yeah. That is true for the most part. But also beamng sucks at making mid-engine high-powered cars. The devs themselves, with making their own cars like the Civetta being one of the worst handling cars in the game. I see my car did not make it in the America... I don't know what that is. Let me have a quick look. See if I can't help you figure out why it didn't make it in. It's not even on the list. The Mercia Verenia. No. Not here. Phil, Duan joke about F1. Trying to overtake. Okay, moving on to the next car. Ah, we got this sort of car. I think we'll take this one to the automation test track because it feels like the sort of place you might test this car out. On an actual test track, testing cars has become a really heavy thing to do these days. My car didn't make it into the stream either. The Fresheneer World Crawler. Okay, let me go into your World Crawler car. For one, your rear bumper is completely wrong. For two, your exhausts are completely wrong. For three, your taillights are on the tailgate, which is completely wrong. Side swing, that is also completely wrong in most circumstances. If it wasn't actually wrong, then the handle would not be in the middle, but yet on the side. Your number plate placement is completely wrong if this is how you got your bumper. Your front bumper is completely wrong compared to the rest of the design. These vents are completely wrong. The side looks okay. You've got a fuel filler there, but you've also got your fuel tank there. That is wrong. The other thing is you don't have a thumbnail at the beginning of your post. And your pictures are basic and a big wall of text to start with. You're getting people that are basically just skimming through and giving votes. Which is why you see mostly cars only towards the top that have the pictures in the thumbnail. I don't see anything wrong with World Crawler. Sure, okay. Trying to overtake, wants attention, absolutely dies. What are you talking about? I don't see anything wrong with World Crawler. It's just a beefy off-road truck. Yeah. The eras of the vehicle is just all over the place. It's like old, new, middle, all over. That rear bumper is a modern bumper on a 60s or 50s truck with 70s headlights. Alrighty. Let's bring out this car. Now, this car, you kind of have to look at it at a distance, but it is really, really well designed. Subtle, but very modern and not over-designed. I'm not a big fan of the green inset. Personally, I wouldn't like that. But aside from that, I do like it. If I was to like that green inset, it would have to have more green accents elsewhere. Maybe on the wheels or anything like that. But just the one little bit of green accent, I'm not a big fan of. Now, what was the engine? Being a modern-day car, it would probably be a 3-cylinder or a small 4-cylinder. Yeah. It's just a little 4-cylinder. Actually doesn't seem that little. What sort of power does this thing have? Let's have a look. 2022. Vivis 2.0, but cooler, okay. 1.6 liter, okay, looks smaller than that, but sure. i4 Turbo, twin scroll. So, with more modern European cars, especially German, they are getting very small for economy cars. But if you want 200 horsepower, I suppose that's acceptable to go up to 1.6. But getting, really small is, the name of the game these days. Anyone watch Roadkill? I used to, before they switched. Car just existing? What the fuck are you talking about? I think this car would be good to take to Italy, USA. Yeah. Nice. But no, we're going to take it to a test track right now. Oh, the sound is quite nice. It's quiet, though. I do like that sound. Might be too loud or a bit understeery. It doesn't really dart, and it's very, very wallowy. Look at that body roll. Oh, is this actually one of those, hatchbacks that are actually an SUV? Interior cam? Do I have a button for that? No, I don't. Hey! No controls over anything, though. I'm also driving with the controller, so I like to drive from the exterior. Way too soft a suspension, especially if you're going for a sports model. Otherwise, you wouldn't have put such a high-powered engine in such a small car. Let's turn ESC off. Get rid of that torque vectoring. If you want votes, you need effort all around. Yeah, kinda. Some people have gotten it without effort though, and it always baffles me when that happens. Do you think cars are getting bigger? Yeah, they are. They just are. What does this car have? A 4-cylinder? Yeah, 4-cylinder. 1.6 liter. Turbo. Is there a way to make a working sat-nav? Yes. Is it easy? No. It has beamng 3-cylinder 1-sound? Oh, is that what it is? Okay. It sounds like they grabbed an engine sound and not an exhaust sound, too. Okay, it's okay at high-speed stability. Okay, I was wrong. It doesn't. It might do okay in the Moose test. I will say, however, the back end looks very bland. I really do like the front end. It reminds me of like a lot of different cars, including Nissans. Like modern Nissans. There's 310 sound? Okay. My car is mostly for the experience and performance rather than looks. So maybe focus on what it does. Yeah, sure. Experience-wise, it doesn't drive great. In the future, cars getting... Anyway, let's bring it down. See how it does under braking. Does okay under braking. Brake turn-in is moderate. A little bit understeery. Let's turn this now to sport. I'm not going to vote on a Minja because you said it drives well. What? Also, yeah, be careful when you're picking your engine sounds. There is intake sound, like engine sounds, and exhaust sounds. You probably want to grab the exhaust sound because this sounds a little bit more exhaustless, like as if it's broken off. I mean, this is okay. Let's take this for a little bit of a drive around Italy, USA. Press the wrong button, that's fine. Italy. Let's take it to Città Vecchia, USA. All a part of the state of Italy in America. A Minja is a British English for a bad looker. Oh, a Minger. Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought you were talking about the Minja, who's a person that's in this chat as well. Maybe they're actually naming... Maybe their name is the Minger. I'm not sure. I always just assumed that they were trying to catch streamers by saying things that'll trick them into saying offensive words. Now most of my engines are V8 Duramax strokers. Alright. Also, welcome Jack Magnium. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I don't believe I've seen you in these parts before. Oh, that ESC is strong. It is really pulling me around. Let's see how this thing drives through the hills a little bit when we get there. Right now I'm just paranoid at curbs. No clutch, unfortunately, but then again, it's an automatic, which is to be expected. Might be a DCT. There are a few smaller cars that have gotten them so far. I don't think Minger is that offensive, is it? No, sounds like something else that starts with an N. People usually never remember me. GP8, I remember you. Not specific details, but I recognize the name and that you've been around before. Not much, I just made a new video on my channel. What if Doom Guy joined the Special Forces? Appreciate you asking. Here in America, Texas, actually. Alright. You have quoted your YouTube channel. Why is it suggesting my own video to myself? I hate this thing. Jack Magnium. Let's tear your video to bits. Nope, not the right person. Let's go... What was it? Doom Guy. Special Forces. 15 hours ago. Alright. Low res, shitty game, bad frame rate, no voiceover, your taskbar is in screen, your top bar is in screen. Nothing is happening. Lag, okay. I thought this was going to be a narrative sort of video, like talking about funny things, making jokes, all that sort of stuff. You suggested it in, like you put it in the chat, I had to look it up. Phil streaming a stream of himself streaming It's a Paradox, okay. It was just recorded on Outplayed, okay. Well, I guess you did end up watching Roblox after all, Phil. Yeah. Okay, the stability control is helping keeping this thing in check, but it's a little too aggressive. So let's switch this to sports and see how this thing helps. It's amazing how when a car is tuned for ESC, or like tuned well and works with ESC, how well ESC actually works now in beamng from automation. Previously, it was never helpful. Decent, little bit aggressive on the traction control. Still not terrible. Welcome, Ebags. How's it going? Oh my god. Alright, see that's what I don't like, is the exported traction control. It's a little too aggressive on stopping wheel spin. Like, I get that there's going to be a little bit of wheel spin, but let me have just a little bit of wheel spin. Don't go all Ford Fiesta Mark 6 on me and just, like, stop me in the middle of an intersection sort of garbage. Like, I love my Ford Fiesta ST150 Mark 6 thing. The only thing that I really hate about it is the traction control is deadly and will one day try to kill me. I mean, it has tried to kill me a few times. I can imagine if the submitter seeing this afterwards crying. What submitter? What are you doing, not a thing? I will ban you. Why is everyone's chat getting blocked? Stop doing it, I will ban you. Sorry if my frames are bad, I'm not running max performance on this gaming laptop. I don't care about performance. What I'm saying is, you came in here, and you spruiked your stuff, whether directly or indirectly. You will get... Okay. You are getting timed out. How do I do that? Put timer in use out. Oh, sorry, put user in timeout. There we go. Is chat broken or no? They're just fucking around. They're literally just typing message rejected. Yeah. Don't spam, please. People are trying to chat. And I'm dyslexic at the best of times. Me trying to read around chat moving so much because you're spamming? Yeah. Oh wait, he was just saying, yeah, he was. Oh my bad, thought people here making great cars? Some people do make great cars. This is a great designed car, for looks-wise. Its handling is okay. What I'm poo-pooing on here is the automation's traction control, which is not great. The handling of this car is actually quite nice for what it is. It feels maybe, for 205 horsepower, it might feel a little bit sluggish and slow. It feels a little too sporty. The suspension is too wallowy. It's a little too understeery. Yeah, that is way too much understeer. I don't think why not a thing is even here. All he does is ask you to build cars and Google things. Yeah, that does happen a lot. That's a lot of wheel spin when the traction control is turned off. Oh, goodness. I wonder how long that timeout lasts. It didn't give me an option to set it. So apparently the timeout is just happening. Is the 6th one in line? Let me have a quick look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Sometimes Reddit will hide a post. You've driven worse in Forza games? Yeah. See, what you want to do is have a rear-wheel drive car. I think, at the very least, stiffer sway bars all around, especially on the rear, would probably really help. Maybe slightly stiffer dampeners for something trying to be this kind of sporty. It does feel nice sometimes, just at high speeds the thing starts to understeer. A little bit more than what you might like. And then oversteer. That was my bad. That was, I unsettled the car and lifted. But I kind of had to. Welcome back, fine bird. How's it going, bruv? I think Pippa might want to go out, and ABS is failing me. You want to go out, Pippa? You want to go out? You want out? You can go out if you want. Oh, you just wanted attention. Oh, I'm not going to get up and pay you attention every single time. Hello, Pippa. Yeah, you just wanted attention, didn't you? Oh, I knew it. You're such an attention whore. Dinner's been good. Now time to just have a short after dinner lay around. Fair enough. Welcome. Oh, sneaky Mr. Wiggles, you changed your thumbnail. I know some of y'all in the chat will probably talk smack about me playing Roblox. No, I'm not going to talk smack about you playing Roblox. Play whatever you want to play. What I'm saying is, it's not a game for me. It's not my sort of thing. Let's now start giving this thing a fill scope. We're going to start off with styling. And it's not going to wet most people's panties, but I do like it a lot. We will make up for it in the je ne sais quoi factor instead. It looks nice. It is a hatchback. It's not so great on the rear. In my opinion, I don't like really narrow lights on the rear. So we're going to give it maybe 7 out of 10. It looks nice. It's a hatchback. Acceleration. Feels okay. You respect that? Good. Have you changed your picture midstream? Yeah, I think they did. They thought you were like, but Roblox does have cringe meme factor going for it. Yeah, I'm not much of a cringe fan. I grew up at a time when cringe was not great, and I hated it growing up. So, shows like, Everybody Loves Raymond, that comedy was almost entirely based around cringe. And I hate it. That is my least favorite show I think I have ever seen. And there's been some pretty garbage shows. That one physically made me get up and leave the room. This was really before internet was good. We had dial-up. I loved my computer, but there wasn't a whole lot to do all the time, and it got repetitive. Because we also didn't have a lot of money for me to spend on games, so it was like the same games all the time. It would get me physically up and make me go do my homework. That's how much I hated it. Not a thing, you're gonna get blocked again. Or timed out again if you start using non-English again. The only Roblox thing I ever played is Creature of Sonora, okay? Has like 3 likes and was posted 4 days ago. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. If it's not showing up here... Oh, wait, no, here it is. Why didn't I pick this car? Wait, what the fuck? Huh. I must have missed it. I'm sorry, bro. I'll try to do it next week. Yeah, 6 to 8 year olds, it's very squeaker based. And I'm not I'm on the spectrum. Surprise, surprise. Bow tie, talk like this. do analytical reviews of people's cars that they make in a game for another game. My hearing is quite sensitive, and I do not like squeakers. It's really bad. I hate it. There's a logo for a music label I like, and a festival I'm going to. Okay, cool. I used to play this game on Roblox, playing crazy. Cool. I say in Georgian, I love you to your cars. What? Asperger's here. Also, child noises gives me mad anxiety. Yeah, I hate it. I hate squeakers so much. Acceleration, it was okay. It didn't feel fantastic. Handling, we're gonna give it a 6. It's not great. Fun factor, give it a 6. It didn't feel great. Cool factor, I mean, it's a hot hatch. In Europe, it's quite popular. In Australia, it's okay. In America, probably not popular at all. So we'll give it like a 5. If it's like the Astras and whatnot that were given 200 horsepower when they shouldn't have been given 200 horsepower, this is the sort of thing. Like, sure, okay. Trackability, it felt okay. We'll give that a 7, maybe, just a little bit better. For tracking, it's okay. Hey, Twin for Buggin', welcome back to the stream. As for music, Five Finger Death Punch IOU is my favorite. Don't think I know it. I'm not a muso. Welcome back, Mayhem soon. Now, let's move on to the next category, which is... What was it? Features? Yeah, features. The price is $28,500. So it's not highly packed. Especially if it's 205 horsepower and only 28.5. That is very cheap for a sports model of a car. Usually the sports model is the premium version, and they charge a lot more for that, so then there is that extra prestige. So this is probably a very cheap car, which makes me think it might be Japanese or Korean. But it really does feel and look German. Do they have a country? No. What's a B segment hatch? Small hatchback. Viewing from the front, small hatchbacks are also a little wider and taller than the smaller segment. A decent sized engine runs these. The engines range from 1 liter to 1.2 liter. So yeah, this is what I was thinking. I was expecting this thing to be more like a 1.2 to maybe a 1.4 liter. Running in the mid-2000s. From France? This? Nah, this isn't France. It's way too sporty looking. Also, who made this? I don't know who Klausbane is. I don't see their name in the chat. And they haven't put what their YouTube name is. So I have no reference to know who they are. Let's have a look for features, shall we? We have, I think I saw reverse, yeah, we have reversing sensors, so at least we have parking sensors and stuff like that. Has sat nav, but probably it's only like mild sort of tech, especially at such a cheap price. It's probably not going to be the highest quality. It'll probably be made out of like really cheap plastics on the inside if it's going to cost such a cheap price. Let's go 6 out of 10. It'll come out of the quality elsewhere. You know what? Let's give it a 7 out of 10. Comfort. It's very wallowy. Seats look okay. You're a bit cramped for space, especially on the front. So we're going to go... Six? I will forgive the legroom thing as just like a bit of an automation quirk to a certain extent. Quality. That much power for that low of a price? And getting like sat-nav and all that sort of stuff is probably like really shit quality. So we're gonna go like a 5 on that one. Probably also feels really bad. You know, it probably won't be bad build quality, but it'll be like your interiors will probably break and crack. Heat will probably distort and break it over time. And it'll just feel really cheap. Practicality for this sort of car? I would love a high-level computer right now. Just can't really justify it. It uses a 2-liter 4-banger. This? No, it's 1.6. Fuller GTI is a B segment. Uses 2-liter. Oh, okay. Most of the world car segments, they're named after the letters. US standards compact, full-size scale ignores difference between any cars. You would give it a 7? Because for me, I like cheap stuff. 7 for what? As long as you know where to look. What are you talking about? Practicality for this. It is a 5-seater, though getting 5 people in the back will be a bit of a pinch. You'll have to do it for children only. It's not the biggest vehicle. The boot is moderately sized, easy to park. It's not really an off-road sort of car. We'll give it maybe like a 7. It's got 4 doors. Yeah, or 5 doors technically. Value of this, it's fairly cheap, so you're getting a lot of value. We'll go a 7 on that. Ongoing cost is probably very cheap to repair, depending if they're... Wait, was this... Did we agree that this was actually German? You know what, actually, I can't agree that this is German. It is way too cheap to be German. We'll say that this B segment is probably actually more of a Japanese, maybe a, Korean, who knows. So we'll give the quality a bit of a bump. We'll go to like a 5 on that one. Ongoing costs, cheap to repair, cheap to maintain sort of thing. A little maybe too much horsepower. Tires are not going to be particularly cheap on a car like this as well, probably. What do we got? Yeah, we got a sports compound. So your sports compounds are a lot more expensive to replace. It's probably also decent on fuel. We'll give it a 7 out of 10. It's pretty good. But not any sort of like super econo sort of car. J-beam editing. It's got what, an interior camera? That's it. And custom sounds. 2. You've done more than one thing. Though they're very simple. Give it a 7 for quality? No, I don't think so. So quality is twofold. One, its actual build quality and how well the thing will not degrade over time, stuff like that. The other one is how it feels. And usually if you have high tech with low price, and also high power for what it is, everything will feel incredibly cheap plastic. So that's also going into it. Sky engine is typically, for its size, cost Fiesta ST, Polo GTI, the i20N, all the above. Yeah. And those interiors are not great. They're not terrible, but they're not great. I own an ST. Would I buy this car? It's way too wallowy. But kind of. Oh, Pippa does want to go out now. Alright, you want to go out? You want out? Well, okay. Thank you. Okay, that time she actually followed through. And actually went outside. This is like the 4th time she's like gone up to the door. She's doing a bit of a cat thing. If you buy a 1997 sports car from Thailand... What? Buy a 1997 sports car from Thailand. If you... What? What are you talking about? Anyway, moving on. The je ne sais quoi, I feel, is pretty high. There is a lot of effort gone into the design here. It's not the most over-detailed one, but they have done a lot of good work here. I'm going to give them probably... Because it really is the 5-meter rule, they haven't trimmed up all of the lines with patchwork, but it does look fairly decent. Ah! And also, things like this doesn't look 100%, and down here it gets really messy. I still don't dislike it too much. We're gonna give it like an 8 or a 9. I think a 9. And realism and commonality. It's way too cheap for its price bracket, I feel, except if it is like a particularly cheap sort of car. So let's go with an 8. It's pretty good, but yeah. And a score of 100. That is actually a really high score, and one of like 4 cars, I think, to ever go over 100. I love outline on your side vents, curtains for the front bumper. Yeah, I really like it as well. If this is a French car, it gets a default minus 1,000. No, I'm joking. Anyway, a score of 100. It's not a French car. It's way too cheap to be a French car, at least here in Australia. I don't know. Would you care about beamng if automation wasn't a thing? Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Even when I got automation to start with, because I found out about it, I was like, wow, this thing is cool. And my friends were like, you should get beamng because you can drive your cars over in beamng. I was like, I don't know, beamng just doesn't seem like my sort of game. And the price was way too high. And I still think that the price is way too high. Good job, Klaus. I like racing games. I do not like beamng. beamng is not really there yet. beamng should have stuck in its lane, which is muscle cars. That's about all they're really great at. And they are great at that, don't get me wrong. At muscle cars and slow cars, they are phenomenal. They are better than any other game, and off-roading as well. Yeah, I should say rally. Or like speed off-roading, not slow off-roading, because that would probably go more likely to something like Snow Runner, Mud Runner, Spin Tires, all that sort of stuff. That chain of games. But they don't do well at speed at all. They suck at speed. The game is incredibly flawed in that regard. But beamng has its lane, and it does it so well. By far the best out there. Damage is not 100% where it should be, but it is way better than anything else. By a long shot. That's one thing that it does well for me. I'm not much into like crash physics. It doesn't... Like, I can crash a car once and go, yeah, good, done. What? So my thing, I like to drive my car or whatever. I mean, I don't like Assetto Corsa. But if automation had have gone with Assetto Corsa for its mod exporter, I probably actually still would have been a lot happier than Assetto Corsa, than a beamng. Because if this thing is just muscle cars and a bit of crash fun, it's like a $10, $15 game for me. If it was $10 or $15, I actually probably would have been a lot happier. But they wanted, what, 35 Australian dollars? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, 36 Australian dollars. Phil, will you ever try make a radial engine? I could make one look like a radial engine, but I can't actually do that. This car costs just around the same you'd pay for other hot hatches in its price range. Not this kitted out, and not this high powered, with these sorts of tires and all that sort of stuff. Also, it's automation dollars. Will you ever... beamng dies when aerodynamics start. Yeah, when aerodynamics start to become a big player, their aerodynamic game is really not great. All they do at the moment is have a few calculations, which is fine, to measure speed, and then gives a force in a direction. Unfortunately, aerodynamics is so much more complicated than that. So much more complicated. Actually, it gives force in two directions, kind of. Especially with ground effect. And they just don't bother with that. You'll notice on their supercars, the Civettas, they don't have proper rear diffusers. Do you know why that is? Because they don't have ground effect. And ground effect was used on road-going supercars since the 80s. Starting, I believe, with like the F50 sort of era of car. Maybe even the Testarossa might have had it, not sure. I discovered Beam is... Why Bear? What? Also, Beam is a lot older than Beam really is. One, because it actually started like in 2011 or something like that. But also, it was developers from another game called Rigs of Rods. Or Rigs of Rod? I don't know. Something like that. What has a radial? Only a very few cars ever actually came with a radial, and they were like experimental cars. It is atrocious that they still don't have quick race feature. They have time attack, but like no racing against AIs is a bit boring as well. The Utah Rally, also like the no inbuilt multiplayer was a big killer for me. That was the cherry on top. One of the funnest things about driving games is playing with your friends. And it didn't have that. When I got BeamNP, I was a lot happier, but I'd still bought it before then because, I don't know, I just wanted to drive my cars. I never liked any cars that I made except for muscle cars in BeamNG. But yeah. Phil, as a creator of the Phil score, in your opinion, what car does it take to get a 100 plus score? You can try to game the system if you want, but there's a big difference. There's a simplified Phil score, which is how I actually feel about the car, and then there's the full Phil score, which is because people wanted a more accurate representation of things. I might actually scrap the Phil score and make a different Phil score. Because we end up cars like this, where I like the look of it a lot. I like a lot. I really love the design of this car. This is one of the top 5 cars of all time, looks-wise, that they've made in automation. That people have made in automation. But mostly because they've just done stuff that is really hard to design. Other than that, it was very unsatisfying to drive. It was... it's not very unsatisfying. It's just a little bit unsatisfying to drive. It's not sharp. It doesn't turn in. It's wallowy. It doesn't feel great. I mean, it's an okay car to drive. Sometimes, on a very few corners, it would like go into the corner and grip around. It would feel good. But then any other corner was like, oh, it's disappointment. That like, understeer, just like going into the corner. You're like, oh, I just don't like it. But if you want a good score, go a modern car. Something practical. SUV, I don't know. Sports SUV. That front is growing on me by the second. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty darn realistic. European and Japanese hot hatches get pretty high-end tires nowadays. Even Swiss Sport with less than 150 gets nicer. That is usually a add-on that most people don't go for. It should be 9 to 10 USD. What is BeamNG? I don't know. Oh, that's US dollars. Yeah, maybe a little bit higher. But the problem is they're trying to feature creep. I wish they would just finish off the game, then just say bon voyage to that, and make a new game. Start from a much better core. And in that, I mean a good game engine. Not one that is based mostly on, like, Java. There's a lot of Java in here. Why is there Java in this game? Java was outdated in, like, the late 90s into the early 2000s sort of time period. You used a game engine. Sure, it was updated, but from the 90s. It was for a first-person multiplayer game. And then you took out the guts of it, which is the first-person part and the multiplayer part. Weird choices. I bought my Citroen C1 with 14-inch alloys in 2012. Okay. That is very small tires. A wheel, sorry. 21 euros? Yeah, that's a bit much. Anyway. We're done with this car. Let's undo everything. And go on to the next one. Which is the Hajek 6 Series RXI. Is that a European, Middle Eastern maybe sort of name? I'm not sure. Hajek? I don't know. Let's have a look at the description on this. The Hajek 6 Series RXI. Thumbnail. Thanks for the information. You wrote that in, just to let everybody know. This is not there by default. That means that they wrote thumbnail there. And that. Wait, hold on. Actually, no. Why is that separated? Wait, is there one with a description underneath the thing? Yeah, this one doesn't have thumbnail written there. So for some reason, they thought it necessary to write thumbnail. I don't know, I just find that kind of funny. I'm sorry to point that out. Anyway, The 601 RXI is the late 80s hatchback from Czech so it's kind of like the more Eastern European sort of area. Probably a part of the Soviet bloc? I don't know. Was Czechoslovakia part of that? I'm not sure. I don't actually know where Czechoslovakia is. I don't even know how to spell Czechoslovakia. The Czech Republic. Oh, okay. Is that South America? No? Okay. Wow, that's right in the middle of Europe sort of area. Okay. I don't think I have ever really spent any time thinking about Czechoslovakia. Well, you've gotten me learning a new thing today. Oh, is this where Bohemia, the term that word comes from? I thought that was French. All right. What is their language? Oops. Let's go to the first one. Official language. Oh, so it is just Czech. Is Czech based off of other languages? Family language. Indo-European. Okay, Balkan. Slavic. Okay, that makes sense. Probably was overtaken by Russia a few times. West Slavic, Czech Slavic, and Czechs. Writing system, Latin script. Oh, okay, so they don't use, Cyrillic. Alright, interesting. Czech Republic is the center of Europe. Phil Smort. Jack Magnum, while I don't... Found this info? What? It's from Wiki and other sources. I'll look again. What are we talking about? I found out when I researched JP's car, it makes 7,500 horsepower stock from a 7.5 liter Buick V8. Oh dear. Anyway, let's bring this thing out. Since it's European, the closest thing we have to being in Europe is Italy, USA. Remember, it is a DayZ country? Oh, okay. I don't think I really played DayZ. Never mind, it makes 35,000 horsepower. Oh dear. Czechoslovakia is not a part of the Soviet Union. Was it not? Oh, okay. So just heavily influenced then, I'm assuming, by being in proximity with Russia, at least a little bit. I was surprised by the Indo part, though. That was a bit of a surprise, since they're not really what I would have expected from that. This is start of 2nd gen for Redline. Oh, okay. I haven't watched the anime. It doesn't interest me. I looked at it and went, yeah, no, not really. Not for me. And this thing must have some sort of sports differential, which I'm going to immediately poo-poo. Yep. They've gone for some sort of LSD. Which I'm going to call no one. Straight up. Unless this car is really expensive. What is the price of it? $15,000. Yep, no, I'm calling a big no on that. It's on the border of Eastern Europe and Western Europe, sort of like Poland. There are a few countries that were given to the USSR by the Allies in World War II. They were able to retain independence, but they were forced to be allies. Yep, fair enough. Mr. Very Smart. They tried to go their own way at one point, but then the Soviet Union invaded them to reinstall a friendly regime. Yeah, that makes sense. Russia has, throughout history, always been an aggressor. Much like America, has always been quite the aggressor. They are a defender sometimes, but most of the times they're the aggressor. Like pretty much every war except their own, their independent wars, like even though their independent wars were kind of aggressive, but they were also a little bit defensive of like people's rights and their own civil rights, which it really wasn't about that. There was also World War I and II when they helped out in those sorts of things, but generally America is the aggressor in wars, sticking their beaks in where they shouldn't. And trying to avoid that, they create worse war crimes and create people like Bin Laden, which was their own fault, like the government's fault. The people may not have like directly wanted Bin Laden, but it benefited them to have Bin Laden, and they did really shit things. This is, I feel, yeah, no, the wrong sort of differential. It should have just been an open diff. I am very disappointed that you put a sports diff in here. What you could have done is potentially stiffened up the rear to help aid front traction, but this most definitely would not have had any sort of LSD or automatic lock or whatever it is you've got in here. Also, being from Czechoslovakia, I feel as if it would have been like probably more budget oriented. I don't think they're like a world economic power. I don't know. Especially in the 80s, I don't know. I feel that they're not like known for being opulently wealthy. Indo-European languages cover a lot of things, including German and French. Really? I didn't know that. Phil, you can check if it has LSD on the engine J-beam. I know, but I don't want to look up the J-beam. I'm not sure if I accidentally picked an LSD. I'm not sure if I accidentally picked an LSD, not open diffs. Alright, you know what? I'll do the legwork for you. Hadjek? Let's have a look. Where is this car? Are you one of the people that renames their mods? The RXI. Ah, no, okay. Yes, you did. Engine. Diff. Front differential. Whoops. No, it is open. That's weird. Welded front differential. What? Diff type locked. Oh, no, that's for a locker version. Okay, hold on. There is actually a thing we can do now. Let's go engine, transmission. No, that's for that. Transfer kit. No, okay. Front suspension. Front hubs, front differential, front brakes. Front differential. If a racer welded. Then why is it showing up with the ESC? That's weird. It shouldn't be doing that if you got an open differential on no driving aids. Huh. It does have electronic stability. Oh, you have ABS! Is that what it is? This thing would not have had an ABS. Yeah, alright, that's what you've got. Alright. Let's go and take ABS off, because this would not have had ABS. Electronic assists, empty. What year was this car again? It was late 80s. Yeah, no, not in this time period. ABS was premium at this time. Very premium. Wasn't it automatic power, but they have amazing history in automotive engineering. They were able to produce solid cars under Soviet Union. Believe me, it's an incredibly rare thing. Okay, then, isn't a Weldon Sif a solid axle, basically? Yeah, but no, this is an open diff. This car had AM/FM radio. The Day Uwu is better than this, to be honest. Well, I don't know about that. beamng needs to be much better at controlling manual gearboxes. And your brakes are sensitive when not with ABS. Have I popped a tire? No, no, it's all going well. Let's see how it does with a little bit of trail braking. Yeah, it's okay. It's not as soft as what you would expect a car from this era to be, but I suppose it is meant to be a city car, so a little bit stiffer suspension is fine. You're a little bit prone to oversteer. And understeer. I suppose that's fine. Maybe narrower tires. These look a little bit wide. Especially if you're going for like a more budgety sort of car. Being the Czech Republic. I feel that this thing probably would be based on a budget sort of build. This is also a couple of years before the fall of the Soviet Union. I don't know what the politics around this area is and what their, like, go is with creating cars. Braking downhill in a car with no ABS. That's not 100% tuned. I think is based on Felicia, the favorite car from... What? Is this your car? Fun fact, Daewoo Matiz was sold with optional ABS, but as brakes were too weak to lock wheels. There might have been a shit version on some cars, but in the late 80s, ABS was very premium and was not even required by any country until I think the mid-2000s sort of time period. So, some of these cars that got ABS early, which probably didn't really need it, probably did it for regulation purposes. A lot of people also didn't like ABS back in the day. They thought, you know what, I like to have control over my brakes. I don't want some computer making a mistake one day and taking away my brakes. Which in the early days under testing did occasionally happen. I don't know if any cars made it to the road with that. There is one story that, who's that race car driver? Took the Tesla up Pikes Peak. I'm drawing a blank on his name. Anyway, that guy. He had a story about driving a brand new Mazda RX-7 with ABS around a racetrack in an endurance race. And apparently, for him, going through a bit of a geometrically, vertically complex section of the racetrack, the ABS just completely took away his brake power altogether into a corner and ended up crashing massively and wrecking the car. And it was a brand new car as well. That's the best way of wearing your socks? What are you talking about? In the 90s Europe, ABS was pretty much standard. This isn't normal Europe. Sebastian Loeb? No. Sorry. I think he did some stuff for Top Gear. Or maybe it was the American, the Amazon version of that. He also did work with Roadkill a lot and Motor Trend. That guy. The guy that, like, has a really kind of, like, strained voice. I can't think of what his name is. American. In his, like, private YouTube channel, he drives Volvo sometimes, which is why I really got into him a lot. Randy Popes! Yes, that's the one! You may be referring to... Yeah, good. Why does this car remind me of the Transporter 2? It's a white car he overheated? I don't think I watched Transporter 2. Yeah. Welcome, Cascade Freak, by the way. I don't think I've said hello to you yet. This car is mediocre. I feel it's probably too good. If they made phenomenal cars, then sure. This one is like very safe, very conservative, very restrained, and probably had like a lot of road testing, which in the 80s, they didn't really do. Oh god. Let's see if there's any damage. Nope, that means I mustn't have hit it. I must have just braked really well. Aren't I a really good driver? I don't think I've ever been to this part of the road before. Oh, map, before I mean. Czechoslovakia is an safe country. Is the Czech Republic and Czechoslovakia the same thing? I don't know. Ouch, what do you mean, ouch? I didn't hit a wall, not at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Ah! This car feels premium for the 80s. Which I'm going to call BS on its price then. It's not Czechoslovakia anymore. Slovakia and Czechia broke up apart. Oh, they're two... Okay, then I didn't know that that was two different countries. I really did not know that. If you hadn't said hello yet, good to see you. Okay. Czechia is safer than Slovakia, but they're both fairly safe. I don't know why talking about... Are you talking about safety of cars, or just being safe as like a country to not get stabbed and robbed in? Because I've heard that in a lot of places around Europe, there is a lot of scam artists, and we're talking in like some pretty more normal countries that you wouldn't expect there to be those sorts of scams, like France and Germany and stuff. But we'll take a look at Skoda Felicia. It have the same engine. Is this? Alright, well I'll just believe you then. Czechia is pretty much the heart of Europe. If you say so, I don't know. As a country, Central Europe is very chill. Okay. You're still alive? Yeah, what have I been going for now? 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I'm not even on the last cars. You know what? Let's just stop, give this thing a fill score. I feel that this vehicle is completely wrong for its price range. This thing probably should have cost an extra, like automation price-wise, an extra $10,000 to $20,000. Taken into inflation, I think that would feel a little bit better. Maybe an extra 10,000. Just got back from your car for the first time. Oh dear. Oh, your first driving experience. Well done, Brian Greer, for coming back alive. Are you learning in an automatic or manual? Anyway, let's move on to start giving this thing a fill score. 1.3 liter alloy wheels, 15,000. I just know, don't feel it. Styling. This is not a looker. I'll give it a little bit of a je ne sais quoi. The back end looks good for a je ne sais quoi, but it is not a looker. Also, that rear bumper looks completely wrong. I feel that the front bumper might even come down just a little bit too much. Let's go like a 4 on that one. I am not a fan of those looks. Like, it doesn't look ugly that much. It just doesn't do it for me. And Czech Tuner Felicia looks exactly the same as this. Okay, cool. It was a VW Jetta sports wagon. What year? Manual? Auto? Also, drivers of Czechs were crazy, speeding 24/7, plus the streets were broken in my city and not the highways. Okay, cool. Acceleration. Let's go a 3 on that. It's quite slow. Handling. Let's go a 6 on that one. It handles safely, but this is more of a weekend score, so let's go a 5. It's not good, it's not bad. It's just kind of like mid. Fun factor. 5. Cool factor. 3? 2? You know what? Yeah, no. You park this next to most cars, and most children that are walking past are not going to give it a second look. The overwhelming majority, I'd say like 99%. There may be the occasional child which has a cool parent that teaches them about cars. And now hatchbacks are not just little shit boxes, and they can be fun. And they may go past and go, oh wow, that thing looks a little bit sporty. But yeah, no, it's not really a cool car. Especially in baby puke beige. Also, drivers, already read that one. 2013 and an automatic. Okay, cool. Autos are easy to learn in. I learned in a manual. You want to learn, know what I learned in? My first ever vehicle, though we had a farm. Small farm, it was only 10 acres at the time, but KB 25 with, oh, okay. one of these, except with an alloy tray on the back, so I'll only show you the front. I believe this is also called a Chevy Love. Do we have one with an alloy tray? No. You know what this is? Except for the badge, the exact design we had on it, also a different badge on the side here. And the tray was not there, it was an aluminium bolt-on tray. I'm not seeing one with a thing. But yeah, a sloppy, very, very sloppy, like first and second. But when you let go of first, it would fall down so far you wouldn't be able to tell whether you're in first or second if you weren't experienced in the vehicle. If you're experienced at driving cars, and you get into that, you're still going to be like, wait, what gear am I in? Because the gearing is also incredibly close and short. Oh, there we go. Different headlights, but yes, pretty much that exact tray on the back there. In fact, actually, that might be the same tray that we had. Yeah, actually. Oh, this is Shannon's Insurers. Why are we getting a Chevy Love and an Australian thing? That is the exact tray that is on my parents' vehicle. Everything here except for this badge and these headlights is exactly the vehicle I learnt in. Maybe a different... No, there's only one aerial on this side. This guy has an extra aerial. Yeah. Similar sort of color as well. My parents was like a little bit shittier. And a lot of rust. We got some new people in here? Do we? Welcome, 3D Models India. Ford Ranger? Nope, Chevy Love. Yeah. LUV. Anyway. Let's move on to the next score. I would not say that this ute is cool. It might be now. I don't know what people see it as. I just see it as like a work ute. Not particularly amazing. It's also incredibly dangerous. The steering wheel has so much slop in it. And the brakes are horrendous. So bad. Anyway, trackability. 3. Not great. It's very slow. Even on like Gymkhana stuff, it's probably way too slow. Features. 15,000 is going to have a 0 on that one. Comfort. It looked fairly solid. Around the city on smooth roads, it may do fine. If you're in a potholey sort of city, which apparently Czechoslovakia sounds like, you're not going to have a fun time. Going off-road or anything, which was very common in the 80s, like a lot of roads still weren't paved. I mean, I know in Australia a lot of roads weren't paved in the 80s still. So, to the early 90s, we're going to say the comfort is not great. What is the interior? Weird seats. Very cramped. We'll give it a little bit of a leeway on that, but not huge. Let's go a 3 on that one. Quality. Being made under the Soviet Union, you may say it has good quality, but that's good quality for that sort of being a part of, not the Union, the bloc, sorry. If it was. I think somebody said it was. I'm going to go like a 3. It probably doesn't feel good, and it probably isn't built particularly good. Easy to keep going is a different thing altogether. That is not the same as quality. Easy to keep going is more of your ongoing costs. Practicality. It's a hatchback. It's easy to drive around and park. You got okay boot space. If you can fold the seat forwards, that's also fine. But it is a 2-door on the sides, making it a little bit harder to get in and out of the back. Not really meant for big, tall people. So we're going to like a 4 on that one. Or, you know, we'll give it a 5. It's fine. Value. My first time driving was an abandoned airfield with the Mitsubishi Colt. Oh, that's cool. It had awful automatic with sequential mode, but it didn't matter to me back then. Fair enough. Your first car is always a very fun car to drive because you're learning how to drive. It's so much fun. You should test out my hypercar, lol. If it makes it into the test, sure. Czech streets are goofy, okay? My car was basically no price cap and it's scary. Okay, cool. Value. It's incredibly cheap. Do we get tech with it? Do you have like a radio? Could we have a radio and at least a blower? I don't know if there's AC, though. I don't see a switch, so I doubt that there's AC. We'll just go with that. 5, you get a car. It's very cheap. You know what, actually, value for money, it's 6. They would be incredibly cheap today. Your ongoing costs. It'd probably be cheap to repair, depending where you live. Probably wouldn't need a lot, but it would be probably constant, especially for an older car now. What's that, like 30 plus years old now, this car? It's probably okay on fuel. It is a push rod, so it's not going to be very efficient, and it's also single point. This is actually not efficient at all. The fuel usage is probably going to be that of like a modern day V8. Not a high performance V8, like a moderate sort of more cushy V8. So we'll go like a 5 on that one. JB editing, I don't believe there was any. Would I buy it? No. It's too slow. The je ne sais quoi factor. Give it a 3. Realism and commonality. I don't know, personally, of any pushrod that had, like, a inline engine that had, single point fuel injection. I know the Americans did it. You don't think you sent it, sadly? Well, put it on the Reddit. Sequential is better than the manual? If you say so. I mean, I also look at reliability of a transmission. And so far, sequentials or automatically controlled manuals, not great. Especially automatically controlled manuals. Those things, their reliability is horrible. It is some of the worst in the world. Today, those cars are super rusty and just scrap. Maybe we'll put that down then, because you're not getting safety, and safety is a part of value. I would say, at least. Realism and commonality. What do we got for suspension? McPherson, 2 piston brakes? I don't know about that. Drums on the rear, feels okay. Semi-trailing arm, it's better than double wishbone like some people did. Let's go 7, maybe? I don't know. Also, being in the Soviet bloc, they probably weren't a part of, like, the fuel injection revolution either, I don't think. Except if they're, like, high-end cars. If it has 3,000 horsepower, it's probably a garbage car, to be honest. Make a good handling car instead of a high-powered car. Parts for these cars are cheap as fuck, and if you fix most of them with a hammer, but they aren't reliable, just most of the common failures allow you to... Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. Like, easy to keep going, but needs constant maintenance. Which is why I put the quality down, but the ongoing cost not atrocious. And the value was not atrocious either. Anyway, a score of 52. I feel... for a Soviet block car, if this was actually Soviet, perfect. Or, like, not Soviet, but, like, a part of that thing that went on during a lot of time. I can't even, like, be very definitive with that sort of stuff. Auto manuals are awful? I mean, I wouldn't say that. They're either slow or kick you in the back. They actually shift quite fast. It's the delay that's the problem. The delay is also sucky, yes. On most. I wouldn't say that they're unreliable. I'd say that they're like the copiously, overwhelmingly large, expensive amounts of maintenance they require. They do not last long. Czechoslovakia is not a part of the Soviet Union? Okay then. Other than I don't know. Looks like it was, like if they're really rusty, it wasn't great. Look at the BMW when they had that transmission. Yeah, I'm thinking more along the lines of like Aston Martins and Ferraris and whatnot that had them. Those do not last, especially the Aston Martins. And Mercedes as well. They used to be a part of the Soviet Union? Yeah, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. I don't think that's what they're talking about, maybe? Also, if I haven't said it, welcome Thomas Vikdal. Vikidal. How's it going? A name. It was on an episode of Wheeler Dealers, Sean Motor Trend, that's European. Okay. Czechoslovakia was in the Warsaw Pact, but they were a sovereign country. Fair enough. Okay. A score of 52. I actually find that ironically, like, funny. Like, you made a Soviet car, and I gave you a Soviet score. Love it. That's fantastic. I don't think many cars dare to score so low. Let's have a look at the next car. I do appreciate that you didn't just make a score that was like perfect. I very much appreciate that. Now we're on to the Fastback Rally. Is this really a rally map? I don't... Where's a better rally map? Lots of East Coast, but it looks like a what do you call it? Oh, sorry, that's not the right one. It looks like the Sierra Cosworth, which is a British car, but I don't think we really have a rally map for them. There is that like a Somerset map, but that map is shit. Probably one of the worst maps I've ever seen. It's like way too three-dimensional. It's all weird and wacky. Traction feels garbage everywhere. Eastern Bloc? I don't know what that means. I think 52 is a perfect score for a Czech Eastern Bloc hatch. Okay. If you say so. I had to clear my cache. That's why everything is taking forever to load. beamng is also not the most optimized by having everything in zip files. That doesn't help. I think 52 is... Yeah, I already read that one. Cool. Okay. The load pop-in is so weird when that happens. Every time I see it, I'm like, wow, this map looks nothing like what I expect. Okay. Rally car. I'm going to guess this thing is garbage. And since it's a rally car, it doesn't get a full score. It just gets a simplified full score. Not a good start. If it's already oversteering on bitumen, you know what it drives like? It drives like a rear engine. Even though they tried to move the engine into the middle of the car. Ah! Whoops. I really like the PJS, Drift Rally, and Pikes Peak Gravel to drive. You're right. I don't know what PJS is, but Pikes Peak is pretty good, and I do have that. I just want to do a little bit of, like, bitumen stuff, because bitumen rally in the 80s did exist. They were, like, fairly famous stages. I know that everyone thinks of rally as being off-road, which is fair. Rear-engine rally car? Not gonna be your friend. Well, that's trashed. What is? I mean, it's not that bad for a first car. Oh, is this a first car? If so, phenomenal work, bro. Just know that moving the engine in automation does not move it in beamng. Also, a tall rear engine car, a tall engine in a rear engine car, not great. You get into a whole bunch of like geometry and physics things. You know what, actually? This is not bad. It's not fast, but it's actually not bad. It puts the traction down pretty well. It doesn't oversteer too much. It gets a little bit tank slappery at speed. Maybe too much power for just rear-wheel drive. If this is a rally car, anything like Group B and newer is pretty much always going to be all-wheel drive. And that's like anything after the, almost anything after the, what is it? The S1 Audi Quattro. See, that's the problem. Is these cars being made for off-road want to oversteer a lot. So to make it drivable off-road, you have to make it understeery. So then you can put the power down a lot harder and a lot earlier. Otherwise the thing will just want to oversteer all the time. Problem is when you get it to bitumen, it acts like an entirely different animal. I saw some off-road. Let's go to that. Finnish rally drive are good drivers? Yeah, aren't they like some of the most successful. Ford RS200 to be specific. What are we talking about? Well, then you have Group B rally. What? I do like this is not a good off-road area. Let's go back and rally somewhere else. This is too narrow of a section to rally on, to be honest. In beamng, that is, with a controller. Rallying in places like this, maybe not the most unrealistic in real life. But they do prefer roads a little bit more like this, where the trees are a little bit further away. And jump! Oh, okay, so, to do rally suspension, what is it, softer springs, harder dampeners? Is that what it is? Or is it the other way around? Oh god, it's been so long since I did the video on rally cars that I completely have forgotten how to do it. Is it... I'm pretty sure it's, softer springs, harder dampeners. Ah! Oh dear. Not too fond of the taillights. Who's the creator? I mean, they're not bad, they're just not great. Ah! When you get onto bitumen, though, this thing becomes a complete dog to drive at speed. Soft springs, hard dampers? Okay, then, that's what it was. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Admiral Obvious, by the way. Soft springs and hard dampers, stiffer rear springs and softer rear sway bars. Yeah, to get that, rear traction, which would aid understeer, which you can fix with trying to do power oversteer, which as a result pushes the car incredibly fast forwards. This is dangerous at high speeds. What year was this car? 2012. If you have to lift to save oversteer like this, yeah, a bit problematic. I know there's a road to the right here somewhere. Am I getting confused with where I am? I probably am. Let's go this way. I saw some off-road. Let's go do that. What? Okay, what? I don't think I've ever seen this part of the track before, or map before. Off topic. The best female driver is Michelle Mouton, if you say so. She was the one that drove the, because I recognize the Frenchness of her name. She was that, one that did the, drove the S1, right? And then, due to perishes to marry or something, it was just not proper for her to keep rallying or something like that. I can't remember exactly. It was that sort of time period. ABS on a rally car? Doesn't feel right. Sent the car through to your Reddit? Cool. She drove the order, okay? It's amazing how you've made it sound like a completely different word here. Show me some dirt roads! I know this map is filled with them! What the hell? Oh, I see a dirt road. I know where I am now. Okay, let's drive this one then. I don't know where she got on left or right. Okay, great. I think a lighter engine is called for here. Maybe being a rear engine car, a boxer or a flat engine would be in call here as well. The only rear engine car that like really truly succeeded in rally, I believe, was a Porsche, and that was a boxer engine. Like a mid-engine, a lot more common. Towards the latter parts, all-wheel drive, yeah, and then ever since. There's only ever been a few categories that weren't. Let's give it a fill score, a simplified one. Design is okay. I've pointed out everything that I disagreed with it. I don't like how smooth this back end is. That doesn't feel 80s or 90s at all. If this is a 2012 car, it looks nothing like a 2012 car. 6 out of 10? Quattro was kind of garbage, to be honest, especially compared to the cost of Audi's rally program. Porsche wasn't that successful in rally. They were the most successful. I don't know how successful they were, though. I don't know. I'm actually working on a track version of my hypercar, but I really don't know what to do with it. Drop it down to 600 horsepower. That's the first thing you do. beamng doesn't like having over 700, I think is kind of like your top limit. Then it starts to like act weird, because you need downforce all the time. Or just a good handling vehicle. Porsche success. Ah, that's what I'm thinking of. Dakar. Okay, then. Tribute car? I don't know. For a first car, if this was your very first car that you've ever made, like a 9 out of 10, you've done a lot of things good. If this is the first car you submitted, that's a different story. If you've been playing this for more than 40 hours, your score goes down to like a 6. If you've been playing for more than a few hundred hours, your score goes down to about a 5. If you played for 1,000 hours, your score goes down to a 3. This is not the greatest car in the world, no. This is just a tribute. I knew it. I was reading it, I was like, hey, this sounds a little bit like the lyrics to Tenacious D's song. And then I read that and I was like, yep. It's similar to a Rickroll. Just then, let's have a look at the next car. Ah, the Trans Am 2000. I am going to take this to the Bonneville Salt Flats. Bonneville Salt Flats. Let's give it a try now. See, it's up the top here, good. See what this thing is on a long stretch of road. Porsche never ran factory team in WRC. Yeah, I didn't think so. They only ran ERC, European League. Certain privateers were, yeah. 914s are not what I was talking about. Remove current and change this one. Nope, 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 nope. Hopefully they J-beam the engine to be super powerful as well. But I think somebody said it was 7,500 horsepower. This does not feel like 7,500 horsepower. It also feels like really grippy, but that might just be ESC, like, working overtime. 40 PSI. Only 270 kilometers an hour? Oh, disappointed. Disappointed! And it is not overheating as well. Interesting. How much downforce did you give this thing? My god, it's 2,000 kilos of downforce on the rear! That's nearly 4 tons on the rear. This is the last car of the stream? Or... no, there's one car after this. In one of my stories, I plan to write... okay, good. 7,500 was the first version. 35,000 was because of the engine swap. Okay. Managed to... what? Anyway, let's move on to a different map. Since now we know that this is not a high-speed car. Wasn't it meant to do 700 miles per hour? Which is, like, probably not possible for that body. To be honest, that body, like, the amount of power you need becomes exponential. And I don't think that even 35,000 really gets it up to 700 miles per hour. Let's see how it does around a track. And we're going to take it to a brutal track. Automation test track. Because there's lots of off-camber corners. I wonder. Did they put a supercharger on this? Intake. Stock intake? Ah, there is a supercharger option, but they did not make it standard. Alright. Is this sequential? You know what, actually, I want to see what this thing drives like without ESC. Is this all-wheel drive? I don't see any drive line out to it. Hold on. Can't actually see very well. Yeah, I see no drive line out to it. Does it have drive line out to the rear tires? It does not. Okay, that must have turned the running gear invisible then. Still no clutch. Forgot about that. Over rev risk? What? This vehicle has become incredibly different since the supercharger. You know what? Let's go. Control W tuning. Gear ratios. Pressure. Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't read the description. Do they say what to do with the supercharger? Low drag, blah, blah, blah. Car, making 40 hours. Phil did not put this in the live stream. Okay, Let's go like 5 PSI. It's root, so it should come from down low. Now, the thing had 2.2 tons of downforce per rear wheel. Sorry, 2.2 tons of weight on the rear wheels. Each rear wheel. And it's only 350 kilograms. So it's about 4,000 kilos. Shy of. It's about 2,200, I think. The engine displacement, it just showed us. It was 10.7 liters. There we go, that feels much better. How's it going into over rev risk? What is your problem? No. Nope, okay, let's retry that. Thing has gutless power off the... I think it's because, like, it starts accelerating so much that not even the rev limiter can stop and rein this thing back in. God damn it! Let's take the supercharger off, I can't handle it. Stock intake. Alright. Not accurate cause from a source it reads 7.5 with a big roots blow. Yeah. There's a lot of inaccuracies here. Still gets the over rev risk. Okay. Oh, it does not like to turn. This is very much a straight line car. And then start braking. It is hard not to power oversteer. Like, I'm getting, what is it, like 10%? And it understeers here, which it shouldn't be. That is way too slow. How does it have so much downforce, but yet can't corner? Please tell me this car is like 5 tons. Otherwise, I don't understand it. It does not turn. Oh my god, what have you done? Tuning. Front toe in, negative. Let's see if that helps. Would have been nice if they actually did go... Getting to 1,000 kilometers an hour is not an easy trick, even in JVM editing. Alright, that has helped a little bit. Oh, dear. Oh, God. Yeah. This thing gets about 4 tons of downforce on the rear. That's about 2.4 tons, 2.2 tons, that sort of range per rear tire. Which comes out, when you add it together, to be 4 tons. Might be like 100 kilograms short of exactly being 4 tons. That turn. Even if I'm not going full lock, the thing just sucks at turning. It just won't turn. You have to use power oversteer to turn. Is that normal? Turn, you fat turd! Alright. Let's turn ESC back onto sport. And... oh, it's suffocating that power. I think it helps it turn a little bit. It is not great. It does not turn. This lady is not for turning. Oh my god, turn. What a turd this thing drives like. Oh my god, you can tell it's American based. Oh yeah, no, this thing scrapes. At high speed, it does. Change to sequential, don't mind on rev damage? Yeah, I know not to do that. Change to sequential, you say. Okay, so let's go. Engine. Transmission. 6-speed race sequential? That's all we have there. Let's just leave it at that for now. Let's hope this thing... oh, okay. It's suddenly turning a lot better? No, okay, it was just the one corner. And it just doesn't turn now. At all. When you have to use power to turn the car. Ah, turn your fat turd! Oh god. Alright. Though it turns decently at high speeds, at what, 270-ish? Yeah, about 270. It will be stable. Oh my god, it wants to oversteer at high speeds as well. Oh, Phil, watch chat by voting? What? Not in race? What? At least the brakes are good? Yeah. What are we seeing in chat now? I mean, turning with power oversteer seems accurate to the anime, if you say so. Notice error choked for top speed? Yeah, I know. That is most American thing I've ever seen. It really feels American from here, yes. Let's turn ESC back off. Okay. Ah! It just wanted to skip out on me. The brakes are well overpowered, bruh. God damn it. I hate it. It's so not fun to drive. It won't turn. Oh my god. My goodness gracious. It will turn only on high speed. What? Yeah. Not in race sequential? Okay, let's have a quick look. Control W. Engine. I don't know why the transmission matters so much, but we'll give it another try. Sequential transmission. If you're going to tell me to control the gearbox manually, no. Let's give it a try. It's still really bad at turning. The problem is it doesn't have the traction to, like, hold itself from just carrying its inertia wide. I also like how the suspension is kind of soft. Ah! It just doesn't have... This is hard to drive. The steering is so bad. Yeah, at high speeds, it does steer. The slower you go, the worse it gets. Ah! Turn, you fat turd! There we go. God damn, bruh. Turn! Nah. I think we give this car an 8 out of 10. The design is so much fun. The power is so much fun. Everything else sucks. It is not fun to drive. It is fun to power oversteer a little bit. What is the power? What have you done? UI apps. There we go. Torque curve. That'll do. That is about 3,000-ish horsepower. Wait, no. That's about 1,000. Oh, sorry, 2,500? So it's just shy of 3,000 by the looks of it. There's a lot to like here, especially the design. Everything else, atrocious. Oh my god. The yellow line out of... Yeah, I know it is. Turn it, drift, it helps a lot. Yeah. Turn in, drift? It's hard to do. In the version of the hypercar, yeah, okay, good for you. Styling? Speed? Yes. Handling? Not so much, in my opinion. 8 out of 10. I love it. It's cool. I know the anime. Wait. Oh, that's meant to be a light. Where's the exhaust come out? The hell? Where is the exhaust? Turbo's there. There is no exhaust. I love it how it tilts the body with the, like the inertia of the internals turning like that. Yeah, I think that's a good enough skull. If it's not drifting, it doesn't turn. Yeah, pretty much. I know the car I can handle, you can't. I mean, I could handle it. It's just not good at handling. Like, you really do have to drift. Okay, we could start from scratch. I could show you drift handling. But that is not accurate. And, oh my god. Nah. Maybe I can't drift handle it that well. Power oversteer only works in certain circumstances. And now we're into higher speed, so it'll handle a little bit better. And then slow it down. Nah. Nah. Nah! If I spent time practicing this, I'd probably be able to do a lot better. But, yeah, nah, this is a stream that can't go on forever. Oh my god! It kicked down gears and just shat the thing out sideways. Alright. Oh god. Cool car. Really cool car. I'm assuming the reason why it understeers so much is then it can rein in the copious amounts of power oversteer it has. You want to add jet but don't know how? It's not that hard. Phil isn't good at throttle control with a controller. Yeah, controllers hurt my abilities. Tire squeal? Not Phil squeal? Let's have a look at the final car. The Ursa 3 DS70. Where does this car go? See what the description says of this vehicle. It's an electric muscle car. Feels like it should go to America, which is every map in beamng. 250 kilowatts cooling exeg. Oh, the Quark motor. Interesting. Fiberglass panels and AHS still. Double wishbone. Blah, blah, blah. In automation, uncertain, realistic. Yeah, it probably costs a lot more than that. I don't know how. Have they actually... Has Koenigsegg talked about selling their electric motor? Because that motor is phenomenal. Converted to ladder to blah blah. The Ursa 3 is third concept car from a car I would build in my garage from the ground up. Okay, it's powered by a single Koenigsegg Quark motor with power supplied by a battery from Mustang Mach-E. Okay, fair enough. The design is meant to invoke the look of cars from the mid-70s. Wait. So this car is made from scratch. This is not based upon any other car. Okay. Let's take it to West Coast racetrack. we go. And we'll give it a bit of a try around there. Banana, a little bit. Welcome, Kilpcan. Kilpcon. Okay? Hi, I'm the creator of the Fastback. It's my first car. Oh, okay. Then if that is your very first car ever, phenomenal work. Like 9 out of 10. The ugly purple car owner. I wouldn't say it's ugly. There's been uglier. I would say that the choice of colors is not great. Not a big fan of it. Wait, hold on. Do we have... Hey, look at that. We can change the color. There we go. We can make the color of the roofline red. Love it. Thanks, Automation, or whoever, if the guy did that. Why does it have a transmission? And why is it shifting at 6,000 RPM? I don't understand. If this is an electric motor, wouldn't you just leave it like single gear? Especially with that like kind of torque. Also, wouldn't you want the RPM to go higher? I probably would have personally gone with a direct drive. I will redo my electric motors mod in the future. Also, take a look at the MG Metro. I know what that is. Was that? That was mid-engine, not rear-engine. No ABS? Cool. I like the idea. Why does it have a low-range selector? Is this thing all-wheel drive? Oh, sorry, four-wheel drive, not all-wheel drive? Also, sometimes this thing doesn't like to... do what I want it to. Okay, come on. Oh, disintegrate the front-wheel drive. It handles way better in... Oh, disengage the front-wheel drive. Okay. I mean, I didn't mind it. Infill MG car. What are you talking about? Lancia Delta S4 was also all-wheel drive, not rear-wheel drive. Also mid-engine... Wait, no. The Delta S4 was front-engine, not rear-engine. Keep in mind, in automation, the weight transfer sliders like you used, or moving the engine visually around, does not actually affect anything in beamng. Keep that in mind. Lancia Delta S4? Am I thinking of the wrong vehicle? Delta S4. I'm guessing the rally version was all-wheel drive. Midship engine, all-wheel drive. Yeah, midship. So it's mid-engine. All-wheel drive. Twin charged? Yeah, sure, that's a thing. Also, I didn't realize. Sorry, I thought I said front engine. I forgot I said front engine. But yeah, your car was rear engine, rear wheel drive, and tall and heavy. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Once beamng starts locking up, it is nigh impossible to unlock the wheels for some stupid reason. Also, you left the particulate, sorry, the after fire on. Which is really weird to hear. You know what? We can actually turn that off. Because that is a bit weird. After fire, particulates, apply. I like that it has no traction control or any of that sort of stuff. I just wish this thing had a direct drive and not a transmission, to be honest. Road going S4 was also all drive. Yeah, I thought so. The brakes aren't very... Popcorn, anyone? Control W. Let's have a look. What do we got here? Parts. Engine. Transmission. No. Transfer case. No. Alright. Yeah. The shift is way too early. Wait, why is that considered dirt? That's clearly concrete. Okay. I feel it might have too much front brake pressure, maybe? It's not hard to fire. There's just a bare wire and it's shorting. Oh, I love it. I tried to do direct drive and the car, and it broke the car, so I left the original transmission. Alright. Direct drive is not easy to do. It is not so straightforward. I do have to redo how engine stuff works, because automation changed how they export things. Welcome, generic and unfunny. How's it going? I love it. I don't believe I've seen you and in these parts of the city before. Anyway, as the last car... I feel for this much power, the thing could probably do with better traction. What sort of suspension do we have again? Double wishbone on sports compound tires. Your body is also way too wallowy. Is it? I can't actually tell. It just feels very tank slappery, which is characteristic of a wallowy car. Yeah, okay. Your suspension is a little too soft for my personal taste. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I also tried to balance the brakes as well as I could, but it still gets unbalanced if it's not on level ground. Yeah, that's just a thing. Started streaming 5 hours ago, Phil. 5 hours and 31 minutes, to be exact. The heat wave is murderous. One of your YouTube shorts came up in my feed when your car took flight. Oh my god, yeah, that is an old one. That's an old video. Yeah, you get to experience what we experience yearly, except like a more mild version, here in Australia. The unfortunate thing is your cars are not designed to deal with heat, unlike ours. Which is why I don't like to go out during summer, because you'll burn to a crisp. We actually have a lot higher UV radiation and stuff like that here in Australia. Yeah, you burn to a crisp in about 10 minutes. You will have sunburn the next day if you don't cover up or sunblock up. After about 30 minutes, you will be beet red the next day on some of our hotter days. Oh my god, that little nap was great. I did not really sleep, but feel so great. 20 minutes is what they recommend for a power nap. Understeer! Understeer! That's too far back. Let's try that again. See if I can, like, turn in at a different time, maybe. Okay. Let's try this again, shall we? It shifts way too early. You can actually edit the shift place. Yeah, no, a little bit of understeer there. It's a little bit hard to get the turn in right. I might have to do a little bit of lift to help turn it in. From about here, we'll start turning in. Oh, hello. Yeah, see, that's what happens if you try to turn in at the wrong point. It does unsettle the car. But that is actually quite high speed. So that's, what, 130 kilometers an hour we're going through there? Got to experience the average day in Australian summer when we hit 40 degrees last month. We are a little bit different. We have more UV. Maybe you might want four-wheel drive back. I don't know. It's controllable. I just thought that, yeah. You would burn to a crisp. Skibidoo. I should do that, to be honest. You look at tomato in the land. Yeah. Once you start suntanning a lot, yes, you will actually have less sunburn issues. And there's a lot of leathery, dark-skinned people, especially in the boomer era age bracket. More modern people, they don't mind slathering up a lot more with sunscreen, slip, slop, slap, that sort of thing. Hopefully you guys understand that reference. Maybe that's just an Australian thing. and cover up and mostly just stay indoors. They're like, you know what? No. We have entertainment that is worth staying indoors for nowadays, so we'll just do that instead. Ugh. It's not, the engine is off? Did it stall? How do you stall an electric motor? I've got the clutch in. Hold the clutch and use the starter. It won't turn on. So you have not converted this to be electric completely. IS midday nap. Yep, I might actually die in Australia. I hate vitiligo. What? So parts of my... Oh, I think I know that skin issue. I'm drawing a blank on how to pronounce it, though. What the hell? beamng.drive, please. What is that? Honestly. Come on. Try a little bit harder. Oh, please. Anyway, let's take this to a city thing because, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't take this one to a track because it doesn't really feel like a track car. So let's do a little bit of city cruising. This is a post-dinner nap? Okay. I really want something good to eat. I might make some stir-fry after this. The brakes are... problematic? Is maybe the word I'll use. Oh dear. Logic? What logic? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I feel that, putting this much power through this car might, benefit from wider tires. Okay, there we go. A slightly stiffer front sway bar, maybe? Oh, a little bit stronger, I should say. Not slightly, a little bit more than one tick. Maybe a couple of ticks more on the front sway bar. Balance your brakes again, which is fine. No ABS. It's to be expected for the brakes to be unbalanced. Because, a lot of the time, lift is a major factor with cars, which changes the braking characteristics at different speeds. Ah! Yeah, I think... maybe... wider rear tires compared to the front might help. Ah! Wait. Is that tree... the whole tree is jiggling. What? Do you know any good beamng maps designed for right-hand drive cars? No? Not really? There's the automation test track. That's right-hand drive. That's it. I never felt like it was that hard to drive, but I also drive with manual gears. Yeah, I probably would have given this thing a direct drive, to be honest. Also, I'm trying to drive it hard. And I think, yeah, having it being a manual, not... yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe having, like, manual control over gears would be better. But I hate doing that with a controller. My car has given the tree the gift of life. The tree is breathing, it's alive. I wonder if all of them do it. The ground is moving. Wait. Nah! Slow that camera down. No, it's not. Okay. Maybe I was having a bit of a stroke, but it looked like the ground was moving there for a minute. Alright. Fuji Goku is great, is it? I've never heard of it. Oh my god, the waving tree texture messed me up. Yeah, it's... That's a weird one. I don't think I've ever seen that. Also, it wasn't just the texture, the whole mesh was moving if you had a look closely enough. Yeah, if we drive it a little bit more reasonably, this car becomes okay. But I'm not trying to drive it reasonably. I'm trying to have the maximum amount of fun. If anybody wonders what this voice is meant to be, whenever I do it, or anything like that, it's an Australian Prime Minister of past eras called John Howard, who did sound a little bit like a bit of a... I went British then, a bit of a doofus. The guy was a very strong leader, did one great thing, and sucked for the rest of it. We've not had a strong leader since, which is really disappointing. Bugger. My god, the waving... yeah, I've already read all that stuff. I just assumed there'd be more by now. Ah! Come on. It's not a drift beast. Nah. I think in a sim rig this would be a little bit easier to drive because I can tell it's like engaging and disengaging the clutch constantly, which is giving that like microsecond delay on throttle inputs. Ah, god damn it. Will is determined to break my car. Ugh. And then there's that whole like weird thing that happened in the latest beamng, or one of the later beamng updates, where sometimes it just ignores throttle inputs. And I don't understand why. I don't have any of the driving aids turned on. I very specifically checked into this, and I couldn't see anything. What are you talking about? ScoMo was a great leader? He united all of Australia against ScoMo. Well done. Oh, I love it. I don't even know the guy, but that is funny. Yeah, ScoMo... probably one of the most autistic leaders we've ever had. Completely had no understanding of optics and being liked by people. Completely didn't understand it. Major bushfires, the biggest we've ever had in Australia, ripping through the country, all that sort of stuff. Completely just horrific stuff happening. Goes to Hawaii, starts taking photos of himself in like Hawaii shirts. And then when we're like, we're in emergency, like the country is in disaster right now, and he's like, why would I come back? I can't do anything to help this. That's not the right response. The response is, yes, I understand. I will come back and I will see what I can do. You probably do nothing apart from like stop defunding all of the fire and police and I don't know if he defunded the police, but like all emergency services, including like health, all that sort of stuff. The guy was really, really shit, and was also not likable as well. Wait, can we go down through here to get into that station that underground line that we just saw? No! Whee! Ah! Skill, damn it. Oh dear. Oh god damn it, drive in a straight line, you piece of crap. Also, I remember this map not that long ago. You weren't able to actually drive through there. It would like block you in the middle for some reason. It was weird. I never even knew the guy, but that is funny, yeah. I don't know what about that tunnel. I didn't know. Okay, yeah. That tunnel didn't used to work previously. It was weird. God damn it. Drive in a straight line! Wow, I never noticed that graffiti there before. Oh, God. Ah! I'm having the worst of luck with this car. But yeah, that is a tunnel. You know what? Actually, where does that go from here? Also, why can't I get into this parking lot? I'd love to. For no particular reason. I mean, I could Shift C and F7 over there, but I don't want to. It did that thing where it, like, ignored my throttle input again. It's like beamng doesn't really understand what's happening. That is a very scary, aesthetically pleasing car. Aesthetically pleasing? I mean, we fixed the color issue a little bit, at least. Do you like Italy, USA, Phil? I mean, it's okay. It's kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none sort of thing. Like, it does a little bit of rally, it does a little bit of road, does a little bit of mountain. The mountain is probably the best part of it, to be honest. Well, the part that I like the most. I usually, whenever I run a challenge there, it's usually because the map is actually challenging and quite dangerous. Nah. Why does beamng not accept my inputs all the time? Italy USA has horrible performance though. What? Oh yeah. Low frame rates and whatnot sometimes. I just saw another little area. Let's go check that out. Oh wait, no, that's probably just the end of the train line, isn't it? Yep, end of the train line. What? Nah. No, we're all good. Whee! What? What did we hit? Don't worry, we're all good. It'll buff out. Also, tram, not train. My bad. Whee! That's a lot of speed. Oh dear. Oh dear. I've missed my turn. I'm liking this. It's a terrible car to drive, but I'm loving it. Mountains and the island tour are great. What? Go to the tube that connects the canal to the construction site. That exists? The canal to the construction site. Camera's really slow. Canal to construction site. You mean the construction site that's over there? There's a tunnel that connects these? I didn't know that. Let's have a look. I don't see anything. Oh, this? I didn't know that was a thing. Oh my goodness. Woo! Oh my god, it's so dark in here. Did also beamng just use global illuminance to hide the fact that I have no light down here? As opposed to actually properly running no shadows? God damn it. Oh my god, I didn't know that existed. Wow. Holy shit. You were complaining earlier, but do you seem... Yeah, no, I do. Sounds like a lot of my car's terrible for fun. I just got a new PC, so... Maybe I'll be able to play it on Italy, USA. Then, okay, cool. Too dark for me? What? Oh yeah, the map, yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. I never knew that was there. I'll keep that in mind. Oh god. This is even worse on dirt. I have to drive really slow. I think it's time to get this thing a fill score, and since it's not like a mass production car, we won't get a full fill score, we'll get a simplified. So for J-beaming, you've done a fairly decent job, though you haven't made it an actual electric engine, and you weren't able to get direct drive working, which... I mean, some people do run electric motors through the existing transmissions, I personally wouldn't, but that just can be a personal choice. So we can chalk that up to, sure, whatever. I don't know. Is that Z fighting? Yeah, that's Z fighting. Good job, beamng devs. Well done. Yep, there we go. Now it's the other way around. Great. This map has a lot of secrets. I wouldn't say a lot of secrets, but a few. What are you even talking about? You like the R34? What has the R34 got to do with this? Anyway, as for handling, it's okay. It's not great. A little bit understeery sometimes. The power oversteer is excessive. Braking is not great. Like, you need to brake from a long way back. I feel as if maybe your brakes are unbalanced. Yeah, your front brakes lock up before your rear brakes. Its ability to drive, it gets very light on the rear end. Yeah, I deliberately decided to go down here. That was a choice I made. Yeah, your front brakes are too powerful. You know what, let me just remove maybe 20% of the front brakes quickly and keep driving. As for styling, not a fan of the colors, but at least able to paint the roof black, that was okay. I don't like it being shiny. You know what, let's make that more of a leathery top. Color. Configuration. Roughness. There we go, that looks a lot better, I reckon. A little bit satiny. Clear coat and roughness? Yeah, no, whatever. That's fine. I don't know why you've got two shifters. Is that because you went 4x4? That's the way local tram drivers switch track, just by looking at it from a different angle. Yeah, love it. Looking at things from a different angle can bring you to an entirely different track in life. Love it. Oh, you know what? That feels better already. Come on, bro. There we go. The styling is okay. It's not the best looking car. It's not an ugly car. I'd give that like a 6.5 maybe sort of thing. I feel that I do like this car. It's just way too difficult to drive. As a car that you've made in your own shed, perfect. You know, dangerous, shitty. If it was actually based on an old car, which I don't know why you said that was based. Its design was based on an old car. Just say that it was an old car that you'd done up, because that's a lot of effort. It probably wouldn't pass inspection because you'd probably need a lot more robust pillars and whatnot. And creating a body from scratch is really difficult at the best of times. I want to give it about an 8. It's pretty good, but there are some areas in which it is lacking. And just the pure funness of driving is one area it's lacking. That roller door is not done right. Yeah, don't agree. But there we go, we're parked. Apparently it wants to roll out again. Alright, let's go. Look up the Skoda Voss. You know what, we're at the end of the stream. We've given this thing an 8 out of 10. I think we're happy. I don't know, I like electric cars that are a little bit unwieldy, that are made by amateurs. Okay. Skoda Voss. I mean, it's a little bit interesting with the slats on the side. It's otherwise just a generic 50s looking car. I think that is the best looking one so far. That I would take. I'd tap that. I'd chip that. You'll take the perfect 8 out of 10? Fair enough, bro. Can you check my Mercia Varia and tell me what I can improve design-wise? Is that, where was it? Here we go. It's very, very basic. Very basic. You've got some geometry going around, that's fine. But this looks not great. This is way too sharp angles compared to everything else being a little bit soft and rounded. Exhausts are okay. There's no detail in here by the looks of it. That's a little bit basic. That doesn't fit the body lines. This doesn't fit the body lines. This doesn't look like it really fits the body lines. The front end does look a little bit better. A little bit hard to see, though. Interior looks pretty darn good. You know what, actually, I don't like that front grille. That front grille looks so wrong. It also doesn't match the side or the rear at all. The front and the rear look like they are completely different cars. I would say make this a little bit more shored up on some angles. These headlights also look really super jank. I don't know what you've done there. From the 5-meter roll, it looks a little bit better, to be honest. But yeah, the front and the rear look completely non-contiguous. It doesn't look so bad, though. You've also picked a body which is particularly notoriously hard to drive in. Just letting you know. And way too much power. What sort of transmission it has? It has any sort of like hard drive connection, unlike a Slushbox automatic. This thing will be very hard to drive. Give me an opinion on the W8 Passat B5. I don't think I know what that is. Let's have a look. You know what, I'm gonna let Pippa in. I just realized I haven't let her in yet. You coming in? Pippa? Oh. Oh. Oh, you want the belly rubs? Yes, you do. You want the belly rubs. Hello. No whining. No. Also, check the lanyard Daytona type thing. Yeah, we're at the end of the stream. I don't mind doing a little bit of, like, reaction to your cars. Incredibly boring, incredibly dull. I would not want to drive that. Yeah. It looks so dull. Like I'm feeling bored looking at it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Interesting. Very cutesy. I think this one is more cutesy. I do probably... Oh, from that angle... Looks disproportionate. Like, very, very disproportionate. This has VR5 engine, does it? I don't know. I don't know, I just copied what you said. Passat B5 is just regular Passat, but extremely well equipped with cool W8 engine. Okay, cool. I mean, I like this. This is pretty cool looking. That makes it look ugly. That is really bad two-tone. The back end looks like what they... How'd that happen? I must have accidentally pressed it. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was saying that the back end of this car looks like the Nissan Figaro. Do we have from different angle? There we go. Now it'll line up a little bit better. Yeah. Oh, the Nissan Figaro has rust. That's so depressing. Sorry, I must have accidentally pressed it. I don't know how that happened. I really like the Nissan Figaro, personally. Oh my god, you've ruined a Nissan Figaro. Who are you, and why haven't you been murdered yet? Like, I get that you might like it being sporty, but these are a rare car. Look at the Skoda 110. I think all Skodas are very plain. 110R, let's have a look. It's a bit weird. But, if it'll load anytime today, I kind of like it, but also don't. I think they've done the grill here wrong. Yeah, I feel as if maybe they had to angle it in a little bit better. Also, the front and the rear do not match. The front also looks incredibly short. Is this rear engine, I'm assuming? Because of like many things, including the front end being incredibly short, a bigger looking back end, and the air vents being behind the axle. So I'm guessing this is rear engine. What I'd really want is a Fiat Topolino. Okay. Space right here. Welcome, Ebagsy. It has 2-cylinder boxer. Okay, fair enough. Search up the Trojan 200. Is that a condom? Let's have a look. Isn't that just the BMW Isetta? The Panhard Type Z, isn't that what I was looking at? I mean, I like this car. It's weird. It's not the best looking, but it's cutesy. That's exactly what I was looking at. What the fuck is wrong? Little side 900 turbo? No, I'm good. It's a car. Here's a Fate... What? You know what, let's look up the Topolino. Alright. Fiat Topolino. Yeah, that is very small. Oh my god, that is very small. That's cool. Would I own one? Probably not. It's probably like more trouble than what it's worth. I would be much happier with just the plain old Fiat 500. I like this car a lot. I think they just look cool. The cool Skoda was the 130 RS. It dominated European touring cars. Alright, let's have a look. Oh my god, that is hideous. That is horrendously ugly. Ugh. Also, that doesn't look great. It looks disproportionate. Not a big fan. And especially this, like, remake that they've tried to do. The worst thing I've ever seen. Is it this you wanted me to look at? Kind of looks like they're trying to make it look like a Porsche. Look up Zundab Janis. Alright. What do we got? It's... yeah, I've seen this one before. Kind of the same sort of thing as the Isetta sort of thing. What the hell? They're sitting back to back? I didn't know that. Vomitus Supremus? No, I'm good. What did you know that the Saab 900 is front-wheel drive and long... yeah, I know it is. I know what the Saab 900 is. And all of that sort of like a range of basically the same body design. It just doesn't do it for me. When I say I don't like a car, it must be bad, if you say so. Look up the Costin Amigo. Alright, let's have a look at the Costin Amigo. A Costin Amigo. Oh. Interesting. It looks wrong. I can't really put a single finger on it. This is a 1970s car? That looks even worse. With all the vents all over it. It looks like somebody... Is that Elephantitis what I'm thinking of? Let's not look at that one again. Medical, so it's fine. No. Leprosy? Yeah. It looks like somebody that's got leprosy on their face. That's what that looks like. Welcome, C1X, to the end of the stream as we wind down looking at cars. Amigo is friend in Portuguese. Yeah, I know what amigo means. Someone wants to know, yeah. It looks weird. It does look weird. What it looks like is they made a good car, and then it came into the 70s era when they realized that having, like, really low to the ground was the performance thing. So they took that design and just kind of, like, smooshed it down. That's what it looks like they did. This car was made in the UK? Really? That is a not good-looking car. Which is surprising because a lot of British cars actually look really good. This does not. Like, there are so many aspects where you look at it and go, oh, that's kind of... And then you see the car as a whole and you go, no. And then you see something else, you're like, oh, that's actually... And then you look at it as a whole of the car and you're like, no, nah. It's a no. It's gotten 3 X's. That's a no. Move on to the next one. Phil, what was that other page? No, that's fine. Look at the Ferrari F175. Let's have a look. It's just a Ferrari? Oh, this is the 2022 car. You're talking about how bad it's performing. Yeah, sure, okay. I think that's more of a mismanagement by what I've heard. I'm not much of an F1 fan. Look up the AC Fura? I don't know it. Let's have a look. AC Fura. Actually, god damn it, why is it such a small picture? That looks like that one British car company that I was thinking of. But isn't AC, like, the roots in Britain or something like that? Another questionably styled UK car, the Marcos Mantis. I know the Marcos Mantis. I don't mind the Marcos Mantis, to be honest. It's a bit weird. Oh, I was thinking of this one. Like, it's a bit weird, I get it. But that is a bad car. What the fuck is up with that rear end? That is there for no purpose other than to create drag. What the hell? Oh, that is an ugly car. Oh, yeah, sorry. That is a really ugly car. This one, it's weird. I get it. But in, like... It's Le Mans spec, I like it a lot more. Mostly because of nostalgia. This song is reminding me of a Bee and Puppy Cat sort of song. Search the Toyota Publica, alright? Let's have a look, see what we got here. Cutesy little utilitarian sort of vehicle. I was about to say that was, they looked American. I was like, that doesn't look like a car they'd market to America. But no, that does okay. It looks good in that picture if it wasn't so freaking tiny. What the hell? That looks disproportionate, weird. I don't understand what I'm seeing here. I think it's because the seats come into, like, the wheel well sort of area, so things are looking very weird. There was a Ute version. Interesting. Convertible. Oh, that's much better. That is really good. In that picture, lowered like that, that looks pretty nice. With that really nice paint job, pretty good. Ferrari is currently the fastest car on the grid on most circuits, but they are able to lose everywhere due to strategy. Isn't it because they run like a high downforce setup? which gives them better cornering and all that sort of stuff, sure, but like overloads the tires and wears them out, and everyone's using the same tires, so if their tires wear out sooner, that's an issue. Look up the McMurty. I think I've looked this one up already. Ah, yes, this is the new car. I am not a huge fan of its design. It looks too short. But I think it's okay. It looks really cool, just weirdly disproportionately shaped. Like, something about it is just, it looks like a university project, not a competition, not a road car, is what I should say. I would love it if they made like a more normal version of the car. That would be rather nice. Wagon looks hot. What are we talking about? Batmobile cross the Jesco. I think the Jesco is an ugly car. Still going? Yeah, for a little bit longer. This one looks like a cartoon car. A little bit, yes. Especially on this angle. It looks like a cartoon car. Also, that's without a wing. Interesting. I didn't know they made a wingless version. It's also got ground effect, right? And it's like rocking world records at the moment. Ground effect, it's a fan car, all that kind of jazz. Electric, yeah. I know nobody was talking about this car at all until it actually blitzed the world record at, what's that? Goodwood Festival of Speed, yeah. Look up the Lugan U6, alright. I'm going to go through every single car in existence, aren't I? Not going to go for much longer. My voice is fading on me. It's an SUV. Minus 10 points to Gryffindor. I hate that. If you want to see weird British stuff, look up the Quantum Mark II Coupe. And didn't the British car make that, like a British make that orange car? I wouldn't say it's that weird. It's not great looking. It's a bit weird. It's not that, like, sort of time period in the 90s where they didn't know how to design cars in the new era. I'm guessing it's also electric? Not sure. The Nissan Devil. I've never heard of that before. Let's have a look-see. Oh, it's just a... Yeah. I like it. I like the Fair Ladies. Is it a Fair Lady? I can't remember. Anyway, the like 240Zs, 280Zs, all that sort of stuff. It's a kit car based on Fiesta. Oh. That's based on a Fiesta? That's much bigger than a Fiesta, though. Weird. As a kit car, that's a no from me. With those front headlights, what that would have reminded me of was that, I don't know what it's called. The one that Jeremy Clarkson turned into a police car. Yeah, this one. With those front headlights a little bit. This car I've always thought looks good and bad at the same time. Look up Yulong Feeling. If this is porn, you're going to be banned permanently. Okay. Is this just a rebadge of a Mazda? Built in Taiwan by 4-door, 5-door. First presented, built by Nissan. Okay, Nissan, sorry. The Nissan NX? Sort of front end sort of thing? Yeah. Interior looks interesting. I like it. Probably feels like shit though. That is not a good example. Why is this... Wash it before you take a picture. Bruh, come on. Those rear taillights look more interesting now compared to that. They offered 2-liter swaps for that thing? Okay. I like this Fiat. The Coupe, alright. I think DeLorean is making a new car for 2022. Aren't they just re-releasing the thing? The Nami 050 Belka. Okay. So I'm assuming this didn't get produced for very long and in very big numbers. One, the safety of this thing would be horrendous. Two, it probably had a lot of noise in the car, like road noise and whatnot. And wind noise, probably. They're also always pictured with chunky-ass tires. So, the thing probably also has huge amounts of road noise. Ooh. That's cool. Would I own it? No. Would I like to see it? Yes. This... very strange. Very, very strange. Oh, is that the same car? But it's different. Is it... I don't know. Is an cool car, but nobody knows that car. If you say it's cool, then you're saying Nissan's cool. And that's fine. But it is basically a Nissan tarted up by the looks of it. That's weird. Probably also incredibly unsafe. Also, I'm assuming that this thing is rear engine. Not sure. Anyway, I think we're done. My voice is going on me. So, thank you everybody for joining me. Is it called? Yeah, you've already said that one. Anyway, welcome. Thank you. Not a thing. Thank you, Dr. Eurobeat. Thank you, Dr. Ebugs. If I haven't said hello to you as well. Also, welcome to the stream. Game Boy. I think we also just ran out of music just then. So let's go to the last page of music. Sneaky Mr. Wiggles, thank you for coming by. Wellsome Entertainment, thank you for coming by. Game Boy Terrorist. I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Game Boy. McDonald's Big Mac. What a name, bro. Thumper, thank you for coming by. Dr. Eurobeat. Skibidoo, thank you as well. Everyone, that is the end of the stream. We will see you next time. If you catch my next videos or my next stream, which will be on Friday when we do the next round of Formula V. But for now, I'm going to catch you next time. Goodbye.